Chapter 1. The Slave Market. Chris wandered aimlessly toward the bustling street, lined with shops and stalls, at the end of which lay the only slave market in Kibu town. This was the most chaotic place in the entire town, rife with volatile mercenaries and the most wretched of slaves, mingling with a variety of buyers whose intentions were as diverse as they were dark. It was a place where human conflict was almost inevitable. Typically, Chris would not venture here, but today, he felt an unusual pull toward it. Tammy, anxious, wanted to dissuade him, but hesitated, merely keeping close and praying for safety. The slave market did not have a fixed location. It consisted of a series of enormous tents strung together. In the center stood a large wooden platform encircled by a throng of onlookers, who scrutinized the slaves displayed upon it. At that moment, a row of slaves stood on the platform, some men, some women. Many were escaped serfs or convicted criminals, their clothing tattered and faces gaunt. Unmistakably, all wore magical suppression rings that restricted the warrior's aura and mage's powers, ensuring the safety of any potential buyers. The slave trader was enthusiastically peddling his wares with his persuasive tongue. "Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at these fine specimens." He patted a few of the slaves, indicating their robust physiques. Strong and able, though not trained warriors, they are certainly excellent laborers. "And now observe this one," he said, pulling a young girl forward. "Just look at her, stunningly beautiful, a figure to behold. An ideal choice to warm your bed. Starting bid is 100 gold coins." Immediately, voices rose from the crowd. 110 gold coins. Clearly, there were many interested buyers. 130 gold coins. This female slave was indeed striking, no older than 16. Remarkably, she did not appear numb or resigned like the others, but stood composed. With her hands clasped before her and feet closely together, she did her best to stand tall, her gaze level. Chris frowned, beginning to piece things together. This girl was no ordinary commoner. Her posture and demeanor suggested she had undergone rigorous training in noble etiquette. The slight tuck of her chin indicated she had been trained as a lady-in-waiting. For a lower chin conveys a lack of breeding, while a higher chin suggests servility. If the slave trader knew the girl's true background, the implications would be intriguing. It was evident that someone as finely trained as this girl would not be easily sold to a brutish slave trader if she had been discarded by a noble. At that moment, the trader seized the girl's arm, displaying her to the crowd. "Look at her delicate skin and vibrant complexion." To emphasize his point, he tore the fabric from her chest with a swift motion, exposing an expanse of unblemished skin, prompting cheers and lewd laughter from the crowd. The girl instinctively covered herself, humiliation and rage transforming her expression. She spat at the trader, the saliva hitting him squarely on the face. Enraged, he raised his hand. Chris frowned. The trader was being utterly foolish. He was about to lose a sale over such antics. Neither the spectators nor prospective buyers would tolerate this scene. Before the trader's hand could fall, a flash of white light erupted. He gasped in shock as his hand, severed, fell to the platform, blood spraying forth as he howled in agony. Panic erupted among the crowd. Chaos ensued as terrified spectators fled in every direction, the scene rapidly spiraling out of control. Nad stood protectively in front of Chris and Tammy. Though he was but one man, none could push him aside. As an 8th-level warrior, he considered the stampede trivial, allowing Chris to focus on the source of the white light. It was clear that this light signified a 3rd-level spell, Ice Spike. The Ice Spike had not only severed the trader's hand, but had also shot backward some distance. With Chris' keen eyesight, he caught only the fading glow. The spell's power inferred that its caster was undoubtedly more than just a 3rd-level mage. One must also rule out the possibility of a magical augmentation artifact. The caster, clad in a pale blue robe, kept her face obscured beneath a low hood, making her features impossible to discern. Even amid the chaos, she began to move toward the stage, flanked by 4 or 5 protectors who shielded her as they advanced. As she ascended the platform, Chris realized that she was indeed a woman. Her graceful movements further confirmed it. Should he intervene? While he was no fan of the slave trader's brutishness, this was his father's domain. Just as he pondered this, the sound of galloping hooves drew closer. The city guard had arrived. The remaining crowd had fled, making way for 30 mounted knights who charged to the front of the platform. The leader, a formidable knight named Hanks, a 6th-level warrior and one of his father's most trusted commanders, commanded his troops to halt. Upon dismounting, Hanks immediately spotted Chris, for the only remaining figures near the platform were the trio of them. With sword raised before him, he inclined his body slightly and greeted, "Honorable young Master Chris." Hanks extends his respects. The other knights followed suit with salutes. Chris managed a wry smile, realizing he found himself in an awkward situation. Glancing upward, he noted the robed woman leading the other 5 had dispatched the traitor's guards and was now comforting the young slave. As the city guard arrived, the woman lifted her head. Though Chris could not see her face, he felt her gaze linger on him amid the chaos. Hanks observed the woman atop the platform, casting a questioning glance at Chris. Noticing Chris' slight shake of his head, he spurred his horse forward, expounding, "Drop your weapons and accompany us to the city guard post." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his lance, signaling for the 30 knights to charge up the platform. Nad shielded Chris, guiding him backwards, but Chris kept his gaze fixed on the platform. The hooded woman shot him a fierce glare, muttering something before retreating, her guards moving to confront Hanks. One of her guards stepped forward, raising his sword in salute, a deep yellow aura radiating from him an indication of his prowess. The surrounding knights pressed back towards the platform in caution. Nad's demeanor shifted as he yelled, "Get back!" In the Dallin continent, a warrior's rank was evident by the color of their aura. At the 3rd level, it was white from the 4th to the 7th. It turned yellow, while the guard's shimmering yellow hue suggested he stood on the cusp between the 7th and 8th levels, able to ascend at any moment. Hank's expression hardened. He yanked hard on his horse's reins, barked an order for his men to scatter. Nonetheless, the distance between them and the guard was barely 20 meters, and Nad had little chance to intercede. He could see from Hank's gestures that the guard intended to unleash a ranged attack, a technique exclusive to 7th-level warriors, the renowned sword energy. From that level's aura intensity, the blade's arc could reach over 30 meters. If unleashed, it would surely inflict injuries upon Hanks and all nearby. The guard lifted his heavy sword, the vibrant yellow glow intensifying to a blinding intensity, then swung it down towards Hanks. Before there was time to react, the energy sliced through the air before Hanks could fully muster his auras for defense. It was as if a golden armor surrounded him in haste. Ned hadn't yet reached the forefront. Abruptly, a wall of earth rose in front of Hanks, taking the strike of the energy blast. Debris scattered, but against all odds, the energy vanished upon contact, the earthen wall disintegrating into elemental particles. All stood in stunned silence. How could a 2nd-level spell possibly withstand the force of 7th-level sword energy? Hanks and Nad turned to assess the wall and the vanished sword energy, then glanced at the mage responsible and finally at the unflinching guard. The guard surveyed everyone calmly, his weapon lowered, and asserted, "We mean no harm." That was sufficient. Hanks glanced awkwardly at Nad, ultimately directing his gaze toward Chris. After all, as the Lord's son, Chris was the only one present who could make a decisive call. The Earl would not hold his son accountable in this debacle, after all. Chapter 2. Family. As Chris met Hank's gaze, a bemused smile spread across his face. He had heard of Hank's forthrightness on numerous occasions, yet he was taken aback to discover this shrewd side of him. Regarding the current situation, Chris had never entertained the notion of capturing anyone from the outset. Moreover, the circumstances did not guarantee that he could apprehend them all. Even if he could, it would likely come at a significant cost. He was now merely curious about the origins of the opposing party, a warrior nearing level 8, which was a rarity even in the Imperial City. Yet, here stood one, and he could not ascertain whether the other warriors, aside from the mysterious woman, were also of high caliber, that if they were not far behind, such a force could hardly be possessed by an ordinary minor nobility. That, of course, the most crucial aspect was that both the ice spear conjured by the woman and the sword chi emitted by the guard had left him with a favorable impression of them. Chris waved his hand. "You may leave." Noticing the absence of bystanders, he added, "Do hurry." The guard scrutinized Chris's expression, ensuring it was genuine, before he positioned his heavy sword across his chest, slightly bent at the waist, and executed a formal salute befitting a warrior. Raising his head, he addressed Chris. "My lord, I sincerely thank you for your magnanimity, that I can assure you that your actions are far from reprehensible. May the god of light be with you." Chris nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from speaking, his gaze drifting to the woman not far away. She merely inclined her head slightly, remaining silent, likely wary of revealing her identity. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Chris turned to his companion, Tammy, and instructed, "Lead them out." The guard, however, responded, "We are grateful for your generosity, my lord, that we know the way and shall take our leave now." With that, they did not wait for a reply and began to retreat. Chris remained stationary, catching a glimpse of the woman glancing back as they turned the corner. He sighed, "Let us go." Upon returning to the Count's residence, Chris took a brief respite after his bath, and then proceeded to his study to read deftly. Outsiders. The life of a noble appeared exceedingly comfortable. Simply engaging in activities of one's choosing, that in truth, a noble with high standards for himself knew otherwise. First and foremost, one must learn the basic etiquettes, followed by the nuances of specific occasions, such as an audience with the emperor, and the intricate details to observe when interacting with high-ranking nobles. This even extended to the proper hand to use when lifting a wine glass, the correct placement of hands while standing and conversing, and the various distinctions depending on the individuals present. Moreover, a true noble was expected to exhibit grace and poise, possessing a broad understanding of the world, which necessitated continual learning and the absorption of the latest information. Naturally, staying informed about the happenings in the imperial city was essential for a noble to maintain his family's status. Yet it seemed Chris's father, Count Darnell, was rather indifferent to this aspect as Chris matured. He became aware that his family had been inexplicably ostracized by the emperor. Nevertheless, his father's reaction appeared overly nonchalant, that it was understood that a noble with a fief should allocate at least 1/3 of his annual income to intelligence, such as paying informants within the imperial city and cultivating relationships with influential figures. However, it was a mystery where Count Darnell directed his funds. Perhaps due to Chris's youth, he viewed his father as a man of strong opinions and self-control. From a noble's perspective, his father was an anomaly, that he eschewed ostentation, led a frugal lifestyle, shunned socializing, and was not adept at it, and displayed no interest in women outside of his wife and concubines. To this day, he had but one son, Chris, and a 5-year-old daughter. Yet his father showed great affection for his 3,000 soldiers. His father's subordinates were undoubtedly the city guards. Among the 3,000 soldiers, over half were level 2 warriors, and within that group, half were level 3 warriors. Most of these mid-tier warriors held high-ranking positions, while the leaders were level 7 warriors, akin to Nad. Unlike them, Nad lacked the capacity to lead, thus becoming Chris's personal guard. Familiarizing himself with the intricacies of this unfamiliar world and the people within his household took Chris several months. Now, as he flipped through the origins and transformations of magic, he picked up another tome, Magic and Alchemy. These 2 books had become his studies during this period, contrasting with the noble etiquette taught by his previous instructor. Magic and alchemy had always ignited a stronger interest in Chris as he endeavored to integrate into this world. That a soft knock sounded at the door, followed by the maid's voice. "Young Master Chris, Miss Eileen wishes to see you." Chris lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he called out, "Let her in." The door swung open, revealing a charming little girl clad in what was reputed to be the most fashionable noblewoman's attire in the imperial city this year. Her whimsical little face was accentuated by her outfit's elegance, but as soon as she spoke, her facade faltered. "Brother, I heard father say." She was promptly interrupted by the middle-aged woman following closely behind. "Miss Eileen, please mind your manners." The middle-aged woman had an austere demeanor, embodying the archetype of a strict governess. She was Mrs. Till, the noble etiquette instructor hired by their father, who supposedly had ancestral ties to the court etiquette instructor of the late emperor. However, even if that were untrue, there were few alternatives in the small town of Kibtown, and it was unlikely that figures from the imperial city would regard a long-past noble such as her with any esteem. This illustrates the nebulous yet palpable sense of regional superiority that many people possess, that Mrs. Till was undeniably a stringent and rigid individual, allowing no room for error in her teachings at the very least. Chris's sister, Miss Eileen, was impeccably disciplined in her presence. Eileen obediently stood in place, lifting the sides of her skirt with both hands and slightly bending her knees, executing the noble girl's curtsy with precision. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Mrs. Till's otherwise stern face. Chris inclined his head slightly, not exceeding a 15-degree angle, and donned a modest yet appropriate smile. "Welcome, my sister." This further softened Mrs. Till's expression. Chris stepped forward, gently taking Eileen's hand, and addressed the etiquette instructor with a smile. "Mrs. Till, I hear that the chef has procured some Brant wine from the Imperial City, which should suit the refined palate of a lady such as yourself. Would you care to sample it?" A look of satisfaction spread across Mrs. Till's face. "Young Master Chris, I must say, you are the most gracious and respectful gentleman among the students I have taught over the years." She then turned to Eileen. "Listen well. Dear Miss Eileen, always remember, learning. There is something to be learned from everyone." It was only after Mrs. Till's footsteps faded that Eileen finally relaxed. "Brother, I no longer wish to study etiquette." Chris reclined in his chair, smiling as he inquired, "Why is that?" With a pout, Eileen replied, "Mrs. Till always says I'm doing this and that wrong, but I've been trying my best." Chris sighed, beckoning Eileen closer and taking her small hand. "Eileen, you must remember that growing up requires adherence to various rules. While many of these rules may be unappealing, and some may even seem unnecessary, they are the costs of our maturation, much like the existence of the poplar flower that you dislike." He understood that imparting such wisdom to a 5-year-old was perhaps a bit of a stretch. But life in a noble household was fraught with numerous constraints, especially for the sole daughter of a noble family. He could easily envision that Eileen, as a noble lady, would likely become a pawn in a political marriage as she matured. However, based on his understanding of his father, perhaps Eileen's fate would not mirror that. He mused silently, and coming from the modern civilization of the 21st century, he could not condone such an outcome. Eileen, of course, did not grasp the full weight of his words, yet she understood that her earlier grievances could only be expressed to her brother. Thus, she merely pouted and acquiesced, asking, "Brother, I heard Mother say you were going to Landis Academy?" Naturally, she did not wish for her brother to leave, but ultimately she listened as he affirmed, "Yes, Eileen." Eileen's small face fell. "Brother, if you leave, who will play with me?" Chris bent down, gently stroking Eileen's head. "Eileen, I do not wish to leave either, but I will not be gone forever. Although Landis Academy is not nearby, I will visit you whenever I can, and I will bring back beautiful clothes from the Imperial City for you. Would you like that?" Eileen's face brightened. The allure of lovely garments was irresistible to a little girl, and she quickly forgot her earlier discontent. The siblings continued their playful banter until the maid announced the commencement of the evening banquet, at which point Chris, attended by the maid, changed into another outfit and proceeded to the dining hall. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Christopher found his father and mother already seated at the table, accompanied by Eileen. After exchanging pleasantries with his parents, Christopher took a seat. During the meal, an air of silence enveloped the table, as it was customary for nobles to refrain from conversation while dining. However, his father cast a few glances at Christopher and suddenly inquired, "Will you visit my study shortly?" Rising respectfully, Christopher replied, "Yes, father." Darnell nodded subtly, returning to his meal in silence. After finishing their meal, they made their way to Darnell's room, which resembled a true warrior's chamber. Unlike a scholar's study lined with bookshelves, the most striking feature of this room was the array of weapons that occupied the space where one might expect to find books. The cold, sharp essence of the weapons instilled an eerie chill in anyone who entered. Darnell, as a warrior, found solace in the solitude of his room, often preoccupied with these weapons that perhaps held varied significances. Yet, as a noble and a lord, a desk for handling affairs of state was still necessary. Thus, a table was placed by the window, neatly adorned with paper and pens. However, Christopher knew that concealed beneath the desk were merely bottles of potent spirits. Now seated at the desk, Darnell gazed at Christopher for an extended moment, prompting Christopher to awkwardly ask, "Father, do you have something to convey?" A quintessential blend of masculinity and paternal restraint, Darnell struggled to articulate his emotions, particularly in the presence of his son. Fortunately, Christopher was not a particularly rebellious child. He was acutely aware of this adoptive father's feelings towards him. Yet, moments of direct confrontation between them were rare, leaving Darnell momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he retrieved a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from beneath the table, filling them to the brim. Lifting one glass, he gestured towards the other, indicating Christopher should partake. Christopher cautiously raised his glass and took a sip. The potent liquor coursed through him like a fiery current, igniting his throat and sending waves of warmth spilling into his nostrils. He fought to suppress a cough, his face flushed crimson. Darnell smiled and remarked, "This is not your first taste of wine, is it?" Christopher remained mute, merely nodding. Darnell continued, "This is the strongest wine I have here." His gaze lingered on Christopher, a hint of unspoken reluctance evident in his eyes. Must you truly go to the imperial capital? Days prior, when Christopher persuaded his mother, Darnell had shown no signs of disapproval. Thus Christopher reiterated his desire. "Father, I wish to study magic in Lantis." Darnell regarded him silently. "Is this truly your heartfelt desire?" Christopher responded with unwavering conviction. "Indeed." Darnell sank into his chair, his eyes fixated upon a long spear hanging on the wall, though his thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere. "You must find it puzzling why a noble such as ourselves remains in such a remote location," he mused. Christopher's curiosity was modest, since childhood. He had pondered this question. Perhaps due to his youth, he saw no particular disadvantage in residing in this far northern land. However, since his father broached the subject, he felt compelled to inquire, "Why, father?" Darnell turned his head to face him. "There are reasons that I shall eventually reveal to you. But you are still too young. I had originally wished for you to avoid the imperial capital. Yet, a man must venture beyond the confines of his home. My only hope now is that you do not become too entangled with the nobles of the capital in time. You will understand the rationale. Can you manage that?" Without hesitation, Christopher affirmed, "I can." Darnell scrutinized him for a considerable period. "Your response was exceedingly swift ordinarily. I would trust your word. Yet children of your age often disregard their parents' counsel once they step beyond the threshold. Very well. I do not ask for a vow. I merely hope you will remember my words when forming friendships." Christopher could not help but smile. "Understood, father." Darnell waved him off. "Go now. Reflect on anything you may have forgotten to prepare. And make haste." As Christopher reached the door, Darnell called out, "What are the individuals from the slave market today?" Christopher turned back. "Father, you are aware." Darnell merely fixed his gaze upon him. "Why do you wish to set them free?" Christopher felt a surge of anxiety. Father Darnell offered an encouraging look, prompting Christopher to continue. "They did not inflict harm upon us. I am merely returning kindness for kindness." He glanced at his father and added, "Moreover, their backgrounds may be more complex than they seem, of course. This might be merely my speculation, yet I believe the outcome aligns closely with my assumptions." Darnell pondered for a moment before responding. "Your actions may not be misguided, but remember, many individuals, perhaps even the majority, cannot be easily categorized as simply good or bad throughout their lives. That a person might perform one good deed that is observed, while their misdeeds remain hidden from view, or vice versa. Most importantly, do not assume that someone who leaves a favorable impression will always be your friend, that or perhaps he was right. After all, whether in his past life or as the present Christopher, he remained merely a boy of under 20 years. Chapter 3. Nobility. In the northern reaches of the Tianlan continent lies Kibtown. A mere day's journey from the Beast Forest, it has thus become a necessary resting point for merchants traversing or mercenaries entering the perilous forest that in the grand scheme of the empire. Kibtown is but a small settlement, yet in terms of scale, it rivals the smaller cities surrounding the imperial capital, due to its proximity to the extreme north and the dangers posed by the nearby Beast Forest. The town has gained a reputation for being a harsh locale, where only those unfavored by the emperor might receive such a fiefdom. That in truth, the lord of this fief, Count Darnell Loring, embodies this notion. However, the assertion of being unfavored by the emperor is somewhat exaggerated. Count Darnell has never served directly in the emperor's court, and while the emperor is not entirely ignorant of this fated nobleman, he merely remarks, "Ah, he is the eldest son of the Marquis of Lantis, is he not?" The Marquis of Lantis was a founding figure of the empire, having fought alongside the emperor during the continent's unification. At that time, the Marquis was merely a young man in his 20s. After 46 years of campaigns alongside the emperor, the Marquis acquired numerous wounds and eventually retired to his homeland. The emperor rewarded him with a city near the imperial capital. Regrettably, the title of Marquis was not hereditary, and upon the Marquis's death, the title was reclaimed. Out of respect for the Marquis's past contributions, the emperor granted his eldest son the title of Count. Thus, Count Darnell Loring, the Marquis's firstborn, has never served the emperor, making the description of him as a fated count accurate. Nonetheless, those in the know speculate that the Marquis of Lantis, despite not being the most illustrious of the founding heroes, should not have faced such neglect, possibly due to his overly straightforward nature and lack of political acumen, which may have offended certain influential ministers or even the emperor himself. Consequently, the Marquis's legacy has not flourished as that of his peers. Regardless, Count Darnell remains a count, receiving the standard income befitting his rank as the lord of this fief. He may not be an exceptional entrepreneur, yet he certainly serves as a diligent custodian. Kib Town can be regarded as a bustling settlement. Though it bears the name of a town, its scale is comparable to that of a small city. It possesses all the essential establishments one would expect from a settlement, including inns, various markets, and even brothels, as well as an auction house, a rarity for towns of its size. It is said that in the early days, when Kib Town was without a master, even the most basic outer defensive walls were inadequate, let alone any form of protective force. Now, however, fortified by walls reaching 20 meters high and a garrison of over 1,000 soldiers, penetrating Kib Town is no simple feat. Thus, Kib Town has effectively become a sanctuary for merchants and mercenaries alike. Just outside Kib Town, within a 10-mile radius, lies a forest that, while not extensive by the standards of flatlands, is still relatively significant. The trees are densely packed, and upon entering, one can hardly perceive the sunlight above. The undergrowth is lush and thick, resembling a carpet. In fact, this seemingly endless expanse of trees marks the fringes of the beast forest, yet it remains a considerable distance from its heart. Within this realm, one may encounter only the most basic of magical beasts, such as the innocuous blue-eyed rabbit, which poses little threat to humans. Moreover, these creatures are known for their gentle disposition and seldom provoke humans. In this woodland, the predominant species is the Shodi tree, characterized by its coarse texture and loose quality. Whether crafted into furniture or fashioned into door panels, it proves to be utterly inadequate, rendering it suitable only for the townsfolk nearby as firewood. Yet its leaves emit a delightful tap-tap sound when stirred by the wind. Upon closer listening, one might imagine the leaves engaged in hushed whispers. In the human language of the Tianlan continent, Shodi translates to leaves that make sounds. Beneath one of these Shodi trees, a boy sits propped up against its trunk, half reclining with closed eyes, an expression of utmost contentment and languid joy gracing his face. After a while, he speaks in a tone imbued with laziness. "Nade, can't you relax a bit?" No one responds, and the boy is not surprised. Still keeping his eyes shut, he sighs. The air here is so fresh, the breeze is perfectly gentle, and even the songs sung by the leaves are enchanting. Days like this are meant for relaxation, to quietly listen and deeply feel. He opens his eyes, still smiling as he gazes ahead. "Nade, I often wonder what thoughts occupy your mind throughout the day." "Moments latte." A response comes from nearby. "Lord Earl Darnell once saved my life." The boy furrows his brow slightly, a hint of annoyance creeping in as he interrupts. All right. You've been saying that for years." He slowly rises, sigh. "I really shouldn't talk to you. You've ruined the atmosphere. Our physical training for today is nearly complete. Let us head back." As he walks towards the edge of the woods, he gently brushes off the grass and dust from his clothes. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from the Shodi tree. It is a stout, middle-aged man, robust in stature, with a solid demeanor that exudes stability. Standing before him like a great mountain, a long sword is sheathed at his waist. A standard two-handed sword of the Tianlan continent, measuring 2 feet and 7 inches in length, its blade thick and formidable. When drawn from its scabbard, the gleam of its edge becomes evident, yet the intricate designs on the scabbard reveal its superior craftsmanship, far more valuable than the ordinary. Not to mention the flame tulip emblem at the hilt, the heraldic symbol of the nobility on the Tianlan continent, signifying their exalted status and supreme honor. Nade trails quietly behind the boy, neither overstepping nor straying far. The boy remains silent, and together they meander toward the nearby Kib Town. As they approach the city gates, a young servant draws near, bowing and scraping as he approaches. "Young Master Chris." Chris glances at him. "Tammy, "What are you doing here?" Tammy replies. "Young Master Chris, I was waiting for you. Look, the carriage is ready. Please step aboard." Chris shakes his head nonchalantly. "I prefer to walk." Tammy responds, "Yes. Yes," but he murmurs softly, "Young Master Chris, you really should wear the family crest." Chris turns back, a half-smile on his face as he sizes up Tammy. "That thing makes me feel like a person who relies on ancestral favors to oppress the common folk in my own territory." He mutters under his breath, "Especially with you trailing behind me. It seems rather fitting, although my former wish was to be a damned dandy." Tammy catches this, but only quickens his pace, saying, "The Earl is merely concerned about certain blind fools who might disrupt you. Though nothing untoward is likely to happen in our own lands, it remains a nuisance." Chris falls silent, merely waving his hand dismissively. Nate continues to follow without a word. "Indeed, I am ultimately just an outsider. Or perhaps my soul eternally belongs to that unknown realm called Earth." Kibtown is a bustling place. Upon entering the gates, one is greeted by a scene of lively commotion. The streets are teeming with mercenaries bearing bows and blades, most of whom are brawny and boorish, yet they generally adhere to the rules. Those who have ventured here understand. In Kibtown, violence is strictly prohibited. This principle holds true in every lord's domain. For no noble wishes for the order and decorum of their territory to be disrupted, lest their honor as nobility be compromised. Moreover, from the commoner's perspective, no one desires to reside and procreate in a place devoid of safety. Chris strolls leisurely down the street, quietly observing the bustling crowd around him. Tammy cautiously suggests, "Young Master, you should really get in the carriage." Chapter 4. Enrollment 3 days later, Chris sets off that he carries a multitude of belongings. But notably, he does not bring a retinue of attendants in his words. It is to maintain a low profile. This aligns with his father's sentiments. Consequently, Chris is traveling in a merchant's carriage bound for the imperial capital. Safety is assured, as a seasoned warrior under his father's command accompanies the merchant caravan. Darnell believes his son to be oblivious to this arrangement. However, he is unaware that Chris excels at observing details. The warrior, who goes by the alias Ruah Dun, maintains a disciplined military demeanor within the caravan, and crucially, he has neglected to remove the insignia from his small dagger. Chris can only smile wryly, recognizing that a father's apprehensions are a common ailment. For now, he merely hopes that this Ruah Dun fellow does not linger by his side. Fortunately, this does not come to pass. After nearly 6 days of arduous travel, Chris and the merchant caravan finally arrive in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is a truly grand city, with towering buildings arranged in meticulous order. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an aura of grandeur that is both ethereal and omnipresent. Chris lingers at the city gates for a considerable time, savoring the unique splendor and atmosphere that the capital exudes. This is his first venture beyond his homeland, and his refined training in noble etiquette prevents him from displaying the trepidation and inferiority often felt by outsiders. Yet a quiet ambition stirs within him. Perhaps one day, this ancient and majestic city will tremble at my presence. Present, Chris has indeed forgotten Darnell's advice. Youth is often characterized by impetuous fervor. Nonetheless, he does remember to keep a low profile. Thus, he selects a modestly priced inn for his accommodations. Before departing, his father had informed him that in a few days, the annual admissions examination for Landis Academy would commence. Although Darnell repeatedly emphasized the importance of subtlety, he nonetheless penned a letter to the Academy's headmaster. After all, a student's identity might elude the notice of teachers and peers, but it would undoubtedly not escape the headmaster's scrutiny. To successfully conceal his identity from others would likely require the headmaster's collaboration. Furthermore, Darnell harbors an unacknowledged concern. The rigorous admissions standards of Landis Academy are well known, and he is uncertain of his son's magical aptitude. Thus, Chris's task is to find an opportunity to deliver the letter to the headmaster of Landis Academy, Bruce Dio, colloquially referred to as pulling strings. The following day, Chris makes his way to Landis Academy, which is bustling with activity as the annual admissions period draws near. The streets are crowded, evidently more so than usual, and the attire of the passers-by reveals that many foreign visitors have arrived. Landis Academy is the premier institution among the 3 great academies of the Tianlan continent. In comparison, Other nations' academies may boast comparable faculty strength, yet none can rival the profound heritage of Lantis Academy. Most significantly, the three emperors who unified the continent, quelled conflicts, and established their respective empires. Kors Norsov of the Roland Empire, Noting Chess of the Bel Empire, and Roman Lynchi of the Bush Empire were all alumni of this esteemed academy. Thus, Lantis Academy is regarded as the true pinnacle of higher education in the eyes of the elite across various nations. Accordingly, each year during admissions, young people from numerous countries flock here. However, the Academy's entrance examination is known to be the most stringent on the continent, and the tuition fees are exorbitant, often amounting to the equivalent of 2 years' expenses for an ordinary family in just 1 month. This does not even account for additional costs such as accommodation and meal expenses. It is said that this situation was not the headmaster Chris Ann's original intention, but he is compelled to lament under the pressure of the nobility and royalty, who insist that the continent's foremost academy must reflect a corresponding level of prestige. Finding Lantis Academy is a simple task. One can easily inquire for directions. And despite the myriad structures within the imperial city, only a handful of buildings, alongside the residences of the renowned craftsmen, surpass the grandeur of the royal castle, Lantis Academy being one of them. It is indeed an extraordinarily opulent establishment. The outer 10-meter-high walls are constructed from the rare Lude stone, adorned with intricate patterns inlaid with silver smoke crystal. Lude stone is reputed to be the hardest material on the Tianlan continent. Yet its true value lies in its fine grain, which, when polished, exhibits an exceptionally smooth surface, often utilized by nobles for flooring in their homes. Silver smoke crystal, on the other hand, is an irreplaceable treasure for mages, as it facilitates the absorption of elemental power from the surrounding air that a piece the size of a finger typically costs thousands of gold coins, and it is said that when burned, it emits a silver mist, hence its name. Many silver smoke crystals are embedded in the walls, not merely to showcase the Academy's opulence and splendor, but evidently to facilitate the magical students within to better absorb elemental power. The Academy spans a vast area, almost akin to a small town, yet it occupies only a minuscule portion of the imperial capital. However, its location is the most serene, indicating the Empire's regard for it. At the entrance of the Academy stand 4 warriors clad in the military armor of the Royal Guard of the Roland Empire. From a distance, Chris observed that many outsiders attempting to enter were thwarted, including several nobles accompanied by attendants. His father had instructed Chris to seek out the Academy's dean, Chris Ann, immediately upon his arrival in the capital, yet Chris did not comply. Instead, he leisurely wandered about for several days, purchasing various trifles, spending the rest of his time napping in the inn. It was only on the day that Lantis Academy commenced its enrollment that he strolled in at a languid pace. Chapter 5. Qualifications. The Academy is grand, and upon entry, one is greeted by a throng of people. Despite their excitement, the crowd maintains order, for everyone understands that this is not a place for disorderly conduct. After all, those who arrive here aspire to enter this legendary institution to study and become formidable, and tumult is not in keeping with the atmosphere. Furthermore, one must weigh their own worth and that of their family against the might of the continent's foremost academy. At the forefront, a table is set up for the distribution of registration forms. Seated there are 2 students, a boy and a girl, who appear diligent, seriously inquiring about the applicant's details. Chris approached the table and said, "Hello, I would like to register." The 2 at the table had just seen off a previous applicant and now raised their heads to scrutinize him, for solitary applicants like him were indeed rare. Not to mention noble offspring, even the majority of commoners did not arrive alone. Noticing his composed demeanor, the girl on the left handed him a registration form and asked, "Are you alone?" Chris examined the form closely. It merely required the applicant to fill in their name, age, nationality, and intended profession. Nothing extraneous. He smiled slightly and replied yes. The boy beside her had been observing Chris's attire, clearly noting that nothing about him suggested nobility. No family crest, no ornaments, and the fabric of his clothing did not appear particularly luxurious. But wait, he did wear a ring on his finger. However, this ring lacked a dazzling exterior and bore no gemstones, appearing dull and evidently of no great value. The girl continued with genuine enthusiasm. "What profession do you seek?" Chris answered, "Mage." He had contemplated this choice for a considerable time. Indeed, from the moment he arrived in this world, he had longed for magic that in the continent of Tianlan. It is a symbol of nobility. This is not to say that warriors lack status on the continent, but the combat style of mages dictates that when they do engage, they summon the very forces of nature, bestowing upon them an air of mystery, elegance, and wisdom. Moreover, on the battlefield, the impact of an advanced mage clearly surpasses that of an advanced warrior. In contrast to mages, warriors appear impassioned and impulsive in a world dominated by nobility. They are inevitably labeled as rude and brutal, a title the aristocrats disdain. Chris, too, could not escape this influence. Lacking his father's robust physique, the path of a warrior seemed distant from him. Chris wished for strength, for he was still young. Yet deep down, he had always been one to adapt to circumstances, harboring no grand ambitions to to him. Strength was not something everyone could attain through effort. Thus, Darnell's concerns about his thoughts of associating with nobles seemed utterly superfluous. The girl smiled. Very well. I had a feeling. Take this registration form, and you may enter. Chris politely smiled and stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, the first test awaited. To the left stood a wooden table with a crystal ball atop it. Those aspiring to become mages would place their hands upon the crystal ball, carefully sensing the elemental power in the air. Should there be no response, it would indicate a low affinity for the elements, rendering them unfit for magic. To the right lay a large stone. This azure stone was the combat stone, used to gauge a warrior's combat energy level. Surrounding the area were faculty and staff members of the academy attending to the applicants, with long lines of youths waiting for their tests. Comparatively, applicants for the mage profession were fewer. To study magic, one must be under 16 years of age. Most of those standing here had already sensed the magical elements, confirming their eligibility to learn magic. Conversely, the age requirements for warrior applicants were far more lenient. Landis Academy would not turn away a young warrior over 20 for a warrior. The essential quality is endurance. In other words, a mage could also learn a warrior's skills. Yet the path of dual cultivation had long been proven by countless predecessors to be a laborious and thankless endeavor with little chance of significant achievement. Several individuals had already passed the test, elated at their success, while those waiting felt a mix of fear, urgency, anxiety, and disappointment. Among them was a girl, approximately 13 years old, undergoing testing. She appeared to be a noble lady from another country, despite being trained in noble etiquette. Her youth betrayed her psychological fortitude. Clearly intimidated, she hesitated, unable to lift her gaze under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, trembling as she approached the crystal ball. The teacher, overseeing the test, gently urged, "Relax, place your hand on the crystal ball." She complied, albeit with trembling hands, and the teacher, recognizing her plight, guided her. "You may close your eyes. Yes, take a deep breath. Then calm your mind and carefully feel the elements around you." Another deep breath slowly. The crystal ball beneath her hand began to glow, gradually emanating a white light. Before anyone could marvel, the ball ignited with a bright red glow, which intensified, nearly filling the entire sphere. While the initially shimmering white light lingered at the outer edge, drifting aimlessly, the testing teacher was momentarily stunned, only regaining composure after a spell, exclaiming in delight, "Stop. You may stop now." The girl, bewildered, opened her eyes. Withdrawing her hand, eagerly and anxiously gazing at the teacher, timidly inquiring, "Teacher, is it done?" The teacher's face radiated excitement. Fire affinity level 8, water affinity level 2, mental strength level 5. This is remarkable. Truly remarkable. That is no wonder the teacher was elated. Those with higher elemental affinity wield greater control over the elements. And as long as they are not excessively lazy, the time required for cultivation will be significantly less than that of an ordinary mage. In Tianlan, it is already commendable for an average individual to attain levels 5 or 6. While level 8 is exceedingly rare, as for levels 9 and 10, it is said that there are rarely more than 5 individuals of such caliber within a nation, and each of these 5 stands at the pinnacle of strength. Mental strength is regarded as the second most crucial factor for mages, following affinity. It represents the magnitude of a mage's magical power. In other words, among mages of the same level, the one with higher mental strength can unleash more spells. Rumor has it that the higher the mental strength, the greater the power of the released magic. although no one has yet proven this. Ultimately, higher mental strength signifies a more resilient will, and for those practicing mental-type magic, it yields tremendous results with minimal effort. The girl, flushed with excitement, followed the nearby teacher into Landis Academy. Onlookers gazed on with envy and longing, and the testing teacher remained visibly exhilarated. Chris, standing at the back, caught a glimpse of the girl's testing process. While envy stirred within him, he held no high expectations for himself, and thus nonchalantly shifted his gaze to the right. To the right lay the testing area for warriors, dominated by a large black stone, the trial stone for assessing combat energy. The depth of the marks left by a warrior's strike determines their rank. Though not the hardest of stones, it possesses a unique characteristic: self-repair. Warriors below level 8 cannot inflict significant damage upon it. It autonomously absorbs elemental energy from the air to restore itself, that a common person without combat energy, no matter how strong, cannot leave a mark upon it. This is the distinction between warriors and ordinary individuals. Even those with potential for combat energy, who have yet to awaken, would leave faint traces upon it, necessitating an experienced tester for accurate assessment. Chris watched the warrior applicants with keen interest, despite the distance. He could discern that the trial stone bore no substantial marks. Although the number of warrior applicants was considerable, the rate of elimination was notably high. The teacher overseeing the tests furrowed his brow, suggesting that since enrollment began, no candidates with outstanding qualifications had yet been discovered. After a considerable wait, it was finally Chris's turn. However, at that moment, he was lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings until an applicant behind him nudged him, prompting him to snap back to reality. He did not require guidance from others. He confidently approached the crystal ball, raised his hand to press against its surface, and then closed his eyes to attune himself to the elemental forces surrounding him. Unlike others who might be plagued by anxiety, Chris was simply enamored with magic. His arrival at Landis Academy was not motivated by its reputation as the premier academy of the continent, but rather by the mere fact that it was situated within his homeland. Certainly, Landis was a necessity, having earned the title of the continent's foremost academy for decades, boasting not only formidable faculty, but also a profound heritage unmatched by the other two institutions. However, despite his average aptitude, with a letter from his father addressed to the headmaster of Landis tucked in his pocket, what did he have to worry about? In his mind's eye, yellow orbs of light began to flicker and dance. Seemingly animated, retreating and advancing with his thoughts, at times playfully eluding his awareness like mischievous children. Chris felt as though he could hear their laughter, and gradually, blue orbs began to emerge, as if the previous play had attracted more companions. The blue lights multiplied, initially mirroring the yellow ones in their playful chase, but as they filled his consciousness, they halted and circled around him together with the yellow orbs. This phenomenon was one Chris had grown accustomed to. He slowly opened his eyes to gaze at the assessment instructor. Though Chris possessed a laid-back demeanor and was not overly ambitious, he was nonetheless eager to know the nature of his magical aptitude as revealed by the crystal ball. The instructor maintained a composed expression. Earth Affinity Level 5. Air Affinity Level 6, Mental Strength Level 10. Both affinities are rather balanced. What? His countenance shifted dramatically. No way, 10-10? The last few words nearly erupted from his lips, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Without realizing it, he grasped Chris's shoulders with evident elation, shaking him vigorously. It truly exists, a mental strength of 10-10. He burst into laughter. This is a miracle, a miracle. Despite being a sorcerer, his grip was surprisingly strong. Chris grimaced, enduring the pain in his shoulders, momentarily startled, yet relieved that his aptitude was not as dismal as he had feared. Eventually, he gently extricated himself from the instructor's grasp, prompting the teacher to finally regain his composure. How could an ordinary boy from Earth in his past life be a genius in the realm of Tianlon? Chris found himself momentarily dazed, perhaps due to the overlap of two lifetime souls. The instructor regarded Chris. "Child, I must take you to meet the headmaster. Come along." Without waiting for Chris's response, he instructed another teacher and led Chris onward. Everyone around them appeared dumbfounded, including Chris. He had never encountered such a fervent individual before. Was every teacher here like this? Despite his desire to remain inconspicuous, he had suddenly become the center of attention. Nonetheless, a hint of pride swelled within Chris. The instructor, still radiating joy, pulled Chris forward, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Even oblivious to Chris's inquiries. Chapter 6. A stirring Lantis was indeed a vast academy. Upon entering, one could observe overlapping portals within. The outward layers appeared to be teaching buildings. The Tianlan continent did not favor lofty structures, as most buildings were modest in height, save for unique edifices like the Mage Tower and Astrological Observatory. The buildings of Lantis Academy were merely 3 stories high, each accompanied by a sizable playground, which, without exception, was enveloped by a visible magical barrier, evidently established to safeguard students during their trials on the grounds. Venturing further inward, one was greeted by fragrant flowers and lush greenery. Ascending the gentle slopes, densely wooded hills became visible, with several residences for students nestled at the foot of the mountains, their abodes dignified that a towering mage tower loomed in the background, beyond which lay the offices and resting quarters of the faculty, interspersed with individual alchemical laboratories belonging to specific instructors, while the library and dining hall were situated further back. Although it bore resemblance to most academies, Chris could distinctly feel the air within the academy charged with a rich array of elemental forces, likely a result of the magical formations adorning the outer walls. The impetuous instructor led Chris straight toward the faculty's office area, and many passers-by regarded the peculiar duo with curiosity. Chris internally lamented. He feared that many would now recognize him. It seemed the headmaster's office was on the upper floors where the traffic increased. Chris could not help but wryly murmur, "Sir, might you consider releasing me?" The instructor, still lost in reverie, finally took notice, offering an apologetic yet self-deprecating smile. "Young one, I haven't even asked your name yet." Chris Lorraine." "Ah, splendid. Our academy, no, I should say our Roland Empire, hasn't seen someone with such high mental strength in quite some time. You are truly favored by the God of Light." "Oh!" The instructor's excitement was palpable. "When you meet the headmaster, be sure to make a good impression. Perhaps he will choose to take you on as his disciple." "Oh!" As they ascended to the second floor, the room was notably empty, with an eye-catching magical teleportation array at its center. As the two stepped forward, preparing to enter, the array rippled with energy, and with a pop, a figure materialized before them. Before she could regain her footing, she found herself standing mere inches away from the two, so close that she could feel their breath. Before she could discern their identities, she let out a startled scream. Both Chris and the instructor were taken aback, their faces contorted in surprise as they stumbled back a few steps. Still reeling from the shock of the shriek, covering their ears to that moment, Chris confirmed. It was a woman, unquestionably. A flash of white light enveloped him. An inexplicable force gently but firmly pushed Chris and the instructor 3 meters away. Truly, she was an advanced sorceress, reacting with remarkable speed. The girl at the teleportation array settled down, squinting as she surveyed her surroundings, cautiously rising to her feet. She appeared to be of a similar age to Chris. Clad in a light yellow blouse adorned with delicate sky blue tassels from the collar down to the hem, complemented by a lightweight gray vest. Her lower half featured a matching skirt devoid of embellishments. Yet the hem bore faint green patterns, altogether presenting a figure that was both graceful and refined. However, the panic in her expression had not fully faded, quickly replaced by a rosy hue. Chris found himself captivated by her visage. Her complexion was flawless. With pale cheeks, a delicate and prominent nose, and slender, rosy lips pressed firmly together, exuding both determination and playfulness. Yet, what drew the most attention were her eyes. Though not particularly large, they were strikingly dark and profound. While her features were undeniably beautiful, they paled in comparison to the depth of her gaze, which seemed to encapsulate the most enchanting qualities of the world. What truly mesmerized Chris was not solely the allure of her eyes, but rather the sudden warmth she radiated as she lifted her face, a feeling both intimate and uncertain. Chris could not quite determine, for at that moment, the girl had fully registered the presence of the two individuals before her. Her gaze lingered on Chris, and she furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes flickering before she stepped forward and bowed gently. "Teacher Tage, I sincerely apologize." Teacher Tage inquired. "Miss Pundies?" The girl nodded. "Yes, esteemed Teacher Tage. In the Roland Empire, a sorcerer would only be granted the title of Baron upon reaching level 8. Thus, Chris was taken aback to discover that this seemingly eccentric, frail old man was indeed an 8th-level sorcerer. It was peculiar that this old man, whose attire was rather disheveled, though not entirely untidy, his robes appeared somewhat wrinkled, and he bore no insignia of magical rank or nobility, could command such respect. The old man, Tage, expressed concern. "Miss Pundies, is that old coot Bruce around?" Pundies replied earnestly, "Yes, the headmaster is currently researching the fusion of blue crystal and floating forest grass." Tage's face displayed a hint of disdain. "Today is enrollment day, and that old fool still hasn't emerged to take a look. Old madman." As he grumbled, he moved closer to Chris, seizing his shoulder and dragging him toward the teleportation array. Chris barely had time to glance at the girl named Pundies. Noting her composed expression as she stood still, her gaze directed at him, yet revealing little emotion, save for the profound depth of her eyes that stirred something within him once more. Chapter 7. The headmaster exiting the teleportation portal, they found themselves in a lengthy corridor. Old man Tage led Chris into a room, barging through the door without knocking. Upon entry, they faced a colossal stone pillar, around which was a large, hollow, circular table. This setup was markedly different from the rectangular tables typically used by alchemists. It resembled more the bar counter of a tavern. After a moment of contemplation, Chris considered that typically an alchemist's workstation is square in shape, that if his assumptions were correct, the esteemed dean often conducted experiments alone, that a round table, such as this one, would facilitate quicker access to every corner of the surface, thereby maximizing efficiency. Upon surveying the room, he noted a total of 5 such hollow circular tables of varying sizes, each laden with an array of materials and tools. Various crucibles, test tubes, solvents, and substances derived from magical plants. Beasts and insects adorned the tables, a true realm of alchemy. At the center of these tables sat a uniquely designed chair, occupied by a man who was intently focused on something before him. Professor Tiger approached without hesitation, calling out loudly, "Bruce, you old coot, are you done yet?" The man in the chair did not lift his head, replying, "Just a moment, I'm almost there." Professor Tiger turned to Chris and advised, "Patience. My boy, this old fellow can be quite preoccupied when he's engrossed, so we must wait until he finishes. You may take a seat for now." Chris respectfully responded, "Yes," though he was genuinely taken aback. This was none other than the Academy's dean, Bruce Dyro. That he was unremarkable in appearance, dressed plainly, and wore a rather intense expression, perhaps bordering on madness. He stealthily felt for the letter in his pocket. It was time to pull some strings. Fortunately, he was not standing before Bruce due to a lack of aptitude. Dean Bruce skillfully and swiftly poured a magical plant into a test tube, shaking it evenly while barely glancing at it. With his other hand, he carefully tipped a small vial, letting a pinch of black powder cascade into the test tube. Upon ceasing the shaking, a small fireball appeared in his hand, swiftly orbiting the test tube as the liquid began to change color and steam emerged. That he then pivoted, along with the chair, towards another table, turning his back to the two men, continuing his work before shifting to yet another table. That just a moment uttered by Bruce indeed made them wait for half a magical hour before he finally set down his tools and turned to them. Professor Tiger stepped forward, foregoing his previous verbosity, stating, "This young lad possesses a mental acuity of level 10. In an instant, Dean Bruce's eyes lit up, his gaze piercing as he grasped Chris's shoulder, a surge of energy flowing into Chris's body, coursing through him repeatedly. Following this, Bruce's eyes brightened further as he took Chris's hand, his demeanor softening. "Indeed, a high-level mental acuity. Young man, what is your name?" Chris bowed respectfully, performing a noble's greeting. Chris Lorraine, Your Excellency." He intentionally emphasized his noble lineage and handed the letter to Bruce. "My father, Darnell, sends his regards." The dean's expression shifted at the mention of this name, evidently recalling something significant. Accepting the letter, he continued to gaze at Chris. "You are the son of the Darnell family?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Bruce turned to Professor Tiger and said, "You may return to your duties." The old professor nodded, smiling at Chris as he exited, casually closing the door behind him. Dean Bruce chose a nearby chair and attentively examined the letter, that he then lifted his gaze to Chris. "How is your father faring?" "Thank you for your concern. He is quite well." Bruce's expression grew distant, as if peering into the past. It has been over a decade. Many of the old friends have aged. Chris found himself at a loss for words, simply remaining silent. Dean Bruce's gaze returned to Chris. Very well. Young man, you are Chris, yes. Chris, do you have an affinity for magic? It has always been my aspiration, Your Excellency. The dean nodded, pulling a cord at the edge of the table. Moments later, the door swung open with a crisp sound, revealing a young woman. Greetings, Dean. Bruce acknowledged her with a nod. Please summon Professor Cree. The newcomer responded promptly that he turned to Chris, explaining, although Professor Cree is young, his theoretical knowledge of magic is unparalleled. Furthermore, you will learn the most crucial skill under his tutelage, elemental control. Trust me, my boy, you will become the embodiment of your aspirations, perhaps even surpassing your father. That would be splendid. I am grateful for your arrangements. As the door opened once more, Chris discreetly rolled his eyes at the new arrival, who was not clad in the customary academic attire of the academy professors, but rather in casual clothes. If it had merely been ordinary attire, it would have sufficed. Instead, he was dressed in a warrior's garb, lacking an outer coat, merely wearing a gray short tunic. Did I end this era of distinct social classes? Such an outfit was indeed quite inappropriate, prompting even Dean Bruce to furrow his brow. Cree, your appearance. Unfazed, Cree returned a formal greeting, albeit one that adhered to the customs of a magician, which, combined with his attire, created a strikingly discordant impression. Yes, Your Excellency. Bruce turned to Chris. You shall follow Professor Cree from now on. Chris bowed respectfully, responding, Yes, Your Excellency. He stepped through the door, trailing behind Professor Cree. Turning around, Professor Cree addressed Chris. Listen, lad, this is Lantis Academy. Indeed, Professor. Thus, there are no nobles, no commoners. Yes, Professor. And no networks of relationships favored by the nobility or the dean's patronage. Yes, Professor. Here, there are only geniuses and the indolent. Yes, Professor. Chris understood this all too well. After all, he too had once been merely an ordinary boy from an unremarkable family on Earth, to Tio put it plainly. He never truly regarded himself as a noble. Professor Cree nodded in satisfaction, turning away. Keep up, lad. Entering Lantis Academy does not mean you can rest easy. In the academic assessments, should you fail to become a level 4 magician. Well, he glanced back at Chris with a mischievous smirk. You'll have to leave the academy on your own accord. Chris's expression remained unchanged, his eyes unblinking. Yes, Professor. Cree scoffed. I know you possess a mental acuity of level 10. But I advise you, there are many prodigies at Lantis Academy, more than you can imagine. From this point onward, you'd best forget about your level 10 status. You are an ordinary student. Do you understand? Yes. Professor, do you truly grasp this? Yes, Professor. Have you remembered my words? Yes, Professor. Is that all you can say? No, Professor. Chapter 8. The dormitory. The two traversed the expansive teaching area, which was vast and distant. Professor Cree seemed intent on familiarizing Chris with his surroundings, the teaching zone, playground, training grounds, library, and finally, the dormitory area. The dormitory was divided into two sections, the left for male students and the right for female students, arranged neatly with green pines interspersed throughout. These trees are a common verdant species on the Tianlan continent, remarkably resilient to both cold and heat. Even during the snowy winter, their leaves remain green, exuding a faint fragrance that calms the spirit. The dormitory area was enclosed by a wall, akin to schools on Earth. Within the only door lay a small room. Professor Cree entered, revealing a simple setup, a bed against the wall, a desk stacked with thick notebooks, pens, and ink arranged neatly, along with a stool. Atop the stool sat a man. As Cree entered, he called out, "Way on!" The man at the desk looked up, revealing a face lined with wrinkles. Professor Cree. The professor nodded and gestured for Chris to step forward. Register for a room. The eyes within the wrinkles briefly scanned Chris. Appearing keen yet somewhat diminished, he then nodded. Very well, let me see, Chris interjected. I apologize, but I would prefer a single room. Though he did not particularly dislike communal living, he favored solitude. Now that he was a noble, why should he endure the chaos of sharing a cramped space? Two pairs of eyes immediately widened in surprise. Professor Cree remarked, "Suit yourself." "Way on," the old man retorted. "1 gold coin per month. Pay for a year in advance." Chris retrieved a pouch of coins from his waist, producing 12 gold coins. Wayon smiled broadly as he accepted the coins, revealing a mouth amidst his unkempt beard. "Meals are extra. The cafeteria is outside." "Understood." He accepted the key handed to him by Wayon and placed it in his pocket. Upon exiting, Professor Cree instructed him to attend class at 8 o'clock the following morning before departing, evidently disapproving of Chris's noble demeanor. Chris paid little heed, meandering through the dormitory area. Behind him, Wayon poked his head out. "Warning, remember, there are distinctions between the genders. You'd best not wander into the wrong area, or you'll be in for a world of trouble, lad." Chris turned and bowed. The key is of an antique bronze hue, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the keys found on Earth. That if one were to draw a comparison, it might resemble a credit card. Its composition is a mystery, neither metal nor wood, neither light nor heavy. The front edge is adorned with intricate golden floral patterns and motifs of axes, while the center is engraved in the script of Tianlan with the words Lantis Academy. The reverse side reads, "Male Dormitory. Row 5, Room 104. And the card emanates a subtle magical sheen. 104? Does it mean death? Chris furrowed his brow, only to quickly find solace in the realization that earthly taboos do not apply to the continent of Tianlan. As he continued on his way, he encountered numerous individuals, both male and female, all relatively youthful, most exuding a spirited demeanor. Perhaps being a student of Lantis itself is a mark of honor. The male dormitory, specifically row 11, consists of the first 4 rows of 7-story buildings, which serve as communal accommodations, while the subsequent rows are comprised of single-occupancy rooms, with a notable proportion occupied by noble students. Lantis prides itself as a cradle that only accepts geniuses. Yet this notion does not seem entirely equitable. Chris's dormitory, room 104 in row 5, is situated inconspicuously, nearly obscured by the surrounding buildings. Fortunately, ventilation and light remain unaffected. This is a secluded courtyard, with an iron gate leading to a small yard, where a single path runs through, flanked by the most common type of grass on the Tianlan continent, fey grass. This grass serves no purpose, and its only virtue lies in its remarkable softness, rendering it non-irritating, albeit coarse and unruly. Next comes the accommodation, adhering to the typical style of the continent, 2 stories high. Flat-roofed and eavesless, with walls painted a soft beige that invokes a sense of comfort, but a faint smile graced Chris's face as he entered his room. Inside, the furniture is well-appointed, featuring a sofa, a coffee table, chairs, a magical clock, a magical lamp, a bathroom, and a laundry room, with the upstairs serving as a bedroom, impeccably clean, maintained by designated staff when unoccupied. Chris retrieved his change of clothes and daily necessities from his spatial ring, tidied up, took a shower, and promptly collapsed in a bed, succumbing to sleep. Chapter 9. Elements. The following morning, Chris awoke to the sound of the magical clock that he hurriedly washed up, went to the dining hall for breakfast, and donned a pristine magical freshman uniform before heading to the first-year department of magic. Lantis Academy, officially known as Lantis Academy of Magic, is actually divided into 3 disciplines: the Department of Magic, the Department of Warriors, and the Department of Alchemy. The Department of Magic further categorizes into wizards and sorcerers. The former seeks immense destructive power in combat, while the latter focuses on potent control and support. The Department of Warriors is split between fighters and rogues, and if one were to delve deeper, it can be further divided into archers and assassins. Fighters pursue formidable physical prowess and indomitable strength, whereas rogues emphasize stealth and the ability to deliver a lethal strike, often employing various traps and mechanisms. The majority of those in the alchemy department initially aspire to wield magic, but, lacking innate talent, must rely on external means to harness it. While their status may not be as esteemed as that of wizards, alchemy remains indispensable. Consider the ubiquitous magical clocks in daily life, and the potions they craft are always in demand among wizards. This world is composed of 6 primary elements: air, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. Thus, the Department of Magic primarily comprises these 6 classes. However, as today marks the first day of enrollment for freshmen. All new wizards have convened in a grand auditorium. The crowd is immense. Chris enters through the back door, and the auditorium buzzes with noise that he finds a seat in the back row. Although they are all teenagers, Chris notices a subtle division between the noble and common circles that a girl, perhaps around 14 or 15, sits beside him, exuding a gentle scent of fresh grass, accompanied by a boy of similar age. Both display a mix of curiosity and shyness typical of newcomers. The boy exclaims upon sitting, "There are so many people." The girl nods, anxiously surveying the surroundings, glancing at Chris and offering a tentative nod, to which he responds with a smile. After a while, a professor strides into the room and stands at the podium, a woman in her late 20s with golden hair and a radiant visage. Though clad in the prestigious attire of Lantis Academy's senior faculty, her ample bosom draws gasps from the audience, which instantly falls silent. She begins, "I am the Vice Dean of the first-year Department of Magic. Professor Coble, welcome, budding novices." The classroom is enveloped in silence. Professor Coble continues, "In the next 3 years, you will study at Lantis Academy," and then she smiles. "If, after 3 years, you have not become a level 4 mage, then," she suddenly bellows, "you will be expelled from Lantis Academy." A collective intake of breath reverberates through the auditorium. Professor Coble leisurely adds, "Do not think I am merely trying to frighten you. Your admission to Lantis Academy signifies your innate talent as mages. If you fail to achieve level 4 mage status in 3 years, the reason is quite evident. You have not exerted enough effort. Or perhaps you believe yourself a noble destined to inherit your family's title and become a figure of prominence in some corner of the empire. However, some of you would do well to dispel such notions early on. Once expelled from Lantis, you will never be able to hold your head high in public again." The audience is left aghast. Their faces pale. Professor Coble continues, "Lantis recognizes no nobility or commonality. Here, your sole identity is that of a student, distinguished only by genius or folly. However, Lantis welcomes duels, if you wish to settle personal grievances. The arena on the playground is available, but lethal force and deliberate maiming are strictly prohibited. Do you understand, novices?" The crowd remains silent, eagerly nodding in agreement. Professor Coble snorts softly and continues, "You are already aware of your elemental affinities, and many of you possess multiple affinities. Therefore, for the remainder of today, you must carefully consider which discipline of magic you wish to pursue." With that, Professor Coble tosses her golden hair and exits with a decisive flourish. Most of the students in the classroom remain dazed and bewildered. Chris, possessing a level 5 affinity for earth and a level 6 affinity for air, finds himself neither particularly outstanding nor lacking among his peers. Merely average. However, his exceptional mental prowess, rated at a staggering level 10, positions him far above others, unless he succumbs to lethargy. Earth magic, compared to fire spells, it lacks the same level of offensive capability, and it does not encompass the versatility of water spells. Nor does it connect as intimately with nature as what spells do. Yet, it offers a robust defense that other magical disciplines cannot attain, even surpassing the ice armor of advanced water spells. In summary, it is a discipline that balances both offense and defense. Air magic. It is the only discipline that grants low-level mages the ability to fly, boasting diverse attack forms, with its offensive power only second to fire and air magic. As for air magic, though it may possess the weakest defense, it offers a unique area of effect capability that other disciplines lack. For instance, in fire magic, a fireball is a single-target spell. In contrast, even the most rudimentary lightning strike spell in air magic can affect those too close to the target. And advanced air spells beyond level 10 become exceedingly difficult to counter. Most importantly, while mages on the T-Online continent may not fully comprehend it, air magic possesses an unparalleled advantage: environmental influence. Fire spells are certainly easier to cast and more potent in areas rich in fire elements. Yet in places abundant in water elements, their efficacy may dwindle due to the scarcity of surrounding fire elements. The same applies to water spells, and which spells are self-explanatory. Air spells, however, are unaffected. The human body naturally generates static electricity, and the air is never devoid of it. Of course, The Tianlan continent also features several rare magical disciplines, such as light magic and its counterpart, necromancy. Over the course of 700 years of history on the Tianlan continent, a group of mages emerged, initially seeking immortality. However, they stumbled upon a spell that allowed them to command the deceased, leading to ecstatic revelations. They began to explore the reasons behind individuals possessing magical aptitude. Ultimately, discovering the energy that exists between the bodies and souls of the departed holds power akin to that of the other 5 magical disciplines that in time. They could resurrect the dead to perform simple actions, and gradually realize that the revived individuals were not all the same. Some became mere skeletons. Others retained flesh as zombies, and some instinctively commandeered mounts, while others possessed the ability to cast spells upon resurrection. Most alarmingly, a necromancer can command hundreds or even thousands of the deceased, who fight without feeling pain, exhibit no disloyalty, and obey without question. Even a mere head, albeit imperfect, can still viciously bite into an enemy, and crucially, they require no sustenance. In the year 733 of the Tianlan calendar, a war erupted between the Human Empire and the Beastman Empire. Initially, humans suffered significant losses, as the physical prowess of the Beastman warriors far surpassed that of their human counterparts. Even ordinary Beastmen were on par with human level 3 warriors. Thus, mages took to the battlefield. But the Beastmen's equivalent mages, priests and shamans, began to clash on the front lines, during which the necromancers shone brilliantly that a mere few necromancers decimated an entire legion of Beastmen, with over 1,000 Beastman warriors forever falling beneath the scorned skeleton soldiers they had initially dismissed. Ultimately, humanity triumphed in the war, with the orcs nearly facing extinction, leaving only over 20,000 to flee to the distant north, never to return. The status of necromancers reached unprecedented heights within the Human Empire, and their research into the deceased and souls progressed by leaps and bounds. In pursuit of vast amounts of soul energy, a necromancer named Dale slaughtered a village of over 1,000 souls and successfully transformed into a lich. Under relentless pursuit by the Imperial Army, he unleashed a forbidden spell, Necromantic Cataclysm, awakening countless dead. That day, 5 villages of varying sizes were annihilated, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000, including human warriors of the Empire. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The necromancer's dominance alerted humanity, while the newfound power of liches ignited jealousy among other necromancers. Between the years 740 and 744 of the Tianlan era, 3 necromancers transformed into liches, all employing vast amounts of souls as sacrifices, attained through slaughter. Perhaps as a side effect of their transformation, these liches, possessing immortal bodies and immensely powerful souls, regarded human life with utter disdain. To them, humanity was merely an inferior form of existence, and they yearned to ascend as more powerful beings among the deceased. Lich Kings. Thus, shortly after their transformation, they unleashed the necromantic cataclysm to harvest even greater soul energy. During this tumultuous time, the Church of Light became embroiled in these wars. Surprisingly, the ordinary priests and bishops, known only for their prayers, wielded spells capable of inflicting significant harm upon these undead beings. As a result, light magic gained renown across the continent, leading to the demise of liches, though millions had already perished in these 4 years of conflict. The Church of Light emerged as the only faction on the continent capable of rivaling the Empire. From that point onwards, all necromancers were hunted down, until none remained in the realm. However, it is noteworthy that necromantic magic drew upon human soul energy, while light magic harnessed divine power obtained through prayer. Believed to originate from the god of light, neither of which belonged to the 5 elemental systems of the continent. Chapter 10. The first move, Chris departed from the academic district, proceeding along the main road towards the rear area. The choice of magic was no longer a concern. The pressing issue at hand was to quickly integrate into this academy. Numerous students traversed the area, most being newcomers, while upperclassmen were still engaged in their studies. Among them were mages clad in robes, as well as warriors donned in armor or casual attire. Gradually, he approached the warriors' training zone, which was significantly more vibrant than that of the mages. The instruction for warriors was far more direct. Action spoke louder than words. They predominantly practiced their skills on the combat field. employing their bodies and weapons to embody the teachings of their mentors. The expansive combat arena stretched endlessly, filled with a throng of bodies, echoing with shouts, roars, the clashing of swords, and the sound of fists striking flesh. Chris refrained from entering, curious about how the martial techniques of these warriors differed from those of Earth, that in his previous life. As a boy not yet 20, he harbored dreams of heroism, and thus, upon arriving in this entirely different world, he had never ceased his physical training. Although he had not personally witnessed any extraordinary martial skills from the guards sent by his father, he remained intrigued. Indeed, the near fight between two warriors revealed similar traits. The martial techniques of this world lacked elaborate moves, leading to a scarcity of pure hand-to-hand combatants. Most warriors appeared at a loss when unarmed. And the predominant weapon here was the sword. The swords of this realm were notably broader, with blades thick enough to be wielded with considerable weight, ranging from 2 to 5.5 kilograms. With elite warriors even carrying swords weighing up to 10 kilograms. The combat style of these warriors often revolved around sheer force. Chris recalled his encounters with Nader, who had often emphasized the balance of footwork and core strength. He himself stood at a modest height of 1.80 meters, a far cry from his previous life where he measured only 1.70 meters, in this life. His physique was enviable to many from his past. Yet in comparison to the broad-shouldered, muscular warriors of this world, he felt slender and frail. The bout continued as one warrior swung a wooden training sword towards his opponent's shoulder. The other did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly raised his sword to block, but due to a slight lack of strength, stumbled back several steps to evade the horizontal swing that he then bent low to thrust forward, clearly not aiming for effect, but seeking a moment to catch his breath. However, the force behind the swing was substantial, leaving no room for a counterattack. As he attempted to evade the thrust, the two were too close, and he watched helplessly as the wooden sword struck painfully between his legs, eliciting a scream as he crumpled to the ground, curling up and groaning. Chris couldn't help but chuckle. Another warrior, quick to react, discarded his wooden sword and, appearing flustered, crouched beside the injured warrior. Upon catching sight of Chris's smile, he exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" Chris composed himself, offering an apologetic nod as he took a few steps back and turned away. The warrior, seeing Chris attempt to leave, stood upright to block his path. "So you're just going to walk away after laughing?" With that, he swung a punch towards Chris's chest that was a purely instinctive reaction. Chris swiftly sidestepped, his right palm striking the inner side of the warrior's elbow, guiding his momentum to pull his right fist away, causing his elbow to collide against the warrior's armpit. Adding force with his left hand and tripping with his right foot, the warrior fell to the ground, howling in pain. This technique was reminiscent of a move from one of the Chinese martial arts schools, known as dislocating the bone, requiring familiarity with human anatomy and precise control of strength. This technique, an amalgamation of Chinese medicine and martial arts, could dislocate joints or be used for therapeutic purposes. Chris had secretly practiced this technique upon his arrival in this world, relying on his extraordinary memory, uncertain of his own magical aptitude. Knowing that establishing himself in this foreign realm without formidable martial prowess would be insufficient, he had chosen this unconventional path. Undoubtedly, the technique of dislocating bones was a commendable choice. As the two warriors groaned on the ground, a crowd had gathered, encircling Chris, who was clad in the attire of a new mage student. Chapter 11. Dislocation. A tall, middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, casting a glance at Chris before crouching down to examine the two fallen warriors. The previously injured student, pain subsiding slightly, managed to stand with assistance, while the other, with merely an arm injury, slowly rose. However, as he stood, he inadvertently pulled at his arm, letting out another scream, despairingly glaring at Chris. "My hand! He broke my hand!" His arm drooped limply at his side, appearing utterly incapable of bearing weight. Chris stepped forward. "I apologize. The incident occurred suddenly, and I lacked restraint." However, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "You are a student of the magical arts?" "Yes, sir." "What brings you here?" "I was merely curious, sir." "You broke my student's hand out of curiosity?" The man's face turned a deep shade of anger. A mere mage student, untrained in combat, easily bested a warrior. To the middle-aged man, Chris's physique clearly did not reflect that of a seasoned warrior, igniting his indignation at the thought of such a disgrace tarnishing the reputation of the warrior class. Chris bowed respectfully. "This student merely suffered a dislocation, sir." The man's expression remained unyieldingly furious. "What difference does it make? For a warrior, you have shattered his hopes." Chris refrained from further argument. A person consumed by rage seldom possessed reason, especially one who appeared fiercely protective of his warriors. The middle-aged mentor glared at Chris, raising his hand. "Max!" From the crowd emerged a boy of 16 or 17, approaching the middle-aged man and bowing. "Mentor, come and spar with this mage student. Remember, use wooden swords, no magic allowed." The boy, Max, nodded in affirmation, picking up a wooden sword and accepting another from a bystander. Under the middle-aged man's direction, the onlookers dispersed, forming a large circle around Chris and Max. No animosity or excitement marred Max's expression as he bowed lightly from a distance. "Second-year warrior student Max." Chris bowed politely from a distance, saying, "As you know, I am merely a first-year student in the magic department." In regarding what just transpired, the middle-aged man interjected, "Regardless of what occurred moments ago, a warrior's disputes should be settled in a warrior's fashion, through combat." Chris furrowed his brow and replied, "Very well, I am Chris, a first-year student in the magic department. Furthermore, I do not wield weapons." He tossed the wooden sword onto the ground. Max's expression changed, as did those of the onlookers. The middle-aged man seemed poised to speak, but fell silent. Young Max's face turned ashen, and with a sardonic smile, he enunciated slowly, "Are you certain?" Chris remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I simply am not accustomed to weapons." "As you wish." With that, Max lunged towards Chris, aiming the wooden sword at his chest for a thrust. To everyone's astonishment, Chris, instead of retreating, advanced towards Max, lowering his head and bending at the waist, colliding shoulder first into Max's chest with a considerable force that sent him reeling backward. Chris swiftly grasped Max's right arm, striking his wrist with his left hand, causing the sword to clatter to the ground, that he then leaned forward, exerting force with his arms, and Max crashed heavily onto the ground. Chris stepped back a few paces, leaving the surrounding crowd in shock. The skirmish lasted less than a minute. Before most could comprehend the unfolding events, Max had already been defeated. As Chris exited the circle, the onlookers parted to let him through. Even the middle-aged man forgetting to intervene, merely observing as Chris approached the injured student who had earlier been dislocated. Ignoring the student's trepidation, he grasped the young man's right hand, his left hand pressing against the back of his shoulder, thumb positioned in his armpit, applying pressure while simultaneously pushing inward on his forearm. A resounding crack echoed as the injured student cried out in pain, and Chris stepped back, offering a slight nod before departing. As Chris vanished from sight, the injured student, cradling his right hand, exclaimed, "My hand is healed. It's fine now." What he had once feared was a fracture, shattering his hopes of becoming a warrior, had now been restored, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude filled his heart. The middle-aged man approached the student, grasping his arm, gently squeezing his shoulder and tugging at his elbow, his gaze flickering as he contemplated Chris's retreating figure. Chapter 12. Fame. The library, located behind the teaching area, stood as a colossal edifice compared to the low structures of the teaching zone, boasting a total of 12 stories. It was said that a college's accomplishments were proportional to the size of its library. The higher the floors, the more extensive the collection of magical spells, warrior skills, and alchemical tomes. However, the library also housed a plethora of miscellaneous texts, such as the brief history of the continent's development and some lesser-known arcane curiosities. Wizards were reputed to be the most learned individuals in the world. A wizard solely focused on destructive power could hardly be considered a true mage. Only by comprehending the essence of magic and the composition of elements could one cast spells more swiftly and effectively, thereby establishing a solid foundation for the development of new magic, be it offensive or practical. Upon entering, one was greeted by an array of countless bookshelves. The entire floor of the library was lined with shelves brimming with volumes, while equally sized shelves were arranged in a staggered manner throughout the center. In the distance, the entrance to the second-floor staircase was visible. Numerous students navigated through the aisles, some searching for books while others sat at nearby tables, engrossed in reading. occasionally jotting down notes, all while maintaining an atmosphere of profound silence. Chris strolled through this sanctuary of knowledge, absorbing the ambience of this otherworldly repository, casually plucking a book from a nearby shelf, a brief guide to spellcasting. The tomes were crafted from sheepskin, each sheet exceptionally thin, adorned not only with meticulously penned text, but also with numerous illustrations, faintly exuding the distinct aroma of sheepskin. After returning the book to the shelf, he made his way towards the entrance of the second floor. As he approached, he noticed that this small door exuded a subtle magical aura, and upon closer inspection, he could see an almost imperceptible shimmer of magical light dancing across its surface. When he extended his hand, a ripple abruptly appeared at the center of the entrance, and he immediately felt a slight resistance, a clear indication that one could not breach this barrier without the strength of a second-level mage. Retracting his hand, he turned to leave when he froze. Standing beside a bookshelf was a girl, clearly not clad in the uniform of magic students, but rather in a light green top and a long skirt that transitioned from a pale to a deep green, adorned with scattered golden embellishments at the hem, reminiscent of a fairy walking upon a bed of jewels. She had just taken a book from the shelf and was casually leaning against it, flipping through its pages, her silhouette graceful yet playful. Chris found himself momentarily entranced. The girl turned to face him, slightly furrowing her brow in curiosity that it was the girl he had encountered unexpectedly at the teleportation portal, Pundi's. Wasn't she a senior student? What brought her to the first floor? She evidently recognized Chris as well, offering a slight smile and nod before she walked away. Chris, momentarily dazed, exited the library and made his way to the dining hall, which bore a striking resemblance to those of his past life, with neatly arranged long tables and benches at this hour. It was still early, and the crowd was sparse. Chris casually selected a meal and settled into a corner. As he neared the end of his meal, the number of patrons gradually increased. Each person collected their utensils from the serving counter, ordered their food, and took their seats, with those accompanied by friends gathering to converse and dine together. Most were children around 15 or 16 years of age, still lacking the restraint to moderate their volume, and soon the dining hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. Notably, several students from the warrior department entered, evidently drenched in sweat, having come directly from training. They perhaps had just begun to learn about exerting force, as many still struggled to control their strength. But a few warrior students approached Chris, carelessly placing their meals on the table with a loud thud, splattering some broth onto Chris's sleeve. The clumsy warrior student quickly retrieved a napkin from a nearby companion, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry." As he stood to wipe Chris's sleeve, Chris observed the now crumpled and sweaty napkin and replied, "I can manage it myself." At that moment, the warrior student finally took in Chris's appearance, and his expression transformed into one of awe and trepidation. Chris realized he had gained notoriety, at least within the warrior department. Nodding, he pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth before exiting the dining hall and returning to his dormitory. After washing his face and stifling a yawn, he ascended to the second-floor bedroom. Before he could reach his destination, a knock echoed from the door. Frustrated, Chris furrowed his brow, but could only turn and head downstairs. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face, a middle-aged man, the mentor from the warrior department, accompanied by Professor Klee, introduced by the dean, and behind them stood Max, who had been bested by Chris mere hours ago. Chris nodded. "Good afternoon. Everyone, is there something you require?" He opened the door wider, saying, "Please come in." Professor Klee entered without hesitation, followed by the middle-aged warrior mentor, who regarded Chris with a complex expression, and lastly, Max, who smiled and nodded at him. It seemed they were not here for revenge. Chris closed the door behind them, and Professor Klee remarked, surveying the overgrown grass in the courtyard, "Why not have someone come to tend to the weeds? Rarely does a nobleman take it upon himself to do such menial tasks." His words dripped with sarcasm. Chris respectfully replied, "Indeed, my lord." Professor Klee raised an eyebrow. Chris moved briskly ahead, gesturing, "Please, this way, Professor Klee, and you as well." The middle-aged man extended his hand to shake. "Roddy, first-year warrior department mentor. Professor Roddy, and this is student Max. Please." The four entered the hall and took their seats in an orderly fashion. Professor Klee, upon sitting, began to scan the surroundings absent-mindedly, while Professor Roddy maintained a rigid posture, and Max's eyes darted between Chris and the room with curiosity. Chris adeptly retrieved the tea set, initiating the process of boiling water in a small kettle, then rinsing the cups, warming the pot, and extracting tea leaves from a sealed container, placing a small amount into the warmed cups. He then poured water from the kettle over the leaves, followed by straining the brew, before distributing the first infusion into the cups. After pouring a second infusion of boiling water, he filled the cups with the steaming tea. Gently placing them before the four, he lifted his own cup and declared, "Please." Tea was also a luxury in the Tianlan continent. The common folk seldom had the leisure or opportunity to indulge in such pleasures. However, the continent's tea preparation methods involved boiling various spices together, yielding both savory and sweet flavors, even spicy options. Chris, having brought the tea preparation methods from his previous life on Earth, found himself unfamiliar with the intricacies of brewing tea, which typically entailed 6 steps: warming the cups, placing the tea, brewing, pouring, serving, and tasting. He had never developed a habit of drinking tea in his former life. Thus, beginning this practice in another world served as a nostalgic reminder of Earth. A complete set of intricately designed teaware and sophisticated brewing techniques left the 3 individuals in a state of astonishment. It was only at that moment that they finally exhaled, cautiously lifting their teacups to take a gentle sip, that a faint bitterness and refreshing aroma of tea lingered in their mouths and nostrils. And after a brief moment, a sweetness surged from the depths of their throats, invigorating their spirits. They then gradually finished the tea, sip by sip. Chris replenished their cups before speaking. "Professor Klee, Professor Roddy, you have come to see me because..." Professor Roddy set down his cup and adjusted his posture slightly. "Chris, you ought to join our warrior department." "Quite straightforward," Professor Klee interjected. "Roddy, Chris's mental prowess is..." Professor Roddy promptly interrupted. "I am aware. You have mentioned before that his mental strength is exceptional." Chris remarked, "It's not merely exceptional. He is inherently suited for the study of magic." "Perhaps not," Roddy countered. "I have heard that Chris has never received pure combat training as a warrior." Turning to Chris, "Is that correct?" "Young man," Chris replied, Actually, I have undergone training in horsemanship and physical fitness with my father's guards." Roddy's rugged expression shifted. "What level of warrior were they?" Chris responded, "Are you referring to Nard?" "An 8th level warrior." Roddy asked, "Did he teach you the unarmed combat techniques you used this morning?" "Une armée combat technique." "What unarmed combat techniques?" Chris's slightly dazed eyes widened. Professors Klee and Roddy exchanged glances. Professor Roddy gently prompted, "The techniques you employed to defeat Carter and Max, were they not taught to you by that Nard?" Gesturing towards Max, who sat at the lower end of the table. Chris glanced at Max, who quickly forced a grin, feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, he realized the problem. There was no profession in this world akin to a warrior who fought without weapons. Even orcs understood the necessity of wielding even the most rudimentary wooden clubs in combat. Naturally, there were instances when weapons were knocked away, and one had to resort to unarmed combat, but weapons were always considered a warrior's second life. Not to mention, Chris's combat techniques, which were entirely unarmed yet remarkably effective, had the capacity to break an opponent's arm while still allowing for recovery, suggesting a shared lineage of skills. Most importantly, Chris's fluidity in movements when facing the 2 warriors left no room for the possibility of mere luck. The emergence of such techniques could very well signify the advent or even the rise of an entirely new combat profession on the continent. Chapter 13. Disappointment before Roddy and Klee sought out Chris. Their intentions were clear. Recruitment. Klee's objections were expected. Regardless of Chris's extraordinary mental power, the Dean's direct instructions meant he could not hastily agree without due consideration. While he temporarily refrained from reporting to the Dean, he remained somewhat skeptical. Could a magician, who had never undergone warrior training, truly defeat a 2nd-level warrior, albeit one who did not employ fighting spirit? Was that even feasible? That frail noble? It seemed increasingly plausible, with the only explanation being the formidable nature of such techniques. Chris stated, "This set of combat techniques was learned from one of my father's subordinates. He has been deceased for quite some time." This implied, "Are you the only one in existence who possesses this combat style?" Roddy inquired, "What is your warrior level?" This query was not meant to question Chris's dual mastery of magic and martial arts. In truth, becoming a warrior was not impossible. with sufficient physical training through the warrior system. Most individuals could ascend to the rank of warrior, and perhaps even high-level warrior status, though this would require immense willpower and the essential gift of talent. Chris appeared slightly bewildered. I apologize, I have only undergone basic physical training and have not learned any warrior skills or awakened fighting spirit. In other words, Chris's current physical condition was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary civilian. Klee and Roddy exchanged glances, and this time it was Klee who spoke. Could you promote this combat style within the academy? Before Chris could respond, he hurriedly added, Professor Klee can apply for you to become a distinguished professor, and thereafter, all your expenses at the academy will be waived. Should you achieve results, the academy will establish a new department, combat studies, and your name will become renowned across the continent. Of course, this proposal had yet to receive the dean's approval, yet if Roddy's words came to fruition, the warrior department, and indeed, this combat style, could be applicable to all students, elevating Landis Academy to new heights in the coming years, potentially overshadowing even the Radiant Church on the Tianlan continent. Evidently, they were overly simplistic in their thinking. Mastering bone-breaking techniques required not only a solid foundation of physical fitness, but also a profound understanding of human anatomy and certain acupoints. In the human body, there are 12 primary meridians. In reality, there are 24 when accounting for symmetry. Additionally, there are 2 special meridians running along the front and back of the body. These 14 meridians are home to a total of 361 acupoints. This alone constitutes a significant number, not to mention the existence of additional acupoints elsewhere. Those acupoints outside the meridians are termed regular acupoints, and subsequent discoveries have revealed new acupoints, with the total number of acupoints in the human body far exceeding 1,000. Not to mention, Chris could not confidently claim complete knowledge of all acupoints. As for human bones, it is likely that necromancers possess the most understanding, yet their status is that of a continent-wide wanted criminal. And how many necromancers remain in the world today? Thus, to master these bone-breaking techniques, one must first comprehend human anatomy, which inevitably entails dissection. Putting aside the source of the corpses, desecrating the dead, and disturbing the peace of the departed is tantamount to being a necromancer. This had long been established as a taboo across the continent, that in his previous life, Chris was merely a reclusive individual, and recluses share a peculiar trait, an introverted temperament. Renowned across the continent, was it necessary? He simply wished to live quietly and securely as a noble scion, possessing just enough ability to ensure his own safety in this world that emphasized individual strength. Though he had never experienced the burden of public attention, he understood that it invariably invited trouble, that in simpler terms. He lacked ambition and was somewhat lazy. Chris shook his head. I sincerely apologize, but that is simply unattainable for numerous reasons. Klee and Roddy exchanged glances. Eventually, Roddy spoke. If you are dissatisfied, I can seek further assistance from the dean. Chris continued to refill their teacups. There is truly no need. It is not that I am incapable, but learning this set of techniques is exceedingly challenging, nearly impossible. Roddy's rugged face was filled with disappointment as he rose. Let us not rush to refuse. Chris, consider it further. Professors Klee and Max also stood and exited the door alongside him. Chris escorted them out, observing the fervor in Professor Roddy's eyes, unsure of how to respond. Upon returning to his room, Chris was already half asleep. Yawning with every step as he made his way to the bedroom, he removed his clothing and collapsed onto the bed, barely managing to pull the covers over himself. Feeling his body gradually sink into the soft bedding, as he drifted off to sleep, thoughts of hiring a servant to assist with cleaning, weeding the garden, resuming physical training, and the issue of magic. So many matters loomed over him. Forget it, sleep first. He awoke to find it was already afternoon. Rising with a clear mind, that he first went to the academy's administration to request a servant, a tidy and efficient young commoner, and paid a month's wages in advance. Bringing him back to the dormitory, where a small room by the entrance was designated for him. The boy, named Kaku, hailed from the outskirts of the imperial capital, living with only his mother and a younger sister. The continent's martial culture instilled in him a yearning for strength, and though the exorbitant tuition fees of Landis Academy had initially daunted him, he was nonetheless thrilled at the prospect of entering the academy. Even as a servant, Kaku's mother was also a commoner, earning a living by mending clothes. Relatively speaking, the primary source of income for the household was this 10-year-old boy. The servant's wage was 10 silver coins a month. But upon understanding the family situation, Chris voluntarily doubled the fee to 20 silver coins, that in truth. Even a single gold coin would suffice, yet he knew that things easily obtained are often taken for granted. Breeding greed and desires beyond one's means to a nobleman in this life. Money was of little concern, but he did not wish for his generosity to invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, within the confines of this academy, he had yet to make any friends. Thus, maintaining stability in the courtyard was essential. Kaku quickly adapted, beginning to tidy up the room as Chris stepped outside. After completing the cleaning, Kaku would still need to tend to the weeding in the yard, which would take considerable time. After registering his departure with the guards at Atlantis Academy, Chris made his way to the market. Chapter 14. Towards the imperial capital was vast, yet Chris had traversed the area surrounding the academy a few days prior. Without lingering, he proceeded directly to the trading market. The streets of the imperial capital were broad, paved with large stone slabs, and the surrounding buildings were predominantly constructed of stone. Their outer walls, though not perfectly smooth, appeared remarkably solid and substantial. The ebb and flow of people was considerable. The closer one drew to the marketplace, the more cacophonous the din became. Chris navigated through the paths etched in his memory, ultimately halting before a blacksmith's forge. While several other forges were conspicuously situated within the market, Chris's choice was dictated by the simplicity of a slightly weathered sign hanging above the entrance, Chasai's Forge. It reminded him of a nostalgic game from his past life, Diablo, where the solitary blacksmith in the novice village, a female barbarian, also bore the name Chasai. Perhaps he was a sentimental soul upon entering the forge. Chris found a tidy interior, featuring a robust wooden counter. Various weapons and armor adorned the walls. Broadswords, short blades, gleaming chainmail, heavy armor, and iron spikes used by hunters for traps. The entire establishment was permeated with the scent of metal. Standing at the counter was a young man who greeted him. "Good afternoon. What can I assist you with?" Chris presented several sheets of parchment, stating, "I wish to craft a few items." The young man scrutinized the papers, his expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity, that he then directed his gaze to Chris. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but I believe I must show these blueprints to the proprietor. Please wait here." Chris nodded and took a seat on a stool beside the counter. The young man was gone for some time before returning, accompanied by a dwarf. The dwarf approached Chris and asked boisterously, "Are you the one who wishes to commission this?" His voice was remarkably loud. The dwarf, indeed quite diminutive, wore a sleeveless gray tunic, speckled with iron shavings from his work. He stood at the height of Chris's abdomen, yet his bronze muscles were well defined, even his neck brimming with muscle. His hair was casually tied back with a red cloth, and a long black beard nearly obscured his mouth, also tied with a red cloth, his eyes sharp and keen. Chris nodded in acknowledgement. The dwarf seized Chris's hand, prompting him to step back in surprise. The dwarf, taken aback, glared, "Come inside and explain clearly, or how am I to know how to forge these items?" Chris acquiesced, following the dwarf around the counter. Despite his limp, the dwarf moved with surprising speed, leading Chris to the backyard. Chris furrowed his brow slightly upon entering a modest courtyard with a level surface that a sturdy tree shaded a stone table surrounded by several stone stools, where a jug of wine and a large cup rested, suggesting this was the dwarf's resting place. The dwarf plopped down on one of the stone stools, gesturing for Chris to sit as he pushed aside the jug and cup, spreading out the parchment. "Come now, lad. Tell me about this." The parchment depicted a claw-like object, divided into 3 fingers, each widely spaced apart, with hooked joints resembling claws and sharp tips, culminating in a long rope. The second sheet illustrated a cylindrical shape with a long slit along its edge. The base of the cylinder was closed, secured by a spiraled wire structure, with a small handle atop. The third image displayed the bottom of the cylinder, connecting to several fixed rings. Each sheet was annotated with specifications regarding weight, dimensions, and approximate material. The challenge lay in the fact that these designs were 3-dimensional. Chris understood, while the dwarf appeared befuddled by the solid and dashed lines on the diagrams. This world lacks geometry. The dwarf's eyes widened, not in anger but in a fervent thirst for knowledge. Chris chuckled to himself, proceeding to describe each shape in detail. The dwarf furrowed his brow in thought, absently grabbing the wine jug from the table and taking a hearty swig. Wine spilling onto his beard without concern. The rest seems manageable, but this, what do you call it? Spring. Chris clarified. Yes, the material for this spring, the dwarf pondered, looking up at Chris. Let me think. There are elastic metals, though they are rare due to limited applications. While not particularly precious, I don't have any on hand that you needed urgently. Not particularly. I can wait. Very well. There are no sources near the capital, but I shall venture further afield. Chris raised an eyebrow, glancing at the dwarf's leg. Are you going yourself? The dwarf glared, his eyes widening indignantly. My legs are perfectly fine. Chris, feeling apologetic, rubbed his nose. I sincerely apologize. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. The dwarf retorted, Chasai. As clearly stated on the sign outside. Chris was taken aback, his mouth twisting in disbelief. The alternate reality version of Chasai was a male dwarf. The incongruity was amusing, that he touched his nose. Master Chasai. Chasai waved dismissively. Not yet a master. That is still far off. Very well, Chasai. Your leg must have been injured a couple of months ago? In general, a fractured leg, provided the bones are not shattered, requires a stabilization period of around 3 months to heal properly, a principle known as 100 days of injury to tendons and bones. However, Chasai's limp suggested he had started walking too soon after his injury. Chasai took another swig of wine. Indeed, it happened while climbing a mountain. I lay there for a long time, unable to tolerate the monotony of bed rest, so I got up. Initially, it was fine, but later walking caused some pain, though it did not impede my mobility. He flexed the muscles in his arms. After all, I do not earn my living through my legs. Chris inquired, May I take a look? Chasai waved his hand nonchalantly. Chris knelt, placing his hand on Chasai's right calf, examining it closely before exhaling in relief. The issue appeared to be a habitual dislocation caused by unstable joints. Dislocations can damage the surrounding joint capsule. Thus, it is crucial to stabilize the injured area during realignment to facilitate natural healing. Otherwise, the laxity may lead to recurrent dislocations, and neglecting such issues over time could result in bone spurs, potentially leading to a permanent short leg. Chris stood up, and Chasai's face brimmed with hope. Who would prefer to walk with a limp if it could be remedied? I can heal you, Chasai rejoiced, offering Chris the wine jug. Fortunately, he quickly realized his blunder, clumsily pouring wine into the cup on the table, then awkwardly recalling he was meant to drink from the jug, eliciting an embarrassed grin. Chris continued, However, you must agree to one condition. Chasai, waving his hand grandly, replied, No problem. I will craft your items from the finest materials, free of charge. Chris smiled ruefully. Not that. I mean, after I heal you, you must remain bedridden for at least 2 months. Can you manage that? Chasai nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Chris crouched down, lifting Chasai's leg, his left hand gripping the knee joint while his right elbow secured the lower leg, with a pull and twist alongside a gentle push. A faint pop resonated, causing Chasai to cry out in pain, that he then secured the leg with 2 splints, binding them tightly for stabilization. Chris instructed the shop assistant to fetch a crutch for the days ahead. Chasai would need it to walk. Chapter 15. Training. By the time Chris returned to the academy, dusk had settled in. That he entered his dormitory, where Calculi had already tidied the room, and the courtyard grass had been largely cleared, rendering the space considerably brighter. Upon noticing Chris's return, Calculi approached him. Young master, you are back. Chris patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Let the rest wait until tomorrow. Let us have dinner first. Calculi nodded in agreement, and Chris handed him a few silver coins. Also, please fetch me a portion. I don't mind if you eat first and return. I have some matters to attend to and am not in a hurry for dinner. During their employment, servants were responsible for their own meals and lodging, so Calculi expressed his gratitude but did not insist further, quickly tidying himself before heading out. Chris changed into training attire and began to warm up in the now clean courtyard, stretching his joints and performing warm-up exercises for about 5 minutes. He then commenced a series of squat jumps with his hands behind his head, followed by push-ups, light jogging, and continued with squat jumps until his legs grew weary. He shook his hands, gazed up at the roof, and climbed a few steps to the eaves, hanging his body beneath it, using his fingers to grip the edge, gradually maneuvering along, while many mages were physically frail. The primary reason was evidently their extensive focus on the study of magical elements, contrasting with warriors who dedicated their time to honing their physical form. That a knock at the courtyard door interrupted him. After a moment of silence, another knock followed. Chris, still behind the eaves, did not hear, and the knocker pushed the courtyard door open. Max appeared at the entrance, calling out, "Chris." No response came. Max stepped into the courtyard, intending to head towards the room just as Chris descended from the eaves. Max stood dumbfounded. Chris, struggling to maintain his grip, called out, "Apologies, please wait in the room for a moment. I'll be finished shortly." Max nodded, still in shock, watching Chris maneuver around the eaves before returning to the front. Chris jumped down into the courtyard, shaking his numb hands, sweat glistening on his brow, casually wiping it with his sleeve, but he nodded at Max before resuming his routine of squat jumps, jogging, and push-ups, leaving Max in a state of wide-eyed astonishment. Until Kakuri returned, holding a food box, Chris finally came to a halt, inviting Kakuri to fetch a table from inside and place it in the courtyard, but he beckoned Max to sit down, asking, "Have you eaten? Would you like to join me?" Max nodded and then shook his head, saying, "I've already eaten," as he sat across from Chris, hesitantly inquiring, "Were you meditating just now?" "Meditating?" Chris pondered for a moment before nodding. As he opened the food box on the table, "I suppose it could be considered meditation." Max's expression turned strange. "Oh." Chris swiftly finished his meal and called for Max to return inside. Unpacking the tea set, he commenced the intricate tea brewing process that had previously bewildered him. It was only after savoring a cup of tea that Chris contentedly exhaled. Max contemplated asking for clarification. "Did your mentor teach you those meditation techniques?" "Mentor? Well, let us say that that's accurate. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it clearly." Chris nodded yes. Max set down his cup, his gaze fervent. "Is this method of meditation truly effective?" Chris replied, "You might be disappointed. This method is actually just for fitness." "Oh," Max's face reflected genuine disappointment as he reclined into the sofa. "Well, you really ought to consider joining our warrior department." Chris smiled. "I have a fondness for magic." Max's expression dimmed. "When I was a child, my dream was to become a magician, but I lacked the aptitude." Chris inquired nonchalantly, "You're a level 3 warrior now, aren't you?" "Yes. However, as far as I know, among this year's first-year students at Atlantis Academy, the highest level of warrior upon enrollment was merely level 2. This was a conjecture from Chris that Max's expression remained unchanged. "Indeed. Before coming to Atlantis Academy, I was aware that I wouldn't be able to learn magic. So I devoted all my energy to warrior training. That'd be why the time I enrolled, I was already a level 2 warrior, and I thought I might at least rank near the top among the new students at Atlantis Academy." "Who would have thought?" Chris blinked. "Are there many level 2 warriors?" "Quite a few, and several level 3 warriors as well." Max took a sip of tea. "There are over 600 new students in the warrior department. Level 2 warriors are often the offspring of nobles or wealthy merchants who have begun their training before enrollment, like me. And there are also 2 level 3 warriors. What constitutes a genius? What defines a genius among warriors?" Chris understood that becoming a warrior was not difficult. However, receiving systematic warrior training was quite a challenge. For the commoners without wealth or power, their so-called warrior training merely amounted to a bit more strength and sturdiness than the average person. The TO awakened fighting spirit without undergoing systematic warrior training. Quite the challenge. Those who could awaken their fighting spirit on their own should truly be regarded as geniuses. And it was evident that Max was one such individual, having always believed himself uniquely talented while remaining in a secluded corner. Yet reality had delivered a harsh blow. Max continued, "I was somewhat disheartened. Initially, I believed it was merely because they were nobles and had better warrior mentors, so I trained twice as hard. Yet the results remained unchanged." Chris asked, "Before entering Atlantis Academy, did you ever consider attending the Radiant Church?" Max's expression grew peculiar. "Do you think I hadn't thought about it? It's even harder to get into." He seemed reluctant to elaborate further, taking a sip of tea. Shortly thereafter, he took his leave. Chris watched his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The next morning, Chris rose early. It was still quite early, after a brief workout. Washing up and having breakfast, he made his way to the first-year magic department. Although he had been quite intimidated by Vice Director Coble the previous day, most of the new students were around 14 or 15 years old, and excitement predominantly colored their mindset. The first-year magic department was divided into 6 classes according to elemental categories. Chris glanced at the entrance of the Earth Magic class, but ultimately chose to enter the Air Magic class. Chapter 16. Meditation. Many students had already arrived, with quite a number seated in the front rows. Of course, some students with less than pure intentions had already claimed seats near the door. The small groups among the students had begun to take shape, with the majority of commoner students sitting in the front, while the noble students congregated in the center. Chris did not judge others by appearances. However, the attire and demeanor of the noble students were quite apparent, much like Chris himself. After years of being steeped in noble etiquette, he had learned to observe before taking a seat, noting who displayed openness to others approaching, who maintained a posture that suggested a desire for distance, and who exhibited expressions of impatience or genuine joy, among other cues that in truth, noble etiquette can be distilled into a single principle: a dignified demeanor devoid of pretense. A measured pace of speech and words free of superfluous phrases, evoking a sense of respectful friendliness. Achieving this is no easy feat. Etiquette serves to prevent one from behaving rudely in social interactions. Yet more often than not, noble etiquette intertwines with one's inner qualities and wisdom. Thus, observation is the true essence of etiquette. Chris had committed noble etiquette to memory, as his previous environment had instilled in him the awareness that even a recluse must preserve his dignity in the presence of others. Consequently, after leaving home, he rarely regarded himself as a true noble. The classroom featured 15 rows of seats, with 20 seats per row. Chris settled in the middle section, where there were few occupants, leaving the seats beside him as well as those in front and behind unoccupied. Gradually, new students trickled into the classroom. The boys seated to Chris's left and right greeted him amiably with nods, though no words were exchanged. Not long after all the new students had gathered, footsteps echoed as a man entered. Their professor, Professor Klee. Unlike the first time Chris had met him, Professor Klee now donned a standard black instructor-esque uniform and stood at the front of the classroom. Silence enveloped the classroom. Professor Klee scanned the room before addressing the students. Greetings, new students. That I am Professor Klee, the director of the first-year magic department and also the homeroom teacher for the Air Magic class. What is magic? What are elements? What does magic do? Do you know the purpose of learning magic? Professor Klee turned to the blackboard and wrote the word elements. That he continued, our surroundings, indeed this entire continent, are composed of elements. That he then inscribed the 6 words: air, wood, water, fire, earth, wind. That as students with an affinity for air, I know that one of you possesses a rare affinity level of 8. That the students murmured among themselves. Once the chatter subsided, Professor Klee asked, what does an affinity level of 8 indicate? All fell silent. Professor Klee elaborated, it signifies, during meditation, the efficiency achieved in the same amount of time. He gestured toward his head. Within our brain lies a region known as the magic pool. The size of this pool is determined by our mental strength. That he cast a fleeting glance at Chris. In our class, there is a student with a remarkable mental strength of level 10. That a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chris frowned, but remained impassive. That a mental strength of 10 signifies not only the quantity of spells one can cast, but also a notable increase in casting speed. Of course, this is contingent upon your proficiency with the magical incantations. Now, while those are merely peripheral details, believe me, diligence and a thirst for knowledge are always the primary keys to success. Next, what you must master is the essential practice every magician must undergo, which will also be a daily requirement: meditation. Professor Klee explained, meditation does not necessitate a specific posture. It can be done anytime, anywhere. In later stages, many advanced magicians can meditate while walking. It is said that some exceptionally gifted individuals can even meditate at all times. However, for you, the first step is to learn. Calm your mind. Professor Klee opened his palm, and a faint blue aura appeared within it, subtly taking on a circular form. Layer upon layer of visible ripples emanated from it, rapidly expanding beyond his hand. With a wave of his hand, the aura burst forth at an incredible speed, enveloping the open windows and doorway. This is a level 3 spell, Atmospheric Barrier. Its effects vary depending on the environment. In combat, it can shield against magical attacks and a portion of fighting spirit attacks. In everyday life, Its function is soundproofing. External sounds cannot penetrate this barrier, and internal sounds remain contained. Now, everyone quiet down, then close your eyes. And finally, calm your minds that do not think of anything. Use your hearts to sense the air elements around you. Chris followed the instructions, and soon he found himself calming his mind, gradually becoming aware of things he had previously overlooked. As Professor Klee remarked, certain elements have always existed around him, akin to the air, omnipresent, like mist and wind, drifting along with the flow of the atmosphere. Chris held his breath, concentrating intently on approaching them. Gradually touching them, they appeared quite passive. As his body penetrated their midst, they dispersed momentarily, only to slowly adhere to him once more, ultimately settling in place. Chris opened his eyes to examine his palm, which, of course, bore nothing, yet he could faintly sense the presence of these elements. A truly wondrous experience. Several others also opened their eyes, their expressions varying. Some wore looks of delight, while others displayed frustration. When everyone had opened their eyes, Professor Klee gently inquired, "Have you all perceived the elements surrounding you?" Nods of affirmation followed. For those who arrived at Atlantis Academy possessed commendable aptitude. The only difference lay in the time spent cultivating tranquility. Now, let us close our eyes again and attempt to draw them into our mental domain. Chris shut his eyes, recalling the elements he had felt in his hands, and involuntarily took a deep breath. Yet there was no response. Once more, silence prevailed, and a wave of irritation surged within him, disrupting his meditative state. He tried again, once more sensing the elements around him, cautiously entering their midst and reaching out, as if summoning them, envisioning his body emanating an attractive force. Indeed, the elements shifted from stillness to activity, their approach noticeably hastening, attaching themselves to him, and soon thereafter, entering his body. The influx increased, and he felt as if his absorption had stirred the air into motion, forming a breeze that flowed into him, quietly settling within his mental realm, gradually coalescing from sparse to abundant. Professor Klee's voice resonated. "All right, everyone, please open your eyes." Chapter 17. New Discoveries. Chris surveyed his fellow students, who were gradually blinking their eyes open, each displaying a different countenance, some beaming with joy, while others appeared crestfallen. Professor Klee explained, "The steps of meditation are as such, for you who have not yet officially crossed the threshold into the realm of magic. Meditation is not an immediate goal to be attained. Remember, tranquility is key, a state of mind devoid of thought. Next, return to your quarters and devote the upcoming time to mastering the art of stillness. Mindless practice may yield contrary results. Feel free to wander the academy, visit the library, or engage in other pursuits. You may also come to the faculty room to seek me out." Class dismissed. As Professor Klee exited the classroom, many students made their way out, some hastily tailing him, while others remained seated, eyes closed, savoring the sensations from their meditation. Regarding meditation, Chris recognized that he had grasped the essence of that feeling, and thus he no longer fretted over it. He stepped outside and headed toward the library. Behind the Magical Studies District lay a small grove, a mix of trimmed fir and green ridge trees, their trunks meticulously pruned, arranged in a pleasing manner, swaying gently in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. The breeze caressed his cheeks, gentle and refreshing. The surroundings were tranquil. As he walked amidst the trees, Chris suddenly halted. Did it possible to meditate at any moment? He closed his eyes and once again entered that previous state, his consciousness expanding as he cautiously approached the elements surrounding him. His mental strength far surpassed that of others. Could he attract elements from even farther away? Stretching his mental reach further, he could vaguely see the dense, ubiquitous elements around him, as if he were walking through a thick fog. Startled, he quickly withdrew from the meditative state. That it appeared feasible, though his control was still unstable. He needed to familiarize himself with it. Chris resumed his leisurely pace, calming his mind, and entered meditation once more. Just as before, his feet involuntarily came to a halt as he held his breath and began absorbing the elements around him. Commencing, the elements flocked toward him, entering his being. Chris took a step forward, only to exit the meditative state again. Pondering, he resolved to make a further attempt. Nearby stood a fir tree. Chris placed his hand upon its trunk. closed his eyes, and entered meditation. Indeed, as he had imagined, the mental force saw a dense, vaguely tree-shaped amalgamation of elements that he magnified and extended his consciousness, feeling a slight strain when reaching approximately 6 or 7 meters away. After walking a bit further, he found himself at the library, where numerous students were entering and exiting. Chris stood just off the steps, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. Within the throng of elements, a humanoid figure was moving down the steps, even causing a stir among the surrounding elements. Beyond that, he could no longer discern clearly. Just as he found it intriguing, Chris noticed a figure approaching from behind. Had he inadvertently blocked someone's path to the library? Chris opened his eyes to glance back. That no one was there. Indeed, there was no one. Chris understood that this was a branch of the warrior class, an assassin's invisibility technique. Was this individual, like himself, a student honing their skills? No. Invisibility was a skill reserved for third-tier assassins, while first-year students were still merely mastering sprinting and poison techniques. Unless, of course, this person was indeed targeting him. Chris cast a glance at the nearby grass. And indeed, the area had been pressed down, and that individual had not dispelled their invisibility upon opening their eyes, nor had they moved. It was evident they were wary of being detected. Chris nonchalantly closed his eyes once more. Entering meditation, extending his mental reach, he confirmed the presence of that humanoid figure among the elements. Taking a cautious step forward, he continued to observe the individual. Another step, still no movement, not even a change in posture. On the third step, the figure slightly crouched and took a step backward, but a faint smirk crept onto Chris's face, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Indeed, this person was approaching him. Chapter 18. I fear pain. The figure cautiously advanced, their body gradually straightening. Chris feigned ignorance and took another step forward. The assassin had closed in, now merely 2 feet away. 1.5 feet was close enough to execute the assassin's devastating skill, backstab. Backstab, a third-tier assassin skill that delivers a strike from behind the enemy at an angle so devious that it can unleash 3 times the usual attack power in an instant. The assassin quietly clenched their fist, having no intention of using a blade for this maneuver. Even with a punch, striking this boy's occiput would be sufficient to incapacitate him for quite some time. A magician, after all, lacked the physical prowess of a warrior. Chris appeared completely relaxed, still with his eyes closed. Although he was unaware of the assassin's intentions, he had observed the boy intermittently closing his eyes after emerging from the magical studies district, suggesting he was not oblivious to his actions. Perhaps this boy had always been so peculiar. The assassin's body tensed as he pivoted forward, angling his body to deliver a swift upward strike toward Chris's occiput. As he launched the attack, the assassin's invisibility was instantaneously dispelled. However, Chris promptly lowered his head, causing the assassin's backstab to miss its target, throwing his upper body off balance. The assassin's heart raced with disbelief. How had Chris seen through his invisibility? This was impossible. Without pausing, Chris crouched, twisting his waist, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he thrust it between the assassin's legs, propelling himself upward with force, causing the assassin to crash heavily onto his back. Just as a cry of pain escaped him, Chris swiftly delivered an elbow strike to the assassin's abdomen, forcibly silencing his scream. But that was not the end. Chris seized the assassin's right hand, yanking it upward, causing the assassin to involuntarily roll over. His right arm twisted behind him, and a punch landed on the crook of his arm with a resounding crack, finally eliciting a cry of agony from him. Chris stepped back. When he turned to look, several onlookers had gathered on the library steps. The incident had caught the attention of others almost immediately. The skirmish between the assassin and Chris had transpired in an instant, leaving those who arrived afterward bewildered by the situation, merely observing one person standing and another lying down. Upon realizing the circumstances, they were taken aback to see that the one sprawled on the ground was a third-tier assassin, while the one standing was merely a novice magician. Many voices echoed their disbelief. The fallen assassin, now disregarding the thoughts of others, felt the agony radiating from his back and abdomen, with the most excruciating pain emanating from his dislocated right arm. He curled up, his right arm dragging limply on the ground, every unintentional brush against it sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Chris approached the fallen assassin, crouching beside him. This assassin appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. his youthful face slick with sweat, glaring at Chris with hatred. Intense pain forced him to bite down on his lip, stifling any sound. Being a newcomer, Chris had no personal enemies, and he was acutely aware that despite the ambush, this assassin had not wielded a weapon. The intent behind their actions was clearly more akin to sparring than to vendetta. With this understanding, he waited until the assassin's pain subsided slightly before asking, "Were you trying to make a name for the warrior class?" The assassin gritted his teeth. Indeed. He glared furiously at Chris. "It was merely a spar. Your strikes were excessively harsh." Chris scratched his nose. "I apologize. But until I ascertain your intentions, I must prioritize my safety. I fear pain." The assassin and the onlookers were left speechless. "You are not a child anymore. Are you still afraid of pain?" This sentiment echoed in the minds of many, questioning whether his fear had any relevance to the dislocated arm of the assassin. The assassin instantly realized that this young man was toying with him. It was evidently just an excuse. As for whether it was an excuse, Chris himself undoubtedly knew that wrenching his right hand free was not truly necessary. However, at the moment of action, he had somewhat guessed the assassin's intent. In this continent's foremost academy, where geniuses abound, each individual harbors an inflated sense of pride, particularly those under 20, that even if one were to endure a defeat, it would not guarantee genuine submission. Encountering trouble once or twice might be tolerable, but incessant harassment would become unbearable, that if one does not strike with sufficient severity, the troubles will perpetuate, that if one cannot instill fear through defeat, one must instill it through intimidation. First, dislocate your hand, then discern your intentions, and ultimately decide whether to assist in restoring the dislocated joint, that if the pain of dislocation and restoration fails to instill fear, then another round shall ensue, and if one becomes bothersome, restoration shall be withheld. Of course, Chris considered himself not quite so ruthless that it was merely that, against an assassin capable of invisibility, had he not fortuitously discerned the method to uncover stealth during meditation, he might very well be the one lying on the ground at this moment. The assassin's face contorted with pain and fury. "I merely wish to test you." Chris rose to his feet. If an ambush while invisible is the assassin's method of sparring, then he bowed politely. "I sincerely apologize. It appears I have misunderstood. Should there be a next time, I implore you to kindly notify me in advance." The assassin was taken aback, rendered speechless. What is sparring, if not a face-to-face engagement, commencing with a signal, wherein one strives with all their might to vanquish their opponent? Clearly, what the assassin had done was an ambush. Thus, the severity of the counterattack was entirely reasonable. The assassin's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, frozen in place. Chris did not allow the awkwardness to linger. He assisted the assassin to his feet, gently grasping his right upper arm. His right hand secured at the elbow joint while his left hand supported the lower arm. With his thumb pressing against the joint, that a gentle push produced a faint crack, and the arm was restored to its proper position. The assassin cautiously moved his arm, feeling it was now whole, that he wished to express his gratitude, but felt it inappropriate, leaving his expression awkward. Chris bowed once more. "I extend my sincere apologies again. But may I inquire your name?" The assassin's gaze towards Chris had shifted from anger to one filled with trepidation. "Lawrence Hill." He also bowed. "I deeply regret my previous actions." "You are correct. I was too reckless, and I offer my apologies." The Hill family, if memory serves, was a noble lineage from the southern Timor territory, possessing considerable influence, yet rather ill-reputed among the southern aristocracy. This was largely due to the current head of the family, Count Deco Hill, who was notorious for his licentiousness. While many nobles of this era maintained lovers, few had offspring by them. Yet this was not an issue for Count Deco Hill, that he was principled enough not to abandon those he had seduced, primarily taking lovers among wealthy merchants and commoners. And after they bore him children, he neither denied nor silenced them. Consequently, his progeny inevitably multiplied. Unofficial statistics suggest he has 6 sons and 8 daughters, all of whom he has brought back to the territory, providing them with a comfortable life. Chris maintained his composure. "The Hill family from Timor, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chapter 19. Pundy's Lawrence's expression became somewhat disgruntled. "Yes, it is indeed that Hill family." He appeared acutely aware of his family's reputation. Chris endeavored to keep his own expression neutral. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Lawrence. but I am curious if the warrior department's perception of me aligns entirely with yours. Lawrence replied earnestly, Indeed. It is true that third-year warrior students are rarely below level 3, and you have defeated one. No, too, that if you were a level 3 mage, that might be understandable, but the fact is, you are merely a novice mage. He seemed to take a certain delight in this revelation. But recalling that he should be the third one, he cleared his throat. You have stirred quite the trouble for yourself, my lord. Chris furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of regret that it was said that one need not fear a thief, but rather the thief's obsession. The warrior department likely boasted around 3,000 to 4,000 members. If word spread and every 10th person sought a challenge, that could amount to 300 or 400 challengers, each queuing up to confront him. Regardless of victory or defeat, the sheer exhaustion would be overwhelming. Just as he was contemplating this, he noticed Lawrence glancing behind him, his eyes sparkling, prompting Chris to turn as well. That a girl was descending the steps from the library, none other than Pundi's, whom he had met a few times before. She was clad in student attire, her figure slender. Though she did not possess the same stunning allure as when she wore casual clothes, she emanated a simple and ethereal aura. Lawrence murmured, She didn't see me, did she? Chris, perplexed, responded, What do you mean? Lawrence clarified, She didn't see me lying on the ground, did she? Chris nodded, affirming that she likely hadn't noticed, as Pundi's appeared to have just exited the library. Lawrence approached her, bowing courteously. Pundi's, what a coincidence. I was just about to enter the library when I encountered you. Pundi's maintained her usual demeanor, nodding slightly. Yes, Lord Lawrence. Lawrence persisted in his flattery. Miss Pundi's, the other day, I chanced upon a plant resembling the woodsia grass at the market, and it reminded me of your search, so I purchased it, though I regrettably forgot to bring it today. Pundi's expression turned earnest. Was it truly woodsia grass? Lawrence asserted gravely. Just as described, it has twin leaves, with serrated edges and red roots. Chris furrowed his brow at this. Woodsia grass had previously gone unnoticed, originating from an obscure village in the western outskirts. Yet it was discovered that most children born in this village were twins, which seemed illogical, prompting inquiries into the cause. Eventually, it was revealed that the villagers consumed a local magical herb known as woodsia grass. Alchemists extracted its components and found it to be a rare magical plant. Most magical herbs serve singular purposes, but the leaves of woodsia grass can be refined into an exceptional fighting spirit elixir. Its stems can be crafted into a calming potion beneficial for mages during meditation, and its roots contain genuine aphrodisiac properties. Due to its versatility, woodsia grass quickly became an alchemist's favorite, causing its market value to soar. As anticipated, extensive harvesting brought it to the brink of extinction, and only then did people begin to fret. Alchemists attempted to transplant and cultivate it, but to their dismay, the plant proved stubborn and notably homesick, with even the most experienced alchemists unable to keep it alive beyond 10 days after leaving its birthplace. Decades have passed, and the legendary woodsia grass has become virtually non-existent across the continent. Yet now, Lawrence claimed to have found this long-lost magical plant at the market. Chris was quite skeptical. Pundi's appeared equally dubious, though she mused, what if it were true? After all, no one could be certain that not a single specimen of woodsia grass remained on the entire continent. She lowered her gaze, contemplating briefly before looking up. May I come to find you after the magic class this afternoon? Lawrence displayed impeccable gallantry, executing a noble bow. As you wish, Miss Pundi's. Pundi's nodded, offering a smile to Chris before turning to depart. Until Pundi's had walked far away, Lawrence continued to gaze longingly at her retreating figure. Chris patted his shoulder. Was it truly woodsia grass? Lawrence did not turn around. Perhaps. Suddenly, he whirled back. How does Miss Pundi's know you? Such a leap in logic. Chris blinked. I don't know. Lawrence's expression shifted, scrutinizing Chris. No. Miss Pundy smiled at you before she left. Chris maintained his composure. Did she? I didn't notice. You must have misseen. She was smiling at someone else. My lord. Lawrence suspiciously glanced behind Chris and then back at him. You are the eldest son of Count Darnell from the northern Kib town, having only recently arrived at Landis Academy a few days ago. And since class has just commenced, it stands to reason that you would not have had the opportunity to meet Miss Pundy's. His deductive reasoning was sharp, yet he could hardly fathom that Chris had indeed encountered Pundy's on his very first day. Suddenly, Chris's expression darkened. "Are you saying that you have been investigating me?" Lawrence hastily replied. "You defeated a level 3 warrior. We had to look into your background. Thankfully, you are a noble. Otherwise, it's not as if I wanted to investigate." Being a noble, Chris realized the implication. If he had been defeated by a commoner, the scenario he had previously imagined, of 300 to 400 individuals challenging him in succession, could indeed become a reality. Chris's expression softened as he released Lawrence. "All right, I truly do not know Miss Pundy's there. That's the honest truth." He patted Lawrence on the shoulder and made his way back to his dormitory. Lawrence seems yet to be fully convinced, but he dares not voice his doubts, muttering softly, "Even if I do not know her, with such a commotion now, I certainly will, and who knows, perhaps one day connections will start to form." Chris turned back, whispering, "Is Miss Pandith famous?" Lawrence regarded him for a moment before slowly nodding. "Now I believe you truly do not know Miss Pandith. She is not merely famous. A significant portion of the nobility at Lansdale Academy has come here primarily for her." Chris raised an eyebrow as he walked toward the dormitory, while Lawrence, following closely behind, continued with a tone of admiration. "Miss Pandith hails from the southern city of Kintel, the niece of Count Timber. She has been extraordinarily gifted since childhood. Her performances on the 7-string zither have garnered praise even from the Empire's foremost musicians. And her melodious voice can enchant even the birds soaring above. That be why the age of 7, she naturally awakened her affinity for wood magic, becoming a first-level mage. Listen closely. This awakening was entirely natural, not reliant on the guidance of a mentor as is customary for mages in the academy. Natural awakening refers to an individual who, through communion with the elemental environment, elicits a resonance with the surrounding elements, varying in scope but ensuring a remarkably smooth magical journey for every naturally awakened mage, as it signifies their elemental compatibility and potential." Lawrence continued, "And by her 3rd year, she had smoothly ascended to the rank of 2nd-level mage. At just 9 years old, Chris understood the immense brilliance a girl poised to become a saint mage could bring to a noble family. Tio put it bluntly, a commoner marrying such a woman would, from the very day of their union, effectively become a quasi-noble, and upon her ascension to Saint Mage, he would be elevated to the status of Count, for a husband is elevated by his wife. Consequently, the rise of this commoner's family would become unstoppable. The imperial law is clear. The moment one becomes an 8th-level mage, they are granted the title of Viscount within the Empire. Of course, with power comes responsibility. During times of war, every noble must unhesitatingly assist the Empire in repelling foreign invaders. Yet, how long has it been since the continent last witnessed war? Almost a century. It seems. Chris paused. "So, she's already a noble of the Empire?" Lawrence shook his head. "No." This time, it was Chris who was astonished. "Why not?" Lawrence spread his hands. "When the Emperor conferred her title, she declared, 'I shall become a noble of the Empire only on the day I become a Saint Mage.'" He paused, turning to look at Chris. "Are you not amazed?" Chris lowered his head in contemplation. "Oh, what noble sentiments, what unwavering resolve, what immense self-confidence," something along those lines. Lawrence frowned. "Your tone is all wrong, very wrong." Chris replied, "Be it right or wrong, I must insist you take your leave now, my lord." Lawrence looked up, only to realize they had unwittingly arrived at Chris's dormitory. That he gazed at Chris. "I believe that as a noble, generosity and hospitality are essential virtues one must possess." Chris retorted, "As a qualified noble, I do not believe one should extend kindness to someone who has just ambushed them. What do you think, my lord?" Lawrence's face flushed with embarrassment. "Can we not discuss this matter any further?" He then resumed a serious tone. "What is a noble? A noble is one who treats others with kindness, able to overlook the transgressions of friends. Being overly calculating is unbecoming of a noble, my lord." Chris shook his head. "What you describe is a politician, not a noble." Lawrence was quite stubborn. "I believe that ultimately, all nobles become politicians. The pursuit of power is an inherent goal for every noble." Chris still shook his head. "Our philosophies differ. The best politician is of no greater use than formidable strength. Do you not think so, my lord? This statement stirred something within Lawrence, and he slowly replied, before one attains great power, becoming a politician is also a commendable choice. This was, in truth, a rationalization born from a lack of self-confidence, or perhaps an unconscious means of leaving himself an escape route. Chris squinted at him. Is it not simply a desire to gain entry? You offer too many excuses, my lord. He opened the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Lawrence unceremoniously followed, that I in the courtyard. All the weeds had been meticulously cleared by Kakuri. Upon hearing their voices, Kakuri emerged from the small house, bowing respectfully. Young Master Chris. Chris retrieved a note from his pocket, saying, Kakuri, this afternoon, go purchase the items listed here. Some require immediate preparation, so please wait a bit longer at Cheisai's forge. Kakuri accepted the note with both hands, replying, Yes, young master, yes, it is still early. Shall I go and place the order now? Kakuri's decisive nature greatly pleased Chris, who shook his head. No need to rush. You may go after I awaken from my nap. Afternoon naps were a habit Chris upheld, significantly important to him. While he might stay up late at night, he seldom missed a midday rest. This habit, carried over from his past life, had persisted even after arriving on this continent and becoming a noble. As he had ample time, and he was unwilling to part with these noble customs, Kakuri nodded, understood, before returning inside. Chris and Lawrence took a seat. Lawrence, being somewhat restless, initially found himself captivated by Chris's tea-making tools and techniques, but soon began to fidget, looking around. Chris remained composed. Though Lawrence was a noble and had evidently undergone rigorous training in noble etiquette, it was clear that his true inclinations lay elsewhere. He was ambitious and fiercely competitive. While he could maintain the facade of nobility in the presence of others, he naturally let loose around friends and acquaintances, a point he may not even have realized about himself. This could be described as a transparency and candor in his character, devoid of guile. However, having just battled with him and tasted defeat, Chris was perplexed as to why this fellow would unconsciously align himself with him. Lawrence took a sip of tea and remarked, Your tea is indeed peculiar, yet it tastes rather pleasant. He leaned in closer. Why did you not bring a few servants from your family? Chris shook his head. Most of the servants at home are my father's subordinates. They would fight for me, willing to die for the family. Yet few can cater to my personal needs that my family's territory lies adjacent to the monster forest, a place where martial prowess is paramount, and the least emphasis is placed on cultural etiquette. He lifted a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. My etiquette teacher was originally a mercenary, a 6th-level earth mage, and a fallen noble scion whose family perished during a beast tide. The beast tide is a phenomenon that occurs in towns on the fringes of the monster forest, manifesting almost every few years, where the forest creatures inexplicably gather to assault surrounding towns, ranging from 1st-level to 9th-level beasts. They seem driven not merely by hunger, but by a thirst for slaughter. With many towns failing to evacuate in time, reduced to ruins within days, and survival is nearly impossible when faced with these beasts that result, countless families vanish in the wake of a beast tide. He alone survived, having not remained in his family's territory when the tide struck. He narrowly escaped with his life. Afterward, he took up the life of a mercenary, and during one mission, he sustained grave injuries but was saved by a subordinate of his father passing by, albeit losing his legs in the process. Thus, he became my etiquette teacher. Chris's expression turned nostalgic. Moreover, he was also my mentor in magic, but he passed away last year. That it was because of him that I decided to come to Lansdy. Lawrence nodded in understanding. No wonder you possess such a fierce spirit, especially in battle. It appeared he was entirely unconcerned about his defeat at Chris's hands. Many from the warrior class refer to you as that country bumpkin from the countryside. This was indeed a curious phenomenon among the nobility. The closer they were to the empire, the stronger their sense of superiority, often entirely unwarranted, in social interactions. Unless one was a true core noble of the empire, it was often those regarded as country bumpkins who held the upper hand. Thus, such a label frequently reflected their own insecurities. Lawrence lifted his cup, bringing it to his lips, but not drinking. My family. Well, as you know, I have many siblings. My father is not a pure noble by any means. My grandfather was a fortunate man appointed due to military merit. My father is not particularly invested in our upbringing. Rather, he believes that allowing us the freedom to choose our own paths is preferable to imposing his will upon us. Chris couldn't help but feel a profound respect for this philosophy, which would undoubtedly be considered exceptional and progressive even in his past life. However, with an increase in brothers comes an increase in troubles, Lawrence mused, acutely aware that the vast majority of noble families are far from harmonious. The position of family patriarch serves as the greatest flashpoint. The allure of power is well understood by all. Externally, they may appear to coexist in tranquility, yet beneath the surface, many would relish the demise of any legitimate heirs, with some even resorting to assassination before the current patriarch has drawn his last breath. The psychological burden of being born into such a large family is indeed considerable, with 6 brothers. Lawrence faces 6 competitors. Though he harbors ambition, he evidently lacks the cunning, strength, and means to prevail that if no standout emerges among this generation, he might at least secure a comfortable existence. But should one of his brothers possess both strength and strategy, his position would become perilous. Indeed, Lawrence set his cup down, his gaze vacant. I rank 9th among my siblings. My second brother. He is now a 6th-level magician. Under his pressure, the others are also striving diligently. Not for the title of heir, but for their very survival, that my sisters dare not act with impudence in his presence. My third brother, devoid of talent in magic or combat, has chosen to distance himself from the family to avoid suspicion, seeking fortune in the north. And then there is me, a 3rd-level assassin. I fear he will soon turn his gaze upon me as well, and within the same academy, there is no escaping. He turned to Chris. Tell me, is a nobleman like me not pitiable? Chris sighed. He could well imagine the truth in Lawrence's words. Perhaps his challenge was not merely fueled by competitiveness, but stemmed from a deeper instinct for self-preservation. Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the courtyard for a considerable time before slowly stating, "Perhaps I can offer you some assistance." Lawrence, elated, leapt up. "Really?" Chris regarded him. "Do not rejoice too quickly. Many matters remain uncertain. Starting tomorrow, after each magic class, come to me." Lawrence eagerly agreed, leaving with an exuberant spirit. After watching him depart, Chris pondered for a moment, then returned to the sitting room to resume his previous meditation. Immersing himself once more in the realm of elements, after a nap, Chris made his way to the library, where the flow of people remained robust. He entered, diligently searching the shelves that he found 2 books, The Origins of Elements and The Extension of Air Elements, and settled into a quiet corner. What are elements? They are the fundamental building blocks of all matter, existing freely between you and me, between heaven and earth. They possess no scent, no consciousness. Their movements are influenced by the surrounding elements. Yet perhaps the primordial elements once possessed their own consciousness, even thought, choosing to manifest in places most suitable for their existence. That it is undeniable that relative elements can sometimes coexist in synergy. A congregation of fire elements can give rise to water elements, while air elements may emerge from wood elements, simultaneously generating earth elements, which often accompany wind elements. What then is air element? It does not have a clear derivation point, aside from water and fire elements. It exists above all. Curiously, its genesis often arises from the collisions and interactions of other elements. In this respect, air elements proliferate more frequently than any other. The vibrations of the earth, the flow of the wind, and even human movements can spawn air elements. The authors of these 2 books may not be particularly renowned magicians, yet their discourse aligns closely with the perspectives of a previous life. The only difference being the nomenclature of elements. Ions are similarly ubiquitous, that he felt the fabric of his sleeve. In this world, most clothing materials are derived from animal fibers, and his palms felt quite dry. Perhaps, through friction, invisible ions might be generated. In winter, one could even hear the crackle of static electricity. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chris realized that while air elements are invisible to the naked eye, he had just grasped a new application of meditation. Perhaps it was worth a try. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of clarity, extending his mental prowess and gently narrowing the scope to encompass his body. Drawing closer until this space stabilized, he then cautiously raised his palm, bringing it near his sleeve. During this process, his mental space experienced multiple waves of fluctuation, ultimately resulting in his palm resting against the fabric. Upon touching it, he perceived nothing. Then, without warning, he exited the meditative state. Reflecting on this, Chris re-entered meditation, inadvertently glancing at the magical pool within his mind, which caused him to gasp. He had only begun learning meditation today. Yet he could distinctly sense that the air element magic power had accumulated significantly within the pool. Threads of air elements flowed into his mind, filtering through before settling comfortably within the magical reservoir. Merging slowly, reminiscent of steam condensing on a pot lid in a previous life, gradually forming droplets that coalesced into a small stream, eventually gathering into a single body of water, a tea present. The magical pool in Chris's mind resembled a small puddle. But he could feel it swelling as he absorbed more. Amplifying his mental energy, he stretched it outward until it became laborious, then began to absorb. Indeed, the efficiency of absorption surged as he drew the elements into his mind. He could almost hear their calls, and unbeknownst to him, his mental energy extended further, soon reaching outside the window, that he sensed the breathing of the trees, the tremors of the earth, and the songs of birds. Completely unaware, he exited the library with closed eyes, lost in meditation, standing beneath a tree outside, but he felt the pulse of all living things around him, the blooming of flowers, the growth of grass, the whisper of the wind, the melody of birdsong, that he stood with his eyes shut, oblivious to the gentle smile gracing his lips that a soft breeze began to swirl around him, gradually intensifying, revolving around Chris's form, harmonizing with the breathing of the surrounding flora. Yet as tender as a lover's caress in that instant, it seemed that all living beings commenced a joyous chorus of prayer and song. Above Chris, the trees around him, the mist dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. Elemental Resonance, Chapter 22. Elemental Body in the Dean's office. Bruce furrowed his brow. Glancing towards the library, he summoned a crystal ball, intoning an incantation, his broad palm gliding over its surface. Arcs of electricity danced around the sphere, rendering the figure within indistinct. Bruce adjusted his angle, yet the obscurity persisted. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and exited the room, vanishing in a flash. In the woods, Chris's elemental resonance had yet to dissipate, but its intensity had grown exponentially since its inception. All the air elements in the atmosphere converged upon him at an astonishing speed, overwhelmed by their sheer volume. Many fused mid-air, generating arcs of electricity that encircled Chris. And soon, the number of arcs multiplied, forming a vast electrical net that ensnared him within. The number of onlookers swelled. All the students from the library emerged, while others drawn by the commotion arrived in droves. Some mages, sensing the elemental fluctuations, also appeared at the scene. The electric net gradually expanded, prompting the crowd to step back, among them Professor Cree, who soon found himself accompanied by Dean Bruce. Professor Cree promptly bowed in greeting. But Bruce merely waved his hand, his focus unwavering as he observed the figure amid the woods that moment. The electric net ceased its outward expansion, instead contracting inward, with all arcs of electricity coiling around the central figure. Chris appeared to be composed of arcs of electricity himself. While the air crackled with the sounds of colliding air elements, Professor Cree murmured, This is nearly an elemental body. An elemental body belongs to a distant legend, wherein a person's very form is inherently composed of elements. Naturally, dual or multiple elemental bodies are impossible. Such individuals are born magicians, existing without the challenges of affinity or potential regarding elements. They are the elements, and the elements constitute their being. They innately understand how to unleash magic and refine it. Magic in their hands is always instantaneous. Barring forbidden spells, they encounter no bottlenecks in their magical research. And they do not rely on meditation to store magical power. Of course, they still possess a physical form, capable of feeling pain and death, but as long as they do not perish, they will inevitably reach the pinnacle of magical mastery, the god of magic, requiring merely half the time that an ordinary magician would need. They are recipients of the most selfless grace from the deity of magic. Yet, the Creator maintains balance. Most do not live long lives, or rather, they are short-lived. The longest-lived individual recorded since history began was a being from the undead war. Known as Camille, the god of magic, he ascended to the wind elemental god during the undead war at the tender age of 34. Following the war's conclusion, it was not long before he passed away, not in battle, nor from illness, but merely after a mundane breakfast. He suddenly turned to his attendant and declared, "I must return." Before the waiter could fully digest this nonsensical statement, he turned and returned to his study. Moments later, everyone in his domain beheld a strange phenomenon hovering above his chamber. The records describe it thus. The sky opened a singular eye, drawing together all the elemental winds. A tempest howled, and apart from that celestial aperture, the horizon was shrouded in darkness. This apocalyptic scene persisted for less than a magical hour. Astonishingly, the surrounding structures remained unscathed, yet within his ravaged study, no trace of his body could be found. It is said that when an elemental being meets their demise, their physical form transforms back into the elements of the world. Their death is not termed as passing, but rather as disintegration. Dean Bruce was taken aback, evidently recalling that ancient and distant legend, shaking his head as he remarked, "No, there is still a distinction." He scrutinized the figure resembling a silhouette of arcs. "Have you noticed? This young man is still in meditation. He has his eyes shut, and only upon their opening will the elemental resonance cease." Dean Bruce continued, "Nevertheless, it is indeed rare for an elemental resonator to create such a commotion and sustain it for this duration." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "This young lad has certainly surprised me." Upon his arrival, he was found to possess a mental acuity of level 10, yet it appears that his mental prowess far exceeds that. Professor Creel gasped. "More than level 10? How can that be?" Bruce replied, "A mental acuity of level 10 would not sustain elemental resonance for this long." Just as Professor Creel was about to respond, a figure rushed in, trailing a cloud of dust. And as the dust settled, it revealed the warrior instructor, Roddy. Professor Creel frowned. "Roddy, must you always be so tempestuous?" Roddy brushed the dust from his attire, saluted Dean Bruce, and remarked, "It appears to be that young man again. He certainly knows how to make an entrance." Professor Creel nodded. "He has only been in the academy for a few days, first revealing a mental acuity of level 10, then showcasing his combat skills, and now this grand elemental resonance." Dean Bruce stated, "This places me in quite a predicament. His magical talent is evident. Roddy, have you investigated this matter in recent days?" Roddy replied, "Indeed. Dean, did I swear I have never encountered such combat techniques before? Did I specifically consulted Clark about it? And he too was intrigued. He was just about to seek you out when he noticed the commotion here." No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure abruptly appeared beside him, a middle-aged man, not tall in stature, but possessing a lithe physique, adeptly twirling a short sword between his fingers, that he greeted Dean Bruce and then gazed into the woods, his voice gentle. "Roddy, is this the young sorcerer you speak of? Are you jesting?" Chapter 23. The duel. Roddy's angular face glistened with sweat, and it was unclear whether from heat or something else. "You'll find out shortly. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you, a dignified level 8 assassin, are bested by a mere magic apprentice." "Oh, Clark." Clark's delicate features remained inscrutable, his voice unchanged. "I came here specifically to test him." The arcs of electricity in the forest had fully enveloped Chris's body, and soon everyone could observe the arcs penetrating his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils, accompanied by crackling sounds. Professor Creel muttered in confusion, "Is this merely elemental resonance?" Dean Bruce responded, "During elemental resonance, some individuals' bodies undergo elemental tempering." What a fortunate young man. All fell silent, keenly observing. After a brief interval, the residual arcs on Chris's surface diminished, and gradually, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Chris opened his eyes, and all could see that in that instant, his eyes emitted a silvery glow of arcs, a brilliance that startled the onlookers, though it quickly faded. Chris surveyed his surroundings. Roddy and Creel rushed to Chris's side, and anxious Roddy inquired, "Young man, how are you feeling?" Chris nodded toward the slowly approaching Dean Bruce and others before replying, "I seem to be well. Was I not meditating in the library? How did I end up here?" Without waiting for others to speak, Roddy interjected, "Come, young man, this is the assassin instructor Clark. He wishes to observe your combat skills." Clark stepped forward. "I am here specifically to seek your guidance. If what Roddy claims is true, it is I who should be learning from you." This Clark instructor was courteous and humble, and Chris found him quite agreeable, responding, I appreciate your regard, Instructor Clark. Shall we proceed here? Their standing area was sufficiently spacious. Clark nodded, and the others stepped aside to provide ample room. Chris positioned himself opposite Clark, who stood calmly, hands casually hanging by his sides, a gentle smile gracing his face, his nonchalant demeanor stirring the hearts of the female students. Chris was aware that Clark would not strike first. He gathered his emotions, closed his eyes to calm himself. This bout was merely a casual exchange, devoid of stakes or honor, just a commonplace sparring session. Upon reopening his eyes, he propelled himself forward with a push of his right foot, charging at Clark that in a past life. There was a saying, hands are two doors, all depending on the feet to strike. Upon arriving in this land, Chris had focused primarily on dislocating techniques, honing his training on arms and fingers while neglecting his legs. However, he perceived that the warriors of this continent exhibited little training in footwork, primarily emphasizing stability in their stance. Thus, he felt compelled to challenge the continent's reputed master of close combat. Eager to learn as Chris closed in, Clark remained unmoved. Upon nearing, Chris sprang into the air with a push of his right foot. Aiming a kick at Clark's chest, Clark stepped back but did not retaliate. Chris did not expect to land that kick, as his left foot missed its target and his body descended. He pressed his hands against the ground, leaning back as his right leg swept towards Clark's feet. Before contact was made, he thrust his palm downwards and followed up with his left foot, lightly tapping Clark's calf, then hooking his right foot around Clark's ankle and twisting his body. Unsurprisingly, Clark's strength clearly surpassed that of Chris. This maneuver did not destabilize his base, but Clark had never encountered such an attack style. And for a moment, he failed to react, stiffening his calf and bracing his stance. Unbeknownst to him, this played into Chris's hands. With a forceful push from his foot, Chris suddenly flipped over, spinning to latch onto Clark's back. His left hand pressing against Clark's shoulder while his right knee forcefully collided against his lower back that a thundering thud echoed, causing the onlookers, including Dean Bruce, to instinctively tense. Chris was utterly unrestrained, showing no deference in the face of his instructor. Roddy had long been rendered speechless. This grappling style, akin to a relentless parasite, was frightfully difficult to shake off. Not only Clark, but anyone from this continent would likely find themselves in a similar predicament. Forced to defend against such an unexpected approach out of course, it was equally refreshing. However, Chris was utterly heedless of the gravity of the situation, showing no restraint against his instructor, but he underestimated Clark, or more accurately, the martial arts of this continent. Clark, realizing the precariousness of his position with Chris clinging to him, refrained from hesitating, immediately unleashing his fighting spirit that a brilliant golden aura surged forth, revealing Clark to be an 8th-level assassin. Fighting spirit is the natural byproduct of a warrior-esque physical training, and it can be said that once enveloped in fighting spirit, a warrior-esque defenses soared to new heights that Chris's knee strike landed as if colliding with an iron plate, causing excruciating pain to shoot through his knee. That it could be said that had it not been for the prior elemental tempering, many of Chris's maneuvers would not have been possible. His physical prowess had indeed improved significantly. Yet, when it came to bodily endurance, who could rival the warriors of this continent? Although Clark was an assassin, his physical strength was evidently beyond what Chris could contend with at present. He inhaled deeply, enduring the pain, and grasped Clark's left elbow, forcefully propelling it upwards, his right hand poised to follow through. However, Clark, realizing the slim chance of countering, swiftly twisted his body and lunged forward, executing a roll on the ground. Enveloped in a black mist, vanishing from sight. Invisibility, Chris made no move to pursue, nor did he falter, standing still and closing his eyes. Roddy finally exhaled, understanding that while the duration of Chris and Clark's skirmish was brief, the inherent danger was palpable. Professor Creel's expression was grave. He could envision the dire consequences should a sorcerer find themselves ensnared by such an opponent, devoid of any opportunity for counterattack. Dean Bruce nodded with a smile, though it was difficult to fathom the thoughts swirling within him. Yet with Clark rendered invisible, why did Chris close his eyes? No one believed that Chris was conceding the battle. Was he attempting to track Clark? Who could possibly pierce the shroud of an assassin's invisibility? Was it even feasible? In the midst of it all, Chris remained standing with his eyes closed, his body relaxed, hands hanging naturally at his sides, utterly motionless, as if attuned to the whisper of the wind, or perhaps on the verge of drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Clark had yet to reappear. Chapter 24. National Art. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of birdsong, and even the gentle rustling of the nearby trees was absent. The wind barely grazed each person's face. The outer circle, comprising Dean Bruce and other students, collectively held their breath in anticipation for Clark's appearance. Yet, it was Chris who moved unexpectedly, taking a step to the left, and Clark materialized behind him, delivering a punch that landed squarely where Chris's head had been moments before. Clark's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Dean Bruce raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chris swiftly spun around, deftly seizing Clark's outstretched hand before it could retract, and with a graceful motion, he closed the distance once more to Clark's rear. Clark felt a deep frustration. As an assassin, he was accustomed to sneaking up on opponents, and now, to his dismay, he found himself ensnared by this young upstart in such a manner. Indeed, this was a greater annoyance than he had ever experienced. Regret began to seep into Clark's mind. He had thought Roddy was exaggerating, merely boasting about defeating a level 3 apprentice mage. Just that. Realization dawned on him that he had not only been compelled to activate his aura, but had also resorted to using invisibility. Most importantly, he was still at a disadvantage. This loss of face was far more humiliating than that of the level 3 apprentice. At this moment, Clark sincerely wished he were not a mentor. His face burned with embarrassment. As Chris pressed against Clark's back, his right hand deftly slipped into the gap at Clark's right shoulder blade. With a pinch, a shake, and then a pull. Chris was a modest individual, an unambitious recluse. Given his nature, he would never have engaged in such a public display of combat with a mentor unless pushed to his limits. However, for reasons unknown, while employing the bone dislocating technique from his past life in China, he instinctively executed the essence of this technique: precision and speed. The bone dislocating method is a synthesis of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts, recognized as one of the 13 branches of medicine. Yet in contemporary China, how much of this martial heritage has truly endured? Conversely, other nations have shamelessly appropriated Chinese martial arts, merely rebranding them before claiming ownership. What martial arts still hold significance in the modern age? Firstly, karate. What is karate? It is a traditional Japanese fighting art that emerged from the fusion of Okinawan martial arts, specifically Tang Hand. Tang Hand itself originated from the introduction of Chinese martial arts to Okinawa, which then integrated with local fighting styles to evolve. Subsequently, Japanese practitioners combined techniques from Kyushu and Honshu wrestling, culminating in karate, which gained global recognition post-World War II through American military promotion. In 1994. Karate was officially included as a competitive event in the 12th Asian Games held in Hiroshima, Japan. Secondly, Taekwondo. During the Japanese occupation, numerous Korean students traveled to Japan for studies, where they received systematic training in Shotokan karate. Upon returning home, they established dojos to teach others. After Japan's defeat, Korea gained independence, and a proliferation of karate and Tang Hand dojos emerged. Early Taekwondo advocates in Korea fused traditional martial arts with karate, coining it Tang Hand. Today, it stands as an official event in the modern Olympic Games. Is this not shameless? Upon reflection, can we wholly blame them? It is we who have relinquished our heritage. Chinese martial arts, or guoshu, signifies a nation that embodies strength and a technique that represents skill and artistry. Practicing it not only serves as self-defense, but also promotes physical well-being and cultivates character. It is the essence of its practice. Guoshu represents an endeavor to integrate and systematize traditional Chinese physical activities. While the term martial arts is widely used within the country, terms like guoshu and kung fu hold significant recognition abroad as well. In contemporary China, with a substantial increase in economic strength, traditional culture, epitomized by national studies, has once again garnered admiration. This reflects the Chinese people's pursuit of cultural roots and a return to their heritage. As guoshu, an intrinsic part of national studies, emerges as a core term representing traditional Chinese martial culture in today's globally acknowledged Chinese culture, it is undoubtedly a historical necessity and a fundamental demand of the times for Chinese culture to reach the world. But is it too late? The disciples I have taught now flaunt their rebranded techniques right at my doorstep, even applying for patents ahead of their mentor. Can this be merely described as betrayal? Whenever this thought crosses Chris's mind, he feels an overwhelming frustration. Perhaps deep down, he harbors an unacknowledged desire. If the martial arts of ancient China cannot achieve global acclaim, then he would ensure that everyone in this foreign world recognizes what true martial arts entails. Chris's hand had grasped Clark's shoulder joint, yet he refrained from applying force immediately. That Clark's aura mastery had reached level 8, far exceeding Chris's expectations for physical strength, causing Chris's fingers to slip away without resistance. He had underestimated the martial prowess of this world. Chris retreated, but Clark turned to him, gazing for a moment before speaking slowly. "You've won, kid." Chris was taken aback. The crowd gasped, astonished that Clark would publicly admit defeat, and even more so that Chris had indeed triumphed. Roddy and the other mentors understood that Clark conceded because he had been compelled to employ his aura against an apprentice without any aura cultivation. Dean Bruce nodded with a smile. Chapter 25. Bin Laden. Clark approached Chris, his expression unwavering. "Kid, you've got skills." Chris bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mentor Clark." Clark's elongated face softened as he patted Chris on the shoulder. "I understand. Giving it your all is the highest form of respect for your opponent." He then turned serious. "Your fighting technique is unprecedented. If you were to join our assassin division, you could learn more systematic combat skills and knowledge." Roddy interjected hastily. "Clark, what happened to your earlier words? Now you're trying to poach." Clark disregarded Roddy, maintaining his gaze on Chris, sincerity and temptation etched on his face. "Don't you want to learn invisibility? Or trap techniques? Archery? Mechanisms? Invisibility?" That sounds enticing, but as Chris knew, invisibility wasn't something one could simply learn at will. Among the over 1,000 members of the assassin division, fewer than 100 had mastered the technique. The rest were relegated to mere hunters, archers, or thieves. Trap techniques, merely the skills of a hunter. Not worth considering for now. Archery, another profession dependent on dexterity, but archery had waned in importance since the advent of crossbows. Even an average person with minimal accuracy could learn it within days without needing to cultivate aura or enhance their physique. However, they could never perform the intricate feats of an archer, such as meteor chase moon, double-headed advance, or 3 rings reflecting the moon. As for mechanism techniques, Chris understood that those lacking logical reasoning would find it impossible to master. In his own logical reasoning, it had deteriorated to the level of a complete novice. Therefore, while Clark's suggestions could serve as supplementary skills, they could not warrant too much of his attention. But he had his bone-dislocating technique to practice and magic lessons to attend. There simply wasn't enough time to dedicate to these pursuits. Dean Bruce had approached, admonishing, all right, both of you are mentors at the academy. Do be mindful of your image." They exchanged glances, noting the curious onlookers still gathered, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they nodded in agreement. Following Dean Bruce, they proceeded to the dean's office and took their seats. Dean Bruce instructed a servant to bring tea before smiling. "On the day of your enrollment, your father mentioned in his letter that you possess a dull disposition and engage in peculiar methods for your training. Despite opposition, you stubbornly continue." He referred to the unconventional training methods Chris had brought from his previous life. Upon discovering this, Darnell had scolded his eldest son for such fanciful ideas, believing that the systematic warrior training passed down for over a century had its unique and reasonable merits. Naturally, any non-standard training methods were deemed heretical. Chris outwardly complied, but continued to follow his own path in secret. By day, he adhered to his father's appointed mentor's guidance, dutifully practicing what he privately derided as the barbarian's training method, while at night. He trained independently in a noble household. Chris, Darnell, and his siblings each had their own courtyards, and Chris's exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and finger presses, were nearly silent, allowing him to maintain his ruse. Thus, during the day, Chris complied with his father's directives under the watchful eye of his mentor, while at night, he pursued his own regimen. Naturally, in a household, Chris's duplicity could hardly escape the notice of his father, whose cultivation was nearing its peak. However, Darnell understood that his son was growing up, though still a minor. He exhibited a strong sense of independence, and such persistence might stem from his own thoughts. Besides, he had not neglected his other warrior training. Nonetheless, Darnell had appointed etiquette and cultural instructors during Chris's free time to assert his authority. "I told you to behave." Yet, Chris remained resolute in his pursuits. Chris felt a flush of embarrassment. realizing that Darnell had even conveyed this to Dean Bruce, indicating a deep camaraderie between the two. Dean Bruce continued, "However, your father's letter made no mention of your fighting techniques." Chris's heart sank. Indeed, this had been brought up. Recalling the time when Rhodey and Professor Kelly visited him, he could only weave a story around the casual excuse he had initially conjured. "It was taught to me by a subordinate of my father, who, before his passing, instructed me to show respect to anyone claiming to hail from the Eastern Continent." Dean Bruce and Professor Kelly exchanged puzzled glances. The Eastern Continent, the Tianlan Continent, was, in essence, a unified whole. Over 8 centuries ago, the Emperor had exiled the remaining alien races, unifying this land under one banner, with all human beings becoming subjects of a single nation. How, then, could there be an Eastern Continent? Was it possible that this Eastern Continent harked back to the fragmented world of over 800 years ago? Dean Bruce inquired. "What was the name of the person who taught you this martial art?" "Oh, surely, you are being overly meticulous, dear Dean." Chris understood that any hesitation in his response could be detrimental, so he quickly conjured a name. Maintaining his composure, his name was Ben Laden. There was truly no pause, referring to that notorious terrorist leader from his past life, and he felt a twinge of regret. Chris recalled many of his father's subordinates, particularly those who had perished in the Beast-Tide War. But their names had faded into obscurity over the years. This should suffice. Dean Bruce mulled over the unremarkable name internally, having never heard of such an individual. A remarkable figure had quietly passed away in a town that had nearly been forgotten. What a pity! Everyone present sighed inwardly. After Chris departed, Dean Bruce asked, "Clark, what do you think of this martial art?" Clark pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "On the continent, there are the dark elves with their stealth techniques. But they must be accompanied by weapons. Records indicate that the beast men, particularly the leopard men, possess similar martial skills, though they rely more on brute strength and speed to overpower their opponents, making it merely akin to what Chris displayed. There are also mentions of the dark warriors within the undead race. Yet they do not exhibit the relentless assault Chris demonstrated once ensnared." At this point, Clark's face flushed with embarrassment. Had Chris's physical strength and power not far exceeded mine, I would have been the one to lose. The group was taken aback. Dean Bruce remarked, "Chris's father, Darnell, and I have been friends for many years. I shall write him a letter shortly." The others nodded in agreement. Although Ben Laden was deceased, the words he left behind were astonishing. Firstly, his statement implied that this martial art was not among the most elite techniques in that Eastern Continent. Secondly, it hinted that there were more individuals from the Eastern Continent residing in Tianlan. Chris, having learned this martial art, had not yet awakened his battle energy. He was merely a person with slightly above-average strength. His innate talent seemed more suited for a mage. Tio think he could push an 8th-level assassin to such extremes. If he were to awaken his battle energy and surpass the 8th level, could he possibly defeat a peak 9th-level warrior or even a 10th-level saint warrior? Were it not for Chris being an exceptionally rare 10th-level mentalist, who had just triggered such a broad elemental resonance, Dean Bruce would also lament the loss of this martial art. That he addressed the assembly. What transpired between Chris and Clark today must remain confidential. After a pause, he continued, "I have instructed old Finley to document all students present at that time. He will use magic to erase their memories of this incident." The group understood. Old Finley, the librarian, though not highly skilled, possessed an extraordinary gift for remembering everything he saw. Dean Bruce further stated, "Cree, from now on, you will be solely responsible for guiding Chris in magic." Professor Cree stood in acknowledgement. Dean Bruce turned to Rhodey and Clark. "Do not hasten to have Chris learn your martial skills. I sense this child possesses his own opinions. Should he seek any guidance from you, respond at your discretion. Of course, you may allow some trustworthy, talented students to interact with him more." Clark and Rhodey nodded. After a moment's contemplation, Dean Bruce added, "He has mentioned to Rhodey that this martial art cannot be learned by others. Correct?" Upon receiving Rhodey's nod, he continued, "Perhaps the method of learning this martial art is too peculiar, or it might be due to Ben Laden's specific instructions, or it may simply be unsuitable for our Tianlan warriors. Regardless, remember, he is a student of our Atlantis Academy." Noticing Rhodey's confusion, he elaborated, "Should other academies or the Church of Light become aware the consequences?" A shock ran through the room. Only a few had witnessed Chris's martial art thus far. And among those present, as well as a limited number of students, it was evident that this technique far surpassed that of an ordinary warrior. This was still acceptable in their minds, but if word got out that it posed a threat to advanced or even top-tier warriors, Chris and Landis Academy could soon find themselves in a slew of troubles. Although the Church of Light publicly champions tolerance and benevolence, when faced with an unexpected threat, undermining rivals becomes the most peaceful approach. Given their domineering nature, it was entirely plausible that they might label Chris as some heretic and take him away, subjecting him to coercion and torture to extract the secrets of this martial art. While Chris was safe within the academy, outsiders would hesitate to act recklessly, but once he stepped beyond the gates of Landis Academy, anything could transpire. If they could not obtain it, they would destroy it, such is the common practice of many ruthless individuals. Chapter 26. Footwork. There is another matter, which I believe Clark can better expound upon, Dean Bruce remarked, looking at Clark. It seems Chris can see through your invisibility. Clark's expression grew serious as he reflected. Indeed, Your Excellency. At that moment, I was merely 5 meters behind him, and when he closed his eyes, I am uncertain if a faint trace of mental energy brushed past me. Before anyone could respond, he added, additionally, after the morning magic class, Chris was headed toward the library when he was ambushed by an assassin student who was similarly in a state of invisibility. When the assassin revealed himself to attack, Chris swiftly subdued him. He addressed Dean Bruce with deliberate clarity. I believe Chris can indeed pierce through invisibility. The group was astounded. Years prior, there existed an assassin organization known as Shadow Winds, akin to a mercenary group that undertook tasks related to espionage, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Among them, 3 particularly renowned assassins bore the monikers of Shadow, Phantom, and Ghost. Shadow, in the year 784 of the Tianlan calendar, assassinated the Lord of Nuna City in broad daylight, the same year. Another high-ranking official of the Empire met his demise at home. Phantom, in the year 785, assassinated a noble lord while concealed beneath his desk. Ghost, also in 785, struck down a guard of the Temple of Light. Lastly, in 790, the assassin known as Demon Shadow assassinated a cardinal and, in the same year, a cardinal preaching in the Empire. This organization was ultimately annihilated by the enraged Temple of Light following Demon Shadow's assassination. Though its leader managed to escape, their boundless greed for money had shocked the continent. Their successes were largely attributed to their ability to become invisible. Among them, Phantom was a rare dark elf, whose innate talents significantly enhanced her stealth abilities. As for Demon Shadow, his invisibility was a restricted skill. Perhaps due to his gifts, he could not become invisible like most assassins. Only in darkness could his skill take effect. But who could deny the power of invisibility? If an assassin's stealth were rendered ineffective, what value remained in the profession? Dean Bruce remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Perhaps it is due to his mental energy. What are your thoughts? Professor Cree asked. Could it be an effect inherent to this martial art? While there are certainly 10th-level mentalists, over the years, none had been reported to break invisibility. Even Saint-level mages found that the invisibility techniques employed by ordinary warriors were rendered ineffective before them, owing to their senses, taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch, having been honed beyond the norm through years of training. Similarly, the invisibility of Saint-level assassins could hardly be breached, as their cultivation allowed them to completely mask their presence. As for the martial art Chris practiced, everyone recognized its potency, yet it remained merely a sequence of techniques. Unlike the archer's eagle eye, the assassin's invisibility, or the mage's lightness, which could be applied to oneself. Moreover, all had witnessed Chris close his eyes without even moving his mouth while Clark was invisible, to cast a skill. At the very least, a spell was required. Rhodey proposed. Perhaps he relies on his senses, or maybe he heard something, or perhaps he caught a whiff. He turned to Clark. Could it be that this fellow failed to wash up yesterday, leaving a rather strong odor? Laughter erupted among the group, while Clark's face turned beet red with indignation. In the presence of the dean, he dared not overreact, merely glaring and lowly growling. You barbaric simpleton. Dean Bruce smiled and interrupted, saying, Clark, take my letter and make the arduous journey to the northern town of Kibu to personally deliver it to Chris's father. Remember to bring several companions to investigate that bin Laden. I will explain the situation to Count Darnell, so there is no need to conceal anything from him." Clark rose in acknowledgement. Chris returned to the dormitory, where Kakuri eagerly opened the door. The exercise equipment in the courtyard had already been set up, consisting of familiar fitness apparatus from Chris's former life. A pull-up bar, parallel bars, a wooden dummy, and 9 wooden stakes. Due to the courtyard's limited size, these items occupied 2/3 of the area. The pull-up bar was notably more slender than in his previous life. Yet its weight-bearing capacity remained high, designed for finger strength training. The parallel bars were naturally for arm strength. The wooden dummy served to practice close-quarters grappling. And the plum blossom stakes were a manifestation of Chris's realization through several battles that agility in his lower body was his weakness. Without a solid foundation and nimble footwork, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage against opponents of remarkable agility that in the martial arts community of his past life. There existed a saying, "One passes on the fist, but not the foot." To learn footwork, one must surpass the master, underscoring the significance of footwork in practical combat. And no matter how proficient one became in striking techniques, without agile footwork, it would be challenging to approach an opponent effectively. As for the choice of footwork, Chris had none. He had only stumbled upon an incomplete footwork technique. The 8-trigram circle step was deemed incomplete because he possessed merely a diagram depicting the 8 directional movements, devoid of the corresponding mental techniques and essential principles. Nonetheless, he understood that footwork fundamentally involved maintaining a stable balance at the center while moving forward, backward, and sidestepping. The basic arrangement of the 8 trigrams is as follows. The east corresponds to the Li position, representing fire. The south corresponds to the Qian position, representing heaven. The west corresponds to the Qin position, representing water. The north corresponds to the Kuan position, representing earth. The southeast corresponds to the Dui position, representing marsh. The southwest corresponds to the Sun position, representing wind. The northwest corresponds to the Jian position, representing mountain. And the northeast corresponds to the Zhun position, representing thunder. Chris arranged the 9 wooden stakes according to the 8 trigrams positions, with the central stake representing the opponent. He began by moving from Kuan to Sun, then to Li, circling around to Dui, then back to Qin, transitioning to Zhun, and finally from Zhun to Qian each time he circled. He aimed at the central stake to strike while continuously moving his feet, repeating this process that he aspired to one day practice this footwork to the point where he could move in a fluid circular motion, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water, uninterrupted and seamless. Then, this footwork would be regarded as a minor achievement. During his practice, Kakuri watched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this young employer insisted on this convoluted routine around the wooden stakes. After Chris paused, satisfied, he smiled at Kakuri. Was the young master unwell? Chris paid him no mind, leaving Kakuri behind to return indoors and commence meditation. Once he entered a meditative state, Chris was pleasantly surprised to discover that the magical reservoir within his mind was nearly full. The elemental resonance from over half an hour prior had charged him, with the air element radiating a soft blue glow, akin to a lake brimming with magic, albeit with a few specks of earthy yellow elements mingling within. Suddenly recalling that he was attuned to dual elements, with a 5th-level affinity for earth, he found it unexpected yet fortunate that this instance of elemental resonance had absorbed a considerable quantity of earth elements. Chapter 27. Elemental Compression. After waking from his midday nap and completing his training, Chris began practicing the 8 trigram circle step. As a novice, he inevitably made mistakes, walked slowly, and even collided with the wooden stakes, common occurrences. As his mind was preoccupied with memorizing the footwork, remarkably, he dreamed of walking in circles during his nap. Since his enrollment, the foundational training of bone unlocking techniques and physical conditioning had been established. Now, it was time to delve into magical practice. The initial step of meditation unexpectedly brought him joy, leading him to contemplate the magical studies he would pursue. In terms of air magic, Chris had already gleaned substantial knowledge from the library. The basic first-level air spells consisted of just 2: lightning bolt and flash. The ancestors of this world had achieved profound mastery in magic, having derived new spells from the foundational ones of each element. The elementary fire spell, Fireball, evolved into a larger fireball, then into explosive fireball. The water spell, water bullet, transformed into a larger water bullet, followed by ice spike. The earth spell, stone spike, developed into earth spikes, and then into a series of piercing earth attacks. The wind spell, wind blade, led to wind blade array, and subsequently wind rend. The wood spell, thorn whip, resulted in entanglement, and then into man-eating vines. As for what Chris aimed to learn now, it was lightning bolt, whose derivative skill was chain lightning, based on individual talent and magical research. Some had transformed basic magical skills into mutated ones, enhancing their power or expanding their range. For instance, some had turned fireball into fire net, while others had converted the advanced wood summoning spell, Tree Shepherd, into a mass summoning of tree folk. Wizards delve into the essence of magic, scrutinizing the arrangement of elements. Yet due to the limitations of talent, most wizards find it challenging to progress beyond level 8. Those with higher qualifications are indeed rare, particularly during a time of peace, where the saying that heroes emerge in chaotic times holds certain truths. What Chris needed now was to learn first-level air magic from his mentor, having already achieved elemental resonance. Consolidating his foundation would be most beneficial. The next day, the magical class instructor was Professor Cree. He set aside the textbook and surveyed the class. After yesterday's practice, does anyone have any questions regarding meditation? The classroom fell silent. Those who had come to Lantis Academy, regardless of their innate talent, were undoubtedly not fools. Even students with slightly lesser comprehension could grasp meditation within a day. Professor Cree nodded with satisfaction. Then, I believe many of you are prepared to learn first-level air magic. Correct? A sense of foreboding surged in Chris's mind. Indeed, Professor Cree waved his hand. No, that's not enough. Being able to absorb elements and store them in your magical reservoir does not equate to understanding how to manipulate and utilize them. The students stared in shock. Professor Cree looked at them with a hint of pride. Do you understand now? You do not truly comprehend them. Trust me, children, the road ahead is long, and becoming a proper first-level mage will not come swiftly. Now, everyone, please sit quietly and re-enter a meditative state. The students complied. With eyes closed, they could only hear Professor Cree's voice echoing softly. Can you see your magical reservoir? The students nodded, prompting several to break from meditation. Hastily returning to it, Professor Cree continued at a leisurely pace. The elements you have absorbed are not all in a state of tranquility. Some are restless, some mischievous, fluttering about. Now, try using your mental strength to suppress them. Calming them down, this is the first step. This was challenging. Chris attempted to envision a large hand hovering above his magical reservoir, gently pressing the elements down, but that intangible hand shattered as soon as it made contact. He could only focus his mental energy and attempt repeatedly. After several failed attempts, Chris opened his eyes in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered a meditative state. The same soft blue magical reservoir appeared, with tiny elemental particles swirling above. They resisted remaining still, flitting about from time to time. They resembled flies trapped behind a glass window. No, not like flies. They rushed toward the light with fervor. Heedless and chaotic, instead, they resembled little spirits newly arrived in the mortal realm, curious about everything, yet timid. They would approach, then hastily retreat upon the slightest touch, only to return cautiously after assessing the situation. Could it be that they possessed their own consciousness and thoughts? Chris was startled by this notion. Was it possible? He suppressed these bewildering thoughts and resumed exerting control over the elements in his magical reservoir. Each time he formed a large hand, it crumbled upon contact with the elements. After some contemplation, Chris observed the magical reservoir in his mind. It resembled an elastic pond or a water-filled balloon. He perceived its shape as circular. Thus, why not compress the entire balloon? The magical reservoir floated in the air, its surrounding walls gradually pressing inward. Little by little, to his astonishment, the process went smoothly. All the elements within the balloon were gradually compressed inward by an invisible air pressure, transforming their chaotic arrangement into a semblance of shape. Round. Slowly, it became increasingly spherical, the elements coalescing, their hues deepening. Finally, a blue circular elemental mass hung quietly in his mind. Surely, it should suffice now. Chris opened his eyes. He was taken aback. Everyone in the classroom had vanished. Except for one, Professor Cree sat nearby, gazing at him with a smile. Chris rose. Professor Cree this, Professor Cree replied. You are inquiring about your classmates, I presume? Chris nodded. Where have they gone? Professor Cree, still smiling, raised an eyebrow. Class is over. Chris pondered. How long did I meditate? For magical hours. Professor Cree leisurely remarked. I examined your magical reservoir. Heh, he waved his hand. Interestingly, I instructed you to suppress the elements. Yet you interpreted it as compression. Chris rolled his eyes. What a delightful misunderstanding. Professor Cree approached him. Suppressing the elements is intended to make them more cohesive and conducive for casting spells, whereas compression simply enhances the potency of the elements, truth be told. This is a technique typically practiced by second-tier mages. He squinted at Chris. Is there an issue with my accent? No, mentor. Then is it your hearing that is deficient? Not at all, mentor. Professor Cree's tone grew stern. Then what is the reason? Cadet Chris, I believe suppressing the elements is not particularly difficult. I merely wish to experiment. That excuse is rather flimsy, Cadet Chris, but it is the truth, mentor. Professor Cree fell silent, fixating his gaze on Chris, who dared not blink, his expression solemn. After a considerable pause, Professor Cree nodded. It appears to be as you say. Indeed, mentor. Very well. Congratulations. You may now commence the study of your very first spell. Chapter 28. Lightning Spell. Professor Cree retrieved a manual from his pocket. This contains all the spells and insights I have gathered since embarking on my journey as a mage. There are several elements that should prove beneficial to you. He turned to exit but paused, glancing back. I would advise against delving into advanced spells at this juncture, so manage your curiosity. Understand? Young man. Yes, mentor. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to approach me directly. Yes, mentor. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chris eagerly opened the magical notes, discovering that the first page presented an overview of the first-tier air spells, Lightning Spell and Flash Spell. The Lightning Spell unleashes a bolt of lightning to strike an adversary. The Flash Spell instantaneously emits a blinding light, causing the opponent to experience a brief daze lasting 3 to 5 seconds. Next, the manual detailed the casting conditions for these two spells. The Lightning Spell, depending on the caster's mental strength, can extend its range. Under normal circumstances, it can strike targets approximately 22 meters away. The Lightning Spell is further categorized into 3 stages: beginner, proficient, and adept, with each stage slightly increasing the casting distance to 2, 3, and 4 meters respectively. The Flash Spell, however, is limited to targets within 5 meters and is considered a crowd control spell in comparison to the Lightning Spell. The casting duration does not exceed 3 seconds, rendering the duration of the Flash Spell nearly insignificant, as a human blink occurs in an instant. Following this, the manual provided the incantations. The first-tier spells are relatively simpler, with the Lightning Spell consisting of 4 syllables and the Flash Spell merely 3. Much to Chris's delight. For magical skills, supportive spells are often more advantageous than offensive ones, such as the Flash Spell, along with the protective Earth Spellstone Skin and the Slow Spell. According to the records, the original casting of magic was not as straightforward as it is now. A spell could often require multiple gestures to complete, that in earlier times. Casting magic necessitated specific dance movements, chants, and essential guiding materials to successfully execute a spell, akin to performing while singing. Through ongoing research and refinement by mages over time, nearly all spellcasting has been simplified, eliminating dance, gestures, and movements, without compromising the integrity of the spellcasting. The incantations were condensed into a series of obscure and complex syllables through a process of elision. While this simplification diminished the power of spells compared to their original forms, it afforded mages greater maneuverability and flexibility. Nevertheless, some mages still carry guiding materials to ensure their spells retain potency. For instance, fire mages might scatter flint powder in environments where fire elements are scarce, such as by the sea, to activate the few fire elements present in the air. Having comprehended the method of casting the Lightning Spell, Chris composed himself, closed his eyes, and silently recited the incantation. His mental energy danced around the magical reservoir suspended in his mind, gradually drawing forth wisps of air elements, which were tightly pulled toward his arm. While he began to chant, the air elements, now agitated by his mental force, surged with an indescribable energy, seemingly eager to escape his body. They no longer wished to remain passive and rushed outward. In that instant, the external air elements began to resonate, joining in the frenzy. This was the magical aura that a mage emanates while casting a spell, should there be another mage nearby, or a mage of formidable mental prowess. They would be adept at detecting the magical essence in the air. Undoubtedly, the moment of Chris's spellcasting was imminent. His expression remained unchanged, yet it was undeniable that the youth felt both anxious and exhilarated. The first spell he would ever cast was about to materialize in his hands. Then, all the elements poised to erupt suddenly scattered from his palm with a pop, much like a balloon pricked by a needle. Chris blinked, glanced at his hand, and blinked again. That IT was indeed not as effortless as he had imagined. A twinge of disappointment washed over him. Chris rubbed his face, wondering if it was a habitual post-lunch drowsiness that had set in. He resolved to try again. It was not until he successfully cast the lightning spell, shattering a stone in the courtyard, that Chris contentedly ascended to the second floor and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 29. Composite magic. In his slumber, Chris heard voices. Amidst his drowsiness, it seemed a number of individuals had arrived. Then Kakuri whispered something, and the noise subsided. Chris attempted to concentrate on the words, but instead found himself growing more alert. After lingering in bed for a while, he finally rose. In the courtyard stood Professor Roddy, who was curiously fiddling with a pair of rods, flanked by 3 students, one of whom was Max, another Lawrence, and the third a girl he did not recognize, all exploring the wooden stakes. Upon noticing Chris at the door, Professor Roddy approached with a hearty laugh. "Awake, are we? Haha, I brought a few youngsters over for a cup of tea." Chris nodded at Max and Lawrence, then greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor Roddy." Roddy waved his hand dismissively as he entered the living room. Come, everyone take a seat." Kakuri had already prepared tea, placing it on the table while standing by with hands at his side. Chris leisurely warmed the teapot, and the trio of Lawrence promptly took their seats. The girl remained silent, her keen gaze appraising Chris from head to toe. Professor Roddy beamed at Chris. "Young man, those items in the courtyard." Chris understood and did not lift his gaze. "Those are my training apparatus for physical conditioning." The eyes of the 4 brightened, and Roddy shone particularly brightly. "Physical conditioning. How do you train?" Chris poured tea for everyone, taking a deliberate sip. "It is taught to me by my mentor." Roddy leaned closer, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Is it that Bon Layden?" Chris hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Without such clarification, he could not adequately explain the origins of these previously unseen objects on the continent. After all, to others, Bon Layden was equally shrouded in mystery. The expressions of the group shifted to a solemn excitement, while the girl appeared somewhat skeptical. Roddy, unable to contain his curiosity, began to fidget, eager for Chris to demonstrate his abilities. Suddenly, noticing the girl, he smacked his forehead. "Ah, yes, this is Vera." Vera, around 15 or 16 years old, sported a neat ponytail of light blue hair, her fair cheeks dotted with a few freckles, giving her a playful appearance. She exuded a certain haughtiness, and now looked quite displeased at being overlooked. She stood up and declared, "Vera, second-tier rogue." She fixed a piercing gaze on Chris, her expression tinged with a hint of provocation. Chris nodded, "Hello, welcome," before returning his focus to his tea. Vera's expression shifted several times, and after a deep breath, she ultimately restrained herself and slowly sat back down. Lawrence exchanged looks with Chris, yet Chris turned to Roddy. "Professor Roddy, I need to practice magic shortly, so please feel free to carry on. I shall meditate upstairs, if that is all right." Roddy regarded Chris, then glanced at the courtyard, appearing somewhat conflicted as he replied, Very well, though not of noble birth." Roddy possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the subtleties of nobility, that Chris's words were unmistakably a polite dismissal. However, the allure of the unprecedented items, purportedly imparted by Bon Layden, held a certain intrigue. Moreover, Chris's combat skills seemed too sophisticated to have been honed solely through those rudimentary tools. Yet there was likely a connection. How could he not take the opportunity to observe? Thus, he feigned ignorance and continued to linger. Chris chose not to speak further, instructing Kakuri to continue brewing tea for the 4. Excusing himself before ascending the stairs, Max quietly reprimanded Vera for her rudeness. while Vera cast a sidelong glance at Kakuri, who was diligently preparing tea for them, and glared at Max without replying. After sitting in silence for a while, Rhodey could no longer contain himself and rose from his seat to step into the courtyard. Naturally, the others followed suit, leaving Kakuri no choice but to set down the teapot. They all gathered in front of Chris's fitness equipment. Rhodey was utterly perplexed by the single and double bars. He patted the quagmire post, looking around, and asked Kakuri, "What is this contraption for? Have you seen how Chris trains?" Kakuri replied honestly, "Young Master Chris just runs around these pillars continuously, smiles at me after a while, and then runs some more." The others exchanged glances, and Lawrence hesitantly inquired, "So, what does that mean?" Kakuri hesitated as well. "I suppose the young master is just running, right?" Vera rolled her eyes, and so did Max. Rhodey gazed vacantly. In truth, Chris was merely experiencing a common bout of irritability due to a poor afternoon nap. He had returned upstairs and quietly peered out of the window for a moment before slipping out through the back window and stealthily scaling the wall, heading straight for the woods behind the library. It was a quieter place. This forest was vast, with dense trees deeper within, far removed from the clamor of the crowd. Chris found a clean patch of ground and leaned against a tree to sit down. Meditation does not adhere to a specific posture, and once Chris felt comfortable, he immediately entered a meditative state. Drawing upon his previous experience with casting lightning spells, Chris proceeded smoothly, entering the magical pool and channeling the air elements to his arms and palms. Chanting the incantation, and then allowing them to erupt explosively from his hands, that an extraordinarily brilliant beam of light burst forth in an instant, and everything around Chris froze, the sound of birds taking flight ringing in his ears. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the blinding radiance, and overwhelming joy filled his heart. He had succeeded. The tranquil environment indeed facilitated his magical practice. What if he were to cast two types of magic simultaneously? The thought ignited a spark of eagerness within Chris. However, the operation of the two magics was inconsistent, and the incantations differed. Tio cast them simultaneously. He would have to either learn to perform dual actions with his hands like the old trickster in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, or combine them. Combine. Something within Chris leaped at the thought. Was there such a thing as combination magic in this world? He extended his hands, attempting to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other on the ground. The circle and square were crooked and misshapen, confirming his failure. At least it proved he was not entirely lacking in talent. Now, could he attempt to combine these two types of magic? But what would the combination of lightning magic and light magic yield? Light magic merely blinds, while lightning magic strikes opponents within attack range, that if he were to merge their effects, he could blind his opponent while casting lightning magic. Was that necessary? Lightning magic was already one of the fastest attack spells. With almost no range, it was as swift as light, unlike fireball spells, which could be dodged. Thus, this notion seemed flawed. Chris conjured a sphere of air elements in his palm, hesitated for a moment, and then dissipated it. With his current mastery of the two air-based spells, it was evident that he could not meet the conditions for a combination. It seemed he would have to wait until he learned more magic before contemplating this issue. Chapter 30. Earth Magic. If magic of the same type was unfeasible, what about dual-type magic? Suddenly, he remembered that his affinity for earth magic was at level 5. Chris smacked his forehead in frustration. He stood up and headed towards the library outside the woods. As new students enrolled, the library gradually became busier, filled not only with magic students but also with a fair number of warrior trainees mingling among them. The successes of predecessors can never be replicated, but one can draw insights from their experiences to carve out one's own path, thereby saving considerable time. In his youthful vigor, he sought to ascend higher. The library served as such a place, housing a wealth of knowledge, countless insights, and numerous martial techniques and spells, including rare secrets and records from the continent. Provided one possessed sufficient patience, Chris found the shelf for low-level earth magic, which occupied 2 entire shelves. Of course, the mid to high-level earth magic could only be found on the 2nd floor and above. These 2 shelves contained not only the incantations and casting methods of low-level earth magic, but also some records on the evolution of initial earth magic, along with various research insights and casting experiences related to earth elements. These were invaluable treasures collected since the establishment of Landis Academy that Chris's fingers skimmed over the spines of the books until he finally pulled one out. The Evolution of Basic Earth Magic, authored by the first Earth Magic instructor. Lists, at the founding of the Academy, in that era, magic had not yet fully evolved into the modern forms known today, meaning that the spells of the time still required numerous guiding actions to cast. As previously mentioned, jumping and singing were merely the actions of a female magician, likely a delightful sight to behold at that time. Formal magicians required a magical retainer, akin to the night squires of today. Their roles were largely similar. Magicians belonged to the noble class, and when they traveled, all matters of daily life and communication with others, including dealings with lower-class individuals, were entirely managed by their retainers. The magicians themselves needed only to study and practice magic, casting spells whenever they wished. Retainers carried musical instruments, whether a seven-stringed lute or a war drum, beginning to play as the magician prepared to cast spells, allowing the magician to dance gracefully along with the music. Due to the numerous conditions for casting spells at that time, magicians truly became emblematic of invincible at a distance, powerless up close. Yet their status continued to ascend, for they symbolized the might of a nation, serving as crucial assets in diplomatic endeavors. During wars, they stood far behind the army, casting spells while enjoying the offerings of the populace and even the empire. For they represented the nation's combat strength. When Landis Academy was established, the continent's wars had not ceased. Professor Liss was a level 9 Earth magician who had participated in several significant battles and survived. Of course, due to the fact that magicians traditionally remained at the rear during warfare. Her primary role in battle was not to harm the enemy, but to reinforce fortifications and city walls. And when defeat was imminent, she was swiftly escorted to safety by state dispatch guards. This esteemed mage was fortunate to become one of the Academy's first official professors. While she may not have been particularly adept at teaching, she was a significant contributor to the collection and organization of Earth magic, documenting the evolution of every series of Earth spells, from the initial stone projection to the Earth magic taboo meteor, from the basic stone spike to the advanced magic Earth wall, and from the self-protective stone skin to the offensive petrification. Chris had no interest in the initial spells. However, at the end of the book, there was an appendix listing spells that had evolved into modern magic. He set this book aside and found another titled Overview of Basic Earth Magic, which indeed contained records of level 1 Earth magic. There were two spells, Stone Spike and Stone Projection. The former caused sharp stones to protrude from beneath an opponent's feet to inflict damage, while the latter's description left Chris both amused and incredulous. It generated a certain number of stones to be hurled at the opponent. It would be quicker to simply bend down and throw a rock. Regardless, he decided to learn them first. Chris retrieved paper and pen from his pocket and diligently transcribed the spells before returning to the depths of the woods. Having now constructed the steps to guide the level 1 magic in his mind, Chris was proficient. Each time he meditated, he instinctively absorbed elements into the magical pool according to his elemental affinity, transforming them into magical energy when needed. Chris slightly raised his head and smiled. It felt as if he were a rechargeable flashlight from his past life, with the magical pool serving as the charging battery. However, there was no warranty. Once more, he drew upon the magical pool in his mind, slowly guiding it outward. Yet Stone Spike and Lightning had a distinct difference. They required mental focus and guidance. Chris set his target on a tree a few meters away, chanting the incantation while firmly locking onto it with his mental energy. The compressed earth elements surged forth explosively, causing the soil beneath the tree to stir, as if a small earthquake had occurred in that area. In an instant, the earth cracked open, and a sharp, elongated stone shot upward, piercing through the roots of the tree. Chris smiled. The power exceeded his expectations that if he could conceal the agitation of the soil beneath before casting Stone Spike, it could prove lethal. Nevertheless, he could take his time experimenting. Next came Stone Projection, the effects of which surprised Chris. Instead of shooting stones directly at his opponent, they suddenly coalesced into various sizes above the opponent before crashing down. The stones were not large, the size of a fist at most, but the impact was somewhat considerable, creating small craters in the ground. Though this magic was not fatal, at best, it would leave the opponent bruised and battered. The disruptive effect outweighed the offensive one. How could he combine these four spells? Or rather, How should he choose? Lightning and stone spike. Light and stone projection? Or lightning and stone projection? Chris closed his eyes and entered his mental domain. In the magical pool, two distinct elements displayed their unique colors. The pale blue represented the air element, while the earthy yellow signified the earth element, perhaps due to the inherent gravity of the elements themselves. The earth element settled at the very bottom of the magical pool. Chris began to extract the earth element gradually, yet the process surprised him. He had anticipated it would be far more challenging, but it proved to be as effortless as withdrawing the air element. Suddenly, Chris comprehended that this was due to his magical pool being suspended within the cerebral realm. Thus, no matter from which direction he drew the elements, it would remain the same. Once he drew the earth element into the palm of his hand, he halted its release, carefully returning his mental energy to the magical pool to commence the extraction of the air element. The process was slow, necessitating divided attention, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a sign of his mental strain. Gradually, the air element made its way to his arm. All that remained was to draw it into his palm and then chant the incantation. However, how could he chant two spells simultaneously for these two distinct magics? Sweat trickled down his forehead, reaching the bridge of his nose, causing a slight itch. Chris was startled. What a predicament. Chapter 31. The withering grass. Chris had heard of a scenario where the flow of magical energy within one's body became unstable, or the casting of magic was interrupted, leading to a potential backlash of magical energy. When magic backlash occurs, the very energy intended for oneself could suddenly inflict harm, and the consequences of such a backlash are often dire. Mild cases may result in injury to the meridians and physical body, while severe cases could lead to death. The injury to the meridians could render one a mere shell of their former self. In such a case, death might seem preferable. Indeed, he had acted too rashly. Chris steadied his mind, slowly drawing the air element back from his arm with utmost caution. Bit by bit, painstakingly slow, the pale blue air element obediently followed Chris's mental energy, gradually returning to the magical pool. Sighing in relief, Chris shifted his focus to the earth element accumulating in his left palm, just as he was about to disperse it when a sudden crack echoed nearby. A branch snapping. Crack. Chris was startled. The earth element in his palm immediately became chaotic, and the magical energy surged violently. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated and enveloped the tumultuous earth element, flinging it outward, while his seated body instinctively recoiled. With a muffled thud, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground before him, debris scattering. Chris felt a sharp pain in his left hand, realizing he had sustained an injury, just as he intended to lower his gaze to examine it. A figure approached slowly. It was nighttime, and Chris had been so engrossed in practicing magic for several hours that he had lost track of time. The gentle breeze rustled, and the sounds of insects filled the air as someone walked softly over the fallen leaves and grass, seemingly like a specter, gradually drawing closer to him. The ambient sound softened into a harmonious melody, as if the very spirits of nature had come to greet their sovereign, bowing their heads in joyous reverence. She resembled a fairy wandering through the woods. Chris almost forgot the pain in his hand, suddenly lost in thought. In his daze, the fairy stood not far from him and spoke. "What are you doing?" Her voice was melodious. Chris felt as though he had entered a dream, at this moment, contemplating something else. Could it be that this girl has cast some illusion upon me? Before he could respond, the girl slightly raised her hand, uttered a soft incantation, and a faint green light flickered over Chris's left hand, carrying with it a hint of fresh grass's fragrance. He lifted his hand to examine it. The gaping wound caused by the magical backlash was visibly contracting at a remarkable pace, a slight itch emerging as the wound gradually healed, until it vanished entirely. Chris lifted his gaze. "Thank you." A wood mage, and a girl he recognized. Pundies. He expected to encounter this almost legendary figure here. Chris was momentarily entranced, bowing slightly. "It is an honor to meet you, Miss Pundies." Pundies, with her faintly green hair, stood harmoniously amidst the trees, returning the gesture with a nod. "The honor is mine." "Just now, were you practicing magic?" Chris replied, "Yes, but I encountered a bit of trouble." He gestured to his hand. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your generous healing." Pundies responded with an indifferent demeanor. "It was merely a matter of convenience." No need for thanks. Her gaze shifted to his face. You are a new student. Practicing low-tier magic shouldn't lead to a magical backlash. Unless I misinterpreted the situation, Chris offered a wry smile. Your intuition is indeed correct. It was a magical backlash. In truth, I was attempting to combine magics. I seem to have overestimated my abilities. Pundi's expression shifted slightly. Her lips moved as if she were murmuring to herself. Before casually remarking, do you realize the magnitude of the risk you are taking? Chris continued to smile wryly. I should not have a next time, right? Pundi's expression darkened, clearly perceiving the insincerity in Chris's words. Dying is not to be feared. Becoming a waste is the true torment. Understand? Chris was well aware of this truth, yet this failure had sparked new ideas regarding the combination of magics. It was evidently erroneous to draw two elements out of the body for combination. So what if he first drew the two elements from the magical pool and then combined them within the cerebral realm? Although this posed significant challenges and was likely beyond the capabilities of a low-tier mage like himself, he possessed exceptional mental energy but lacked understanding and control over the elements. This was undoubtedly something that he could only attempt once he became a high-tier mage or beyond. Chris lifted his gaze to meet Pundi's eyes, speaking earnestly. At present, I will certainly refrain from attempting it again, at least for now. Pundi's returned to her previous nonchalance. Then she turned and walked away. Chris whispered to her retreating figure, I merely do not wish to deceive you. Pundi's paused momentarily, not turning back, before swiftly disappearing from sight. Chris pondered for a while in place, then walked to where Pundi's had stood. Crouching down, there, a small blade of grass had sprouted a delicate bud. He examined it closely and reached out to pluck it. It was the most common withering grass on the continent, a species often found beneath the towering trees, appearing rather despondent in comparison to the constantly rustling trees, hence its name. The seeds of withering grass can survive in a dormant state for over 10 years, in the distinctly seasonal northern regions. They only begin to sprout after June, and if rainfall is scarce, they may not flower until August or even September. In the southern regions, they sprout in May and bloom from July to August. Here, the climate was indeed suitable for plant growth in the southern region. Yet, it was only early April. How could it be blooming? If it were a solitary plant, one might attribute it to soil, humidity, light, or a sudden change in temperature. But Chris noted that several adjacent blades of grass had also entered their mature phase. Standing up, he observed that even the grasses at a distance exhibited signs of premature maturity. This was highly unusual. Chris then found himself staring blankly at an inconspicuous footprint. It was Pundi's footprint. From the angle, it appeared that this small grass had nearly grown beside her foot. Chapter 32. The horse dance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chris hastily ate his meal, then sat in the courtyard sipping tea. After allowing some time for his food to digest, he commenced his physical training. He had not practiced a single bar for long when the courtyard door swung open, and Lawrence stood there grinning. Chris was taken aback. Didn't you come by this afternoon? Lawrence continued to beam. Don't be so formal. If you were to visit my humble abode, I would surely welcome you with open arms. Chris rolled his eyes and resumed his training. Lawrence plopped down at the stone table in the courtyard, poured himself a cup of tea, and remarked, This tea you brewed was a bit strange at first, but upon closer inspection, the flavor is quite pure. Noticing Chris's silence, he turned and observed Chris as he performed the single bar. Chris's technique differed from that of his past life. He used his fingers to grip the bar, performing pull-ups with his thumbs, followed by his index and middle fingers in succession. As a reclusive individual, he had never been able to accomplish such feats in his previous life, but after undergoing the elemental resonance during the last training session, his physical condition seemed to have improved significantly. During his spar with Clark, Chris had distinctly felt an increase in his body's strength, power, and flexibility compared to before. Nevertheless, a weight of 120 pounds was still somewhat challenging for a few fingers. After completing his pull-ups, Chris shook his aching arms, then lay down on the ground, gradually drawing his calves inward. He then exerted force with his thighs and waist, slowly lifting his upper body while attempting to arch his head back until his body formed a circular shape. With both hands pressing against the ground, he gently rolled over, propping himself up with his left arm while extending his right arm backward, gradually stretching his body until he felt his back muscles engage, and then switched to his right hand, This series of movements bore resemblance to yoga from his past life. Though Chris had never actually studied yoga, his understanding was limited to the notion of it being a form of flexible exercise. Nevertheless, he recognized the importance of counter poses in yoga, which serve to restore balance after executing asymmetrical stances, allowing for relaxation and stretching of the thighs and spine. As the saying goes, balance and equal utilization of the body. The confrontation with Clark bestowed upon Chris a newfound understanding of close combat. Engaging intimately, entangled and relentless, it became evident that without a supple and agile physique, one would be at a distinct disadvantage. In the throes of high-intensity and concentrated combat, muscles must remain taut. Otherwise, one risks injuring oneself, which would be utterly laughable. Following this, he proceeded with the double poles. Ultimately, disregarding the sweat and dust that clung to him, he commenced a series of circular movements. Round and round he went, gradually enhancing his proficiency and understanding of footwork. It was not until Chris wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the stone table for a cup of tea that Lawrence, in sheer astonishment, queried, "What on earth are you doing?" Chris met his gaze. "Do you trust me?" Lawrence quickly affirmed. "Of course, what else would I be doing?" Chris replied, "Trust me and follow my lead." With a grimace, Lawrence protested, "This method of training certainly does not resemble that of the nobility." Chris set down his cup, eyes narrowed, prompting Lawrence to hastily place his cup down and rise. All right, I shall comply." Following Chris's guidance, Lawrence began the single pole exercises that he discerned that Chris's training regimen was designed to forge muscle strength. Thus he refrained from unleashing his fighting spirit to enhance his muscularity, dutifully adhering to Chris's instructions. However, Chris did not have him run in circles, but instead instructed him to assume a horse stance. With feet positioned 15 degrees outward, shoulder width apart, he was to slightly squat down, for the human femur naturally rotates outward by 15 degrees. This stance was the most physiologically harmonious position for the body. With arms crossed before his chest, palms inward and fingers aligned, he awaited further instruction from Chris, who, however, fell silent. Thus, Lawrence was left to maintain what he found to be a rather ridiculous pose. Motionless. Yet it was not long before his calves began to ache and swell, and his arms felt heavy and numb. In April, as mosquitoes began to emerge, it was now 7 in the evening, prime time for these pesky creatures. One soon landed on Lawrence's face, prompting him to swat it away with a resounding smack. At that moment, Chris, leisurely sipping his tea, bellowed, "Who told you to move?" The sudden outburst startled Lawrence, who trembled and pointed to his face. "A mosquito! There is a mosquito!" Chris huffed, "No moving." Seizing the opportunity, Lawrence slumped his body and began to shake his limbs. "My arms and legs are sore, Chris." "What purpose does this serve?" Chris remained steadfast. "Maintain your posture." "No moving. Endure even the mosquitoes." Lawrence complied hastily, turning his face to offer a sycophantic grin. "Chris, do you have any insect repellent?" For the next few days, Lawrence dutifully arrived at Chris's dormitory each evening to train. Diligently practicing the horse stance without daring to question Chris's methodology, albeit each time reeking of potent insect repellent. Meanwhile, after his workout, Chris would sit at the stone table in meditation. The effectiveness of his meditation improved significantly, expanding its range. Yet Lawrence could never quite grasp how Chris could immediately perceive even the slightest relaxation of his arms when he turned his back. T.O. disciplined Lawrence for his lack of diligence. Chris placed 2 full cups of tea in the crooks of his arms while he held the horse stance. This moment, all Lawrence could think was, how cruel. Chris, eyes closed, called into the room, "Kakuri, open the door." Kakuri, a clever little boy, would always retreat into the room during Chris and Lawrence's training sessions. Careful to remain quiet, he stepped out, first glancing at Lawrence and then at Chris. "Young master, is there no one else here?" Just then, the door creaked, startled. Lawrence's left hand slipped, sending the cup crashing to the floor in a shatter of fragments. It was over. He cast a pitiful glance at Chris, who opened his eyes, turned around, and calmly stated, "At an hour." Lawrence's face immediately fell. Kakuri opened the door, and Professor Cree entered. Chris bowed. "Good day, Professor Cree." Professor Cree nodded. Then, upon seeing Lawrence, looked astonished. "Lawrence?" He approached Lawrence, who remained frozen in his horse stance. only daring to squint. "Good day, Professor Cree." Another loud admonition followed. "Stop fidgeting." Lawrence promptly sealed his lips, focusing his gaze downward, motionless. Chris gestured. "Professor Cree, please take a seat here." He poured 3 cups of tea, placing one before Professor Cree. Then walked to Lawrence, placing one on his arm and the other atop his head. Chapter 33. Elemental Restoration. Returning to the table, Chris addressed Professor Cree. "I apologize for the spectacle, Professor Cree." Professor Cree blinked. "What is it that you are doing?" Chris poured a cup of tea, respectfully handing it to Professor Cree. Nothing of great significance, just Lawrence attempting this training method. Professor Cree curiously observed Lawrence's peculiar stance, nodded, then turned to Chris. "In the days that have passed, have you mastered your first-level magic?" "Indeed." "Mentor, show me." "Yes, Mentor." Chris steadied himself, summoned the elemental air, recited the incantation, and unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck and shattered a stone by the wall with a resounding crack. Professor Cree approached the debris, inspecting it closely, then squatted to pick up a piece, twisting it between his fingers as he returned to the stone table. "Your casting speed is commendable, yet this power. Could it be that the training was flawed?" Professor Cree chuckled. "Try again." Just as Chris was about to commence, Professor Cree raised a hand. "Wait, I do not wish for you to shatter the stone. Simply leave an imprint." He smiled. "Give it a try." Chris contemplated. Lowering the power? Previously, Professor Cree had mentioned that compressing elements increases their potency. Could it be possible to restore the already compressed elements from the magic pool? It was worth a shot. Chris immersed his mental energy into his brain, cautiously extracting a wisp of air element from the suspended circular magic pool. However, how to restore it? It felt as if his mental energy transformed into hands. Gently pulling the air element apart, got a little lighter, even lighter. The air element seemed like a piece of cloth. Then it frayed. Chris thought he heard a crisp sound, hiss, as the condensed air element was forcibly divided into 2 segments. And then, as if in pain, it swiftly darted back into the magic pool. Chris opened his eyes, dejectedly shaking his head. "That a failure." Professor Cree, sipping tea, inquired with a smile. "How did it go?" Chris shook his head. Professor Cree took a sip of tea. "Elements are not tangible objects. Once absorbed into the magic pool, they behave like droplets of water. Therefore, to restore them, there are 2 methods. First, extract them from the magic pool, allowing them to spread like water, stretching them before casting the magic. But be careful not to let them separate. Second, only extract a small portion of the element. Then, as per your usual casting habits, infuse them into your meridians. Just before casting, envelop them with your mental energy, but after casting, do not retract your mental energy. Stretch the elements just as they are about to strike the target." "Is that all?" Professor Cree nodded earnestly. "Yes." "Precisely." Chris scratched his head. "Professor Cree, I must admit, what you've described seems beyond my current capability." "Then take it step by step. For others, it may be exceedingly difficult, but for someone with your mental prowess, I would say, it is indeed possible." Professor Cree patted Chris on the shoulder and began to exit. "Professor Cree, please wait a moment." Chris hastily called out. What is it?" Professor Cree turned back. Chris inquired, "Are you familiar with wood magic?" Professor Cree pondered for a moment. "I know a bit, but I recall your affinity for wood magic is 0. No, I do not wish to practice wood magic. I merely want to ask, when casting wood-based healing spells, does that magical aura affect the surrounding flora? Is there such a phenomenon?" Professor Cree contemplated for a while before confidently stating, "No." Noticing Chris's lowered gaze and furrowed brow, he curiously asked, "Why do you inquire? Have you encountered such a situation?" Chris lifted his gaze. "No, I haven't. Thank you for your guidance. Good night, Professor Cree." Professor Cree nodded, then turned to glance at Lawrence before swiftly exiting the courtyard. What on earth could be the matter? Chris sat back down, lost in thought. "Lawrence," fearing that the cup atop his head might topple. Lawrence replied through clenched teeth. "What is it? Who is the first-year wood mage in our academy?" "Professor Cobell. She is a dual affinity mage of air, and with that I've heard. She and Professor Cree might have a bit of..." Lawrence's gossiping nature shone through as a sly grin spread across his face. "Smack! Ouch!" Chris exclaimed. "How many have you broken?" "Huh. How many of my cups have you shattered? After a week of dedicated practice, Lawrence exhibited remarkable progress, particularly in his stance training. Initially, he struggled to maintain the stance for even an hour, but gradually, he managed to endure the full hour, and despite experiencing fatigue and numbness in his limbs, he could persist a little longer. Chris, feeling compassion for the teacup, ceased to place it on his arms and head, yet Lawrence remained steadfastly motionless. The stance training truly tested one's willpower. Lawrence earnestly yearned for strength. And at this moment, his determination shone through that he held the stance for nearly 2 hours before finally withdrawing, taking a brief respite before resuming once more. Chris no longer stayed by his side, instead retreating to the grove beside the library to meditate and practice magic after each training session. Chapter 34. Dual-handed spellcasting. Perhaps influenced by some subconscious expectation, Chris consistently chose the very spot where he had encountered Pundi's last time. The tranquility of this location was undeniable. Chris ventured out at 9 o'clock. The library had closed at 6, and now the grove was enveloped in silence, broken only by the evening chorus of insects. The April weather was refreshingly cool, with a hint of moisture carried by the breeze. Taking a deep breath, he felt a soothing chill in his chest. The foliage above was so dense that the moonlight scarcely penetrated the grove. Standing beneath a tree, Chris gazed up at the virtually impenetrable canopy, but if he could ascend to the treetops, he imagined the lush leaves would resemble a verdant carpet. Embracing the trunk, he climbed with both hands and feet. After a period of physical training, the strength in his fingers and the flexibility of his body had noticeably improved. His fingers gripped the branches, and with a powerful twist of his waist, he propelled himself onto the trunk. At this rate, he might even resemble Tarzan from his past life. Reaching the top of the tree was far easier than he had anticipated, and a surge of confidence welled up within him. Peering out from the treetop, he was greeted by a vista reminiscent of scenes from films of his previous life. The thick, interwoven canopy appeared like a plush carpet, evoking an irresistible urge to lie down and roll around. Taking a few deep breaths atop the tree, Chris began his descent. Instead of returning to the ground, he sought a large, sturdy branch, settled into its embrace with his back against it, and gradually slipped into meditation. Having mastered 4 first-level spells and being able to cast them with precision, Chris had firmly entered the intermediate stage of a first-level mage. His current objectives were, first, to enhance his proficiency in all first-level spells. Second, to familiarize himself with the casting methods, even attempting to cast while running, an aspiration purely inspired by his experiences with online games from his past life. And third, whenever time permitted, to explore element control, as suggested by Professor Cree. According to Professor Cree, once a spell was cast, it required mental energy for control, a skill Chris had yet to master. With a flick of his right palm, an elemental orb materialized, yet it dissipated in less than 5 seconds. This was the lightning spell, elusive and unformed. Chris could currently manage only this much. With a motion of his left hand, another elemental orb appeared, only to vanish once more that if he could sustain it longer. Wouldn't it be akin to the mages in the legendary game Legend? Regardless, that posture was undeniably striking. Suddenly, Chris's brow furrowed. A combination spell was beyond his current capabilities, but simultaneously casting the same spell with both hands seemed feasible. He guided the elemental energies from the reservoir through the meridians of his arms, slowly and steadily directing them toward his palms. That seemed promising. Suppressing his excitement, Chris softly chanted the incantation for the lightning spell. With a simultaneous pulse from both palms, 2 bolts of lightning shot forth. He had truly succeeded. Lowering his arms, he wore an expression of uncontainable joy. Focusing, he examined the magical reservoir within his mind and his own body. All appeared well and normal. Chris pondered. The high compression of the elements rendered his lightning spell more potent than usual. Thus, casting with both hands should logically require double the magical energy. However, during his previous attempt, he had instinctively drawn only the amount needed for a single lightning spell. Did that mean the power had diminished significantly? Casting once more, Chris extracted a double quantity of elemental energy. Directing it toward both arms, arriving at his palms, the incantation, a barely audible crackle, echoed as 2 bolts of lightning surged forward, striking several branches ahead. The branches erupted in wisps of white smoke before snapping and cascading to the ground. Indeed, the power had significantly increased. Chris beamed with delight. While this did not constitute a mutated spell, it represented a tremendous advancement and an unexpected delight. Chris resumed his position, alternately concentrating elemental orbs in his left and right hands. And then simultaneously in both, that he acutely sensed that within this brief period, his proficiency in the lightning spell had notably improved, along with his elemental control abilities. The two orbs of concentrated elements morphed in his palms. And thanks to Chris's mental energy, they subtly took on a rounded shape. After nearly 10 seconds, he felt a slight fatigue in his mental focus. He withdrew the elemental orbs, suppressing his exhilaration, and continued his meditation. Chapter 35. The corpse of faint puff resonated nearby, breaking the stillness of the night. Having undergone rigorous training, Chris heard it distinctly. He remained seated with his eyes open, yet did not move. Straining to listen, he detected no further sounds for a while. Just as he began to suspect it was a figment of his imagination when a low, muffled groan emerged, sounding as if someone was attempting to stifle their voice. Chris remained motionless, breathing as lightly as possible. An instinctive response that he could not quite comprehend. Having heard that moonlight could reflect a person's gaze into the distance, Chris narrowed his eyes into a slit, striving to see the source of the sound. He heard footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves, drawing nearer. Deciding to close his eyes, he entered meditation, employing his mental energy to survey the area. That a human figure gradually emerged from the shadows beneath a nearby tree. This individual appeared highly alert, pausing intermittently to rest against the trunk. Chris observed that every time he raised a hand to touch his waist, a muffled groan escaped his lips. That he was injured, continuing to scan the surroundings with vigilance. The figure moved cautiously, nearly stopping with every step, and it took a considerable amount of time before he finally exited the grove. After a prolonged wait, Chris confirmed the individual would not return and carefully descended from the tree. He approached the tree where the figure had leaned and crouched down to inspect it closely. Finding nothing unusual, he moved to another tree, yet again found nothing. Refusing to give up, he chose one more tree to inspect and circled it. A discovery! Beneath this tree, there was little underbrush, yet a solitary wilting plant had emerged, evidently mature, with its roots appearing somewhat damp. Chris lifted his gaze. The moonlight was completely obscured by the leaves. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand to condense an elemental orb in his palm. The orb swirled like mist without dissipating, indicating Chris's elemental control had advanced yet further. However, he was clearly too absorbed in his findings to notice. In the dim light emanating from the elemental orb, the soil surrounding the wilting plant exhibited an unusual brown hue. Chris pinched some soil between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose to inhale. The scent of blood. The individual had indeed sustained injuries. Chris ventured deeper into the grove, tracing the blood trail. The droplets appeared sporadically, often separated by considerable distances, suggesting either the injury was not severe or the individual had found a way to staunch most of the bleeding. Chris arrived at a clearing where several drops of blood lay in the center, surrounded by a few blades of grass that were growing noticeably faster than their counterparts. These droplets seemed to act as a radiation source, stimulating the surrounding flora and inducing a trend of mutation. This scenario felt eerily familiar, stirring a sense of unease within Chris. Following the trail of blood, he reached the edge of the grove, where the boundary wall of Lantis Academy loomed. Beyond this wall, Chris recalled there was another grove. Blood droplets were evident on the wall, along with distinct scratch marks, while faint footprints were barely discernible on the ground. Someone had scaled the wall, but for some reason they had stumbled upon landing, seemingly falling to the ground and struggling to rise, disturbing several small blades of grass beneath them. Chris retrieved a small knife, meticulously collecting the grass stained with blood into a pouch, carefully erasing all traces of evidence around him and creating a chaotic scene to obscure the truth. That he followed the wall for several meters, climbed a tree, and leaped onto the top of the wall, retracing the path of the individual who had entered from this side. Indeed, there were blood droplets and scratch marks atop and on the backside of the wall. Chris wiped away these traces, wiped the sweat from his brow, and cautiously climbed over the wall. Following the trail of blood, he sensed that the individual had navigated a lengthy detour through the grove. As he delved deeper, the blood droplets multiplied. Chris quieted his footsteps while quickening his pace. Glancing at the sky, he noted dawn was approaching, and time was running short. Finally, as he neared the edge of the grove, he encountered the very sight he had dreaded. A corpse. It was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, sprawled on the ground, gripping a two-handed sword with a blade measuring around 6 to 8 centimeters in width. The sword body featuring blood grooves, with a silver hilt. Chris crouched down, cautiously lifting the tip of his sword. The blood upon it had yet to fully coagulate, mottled and fresh, and the grass beneath where the blood dripped exhibited an alarming tendency to grow wildly. As anticipated, it was indeed the same individual. Chris produced a handkerchief, vigorously wiping away all traces of blood from the blade, that he then extracted the hilt from the corpse's clenched grasp. Near the guard of the hilt was a small emblem, 2 swords crossed against the backdrop of a radiant sun. Chris's expression grew grave. This was the standard equipment of the Knights of the Radiant Church. He carefully turned the body over, observing that it was clad in chainmail, with vital areas reinforced by heavy steel. The joints of the arms and legs were interconnected by chainmail, and indeed, on the right side of the waist was the same emblem. The corpse bore numerous scratches and bloodstains, with multiple wounds on the face and exposed skin. Blood still oozing from the wounds. The left hand was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. Chris gingerly lifted it and confirmed that it was indeed severed. The fatal injury was at the throat. A large gash, as if a sharp implement had been violently thrust into it. The laceration was severe. Although the trachea had been punctured, it did not cause immediate death. Had the implement not exited from the back of the neck, the airflow within the trachea would have expanded outward, forcing blood to spurt forth should the assailant withdraw the weapon hastily. Under normal circumstances, the projection distance would be 3 to 5 meters. However, there were no signs of blood spatter in front of the corpse. This was peculiar. Chris furrowed his brow. That it was rare for an opponent to refrain from withdrawing their weapon immediately after piercing the throat. As the final strike from a dying adversary was often frenzied, no one would remain within reach of the deceased's weapon. They would most likely withdraw and retreat at once, unless the assailant was a ranged archer. Yet, it was clear that the adversary was not an archer. There were no arrows present, and the nature of the wound was not consistent with that of a projectile. Chris picked up a twig and carefully inserted it into the corpse's throat. It penetrated approximately 6 centimeters, just shy of breaching the neck. The wound tapered from large to small, indicating it was not inflicted by a blade. Drawing out the twig, Chris felt the tip. It was cold to the touch. He understood now. The wound had been caused by an ice spear. And no wonder it appeared so strange. He had been misled by his habitual thinking. Momentarily forgetting that this was a world of magic, Chris scrutinized the area once more, erasing any traces around him before retracing his steps. Chapter 36. Pundi's handmaiden upon returning to his dormitory. Dawn had already arrived. Chris lay on his bed without even changing his clothes, his body instantly relaxing, and within moments he fell into a deep slumber. Just as he closed his eyes, he was awakened by Kakuri's call. Groggily, Chris got up to wash and hurriedly had breakfast before heading to class. After the lesson, while stifling a yawn and pondering elemental control, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he bought a meal and sat in a corner to eat. Lawrence, carrying his own tray, sat down beside him. Observing Chris, Lawrence inquired, "Did you not sleep last night?" Chris mechanically nodded, focusing on his food. In truth, given Chris's extraordinary mental fortitude, missing a night's sleep posed no real detriment. It was merely a matter of habit. A psychological feeling of inadequacy in rest. Lawrence fell silent. After a while, Chris, puzzled, glanced at Lawrence, who was staring fixedly at the entrance of the cafeteria, forgetting to eat. Chris waved his hand in front of Lawrence's eyes. "What are you doing?" Lawrence continued to gaze ahead, his eyes fixed on the entrance. "What are you doing?" He repeated, mirroring his previous question. With patience, Lawrence explained, "At this hour, Miss Pundi's usually comes for her meals." Chris rolled his eyes and resumed eating. After a moment, Lawrence suddenly exclaimed, "Here she comes, here she comes." From hearing his peculiar tone, Chris looked up, following Lawrence's gaze. The cafeteria was bustling with people, yet Pundi's was nowhere to be seen. Annoyed, Chris remarked, "What are you doing, making such a fuss?" Lawrence still did not turn around and replied, "It's Pundi's handmaiden. She often comes to eat by herself." Chris continued his meal. Lawrence pointed out. Look, it's her, the woman in the green dress. Chris raised his eyes and was momentarily taken aback. That it was a very young woman, with a delicate face and graceful demeanor. What a rigorous, noble etiquette instructor must have been to cultivate such poise. She seemed somewhat familiar. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lawrence appeared surprised, asking, "What are you doing?" Chris glanced at him. "Is that a phrase you particularly enjoy saying?" "What? You've said it numerous times. You're not suggesting that you've taken a liking to Pundy's handmaiden, are you?" Chris slightly lifted his head, feeling drowsy, his expression momentarily vacant. "I think I've seen this girl before." Lawrence scrutinized Chris for a while before shaking his head. "It's hard to believe you're still using such excuses to flirt with women. You truly are a rare specimen. Learn from me." Saying this, he thumped his chest and stood up, striding towards Pundy's handmaiden. Chris watched as Lawrence approached the handmaiden, seemingly engaged in conversation, after which the handmaiden curtsied, shook her head, spoke, and then Lawrence returned, looking quite dejected. Miss Pundy's was practicing magic yesterday, and in her eagerness, suffered a backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not severe, and she is currently recuperating. That Chris's heart stirred. Could it truly be her? Yet, something seemed to surface in his mind. But the biological clock within him urged him into drowsiness, leaving him unable to grasp that fleeting inspiration. Casually, he inquired, "Miss Pundy's is a nature mage, correct?" Lawrence nodded. "Yes, she is a notable figure at Landis Academy. The only level 5 mage among the third-year students. What about her affinity for other schools of magic?" After mulling over it for a moment, Lawrence replied, "None. I haven't heard of her practicing other types of magic." "Oh," Chris stood up, wiped his mouth, and headed outside. "I'm going back." "Don't come too early to disturb me." Lawrence nodded, remaining silent, likely pondering whether to visit Pundy's. Could she truly be the one? Or had he seen that handmaiden before? Upon reaching his dormitory, Chris took a shower, changed into clean sleeping attire, and quickly fell asleep. Aileen ran up to him, without the stern and serious Lady Till following behind. Chris scooped up his sister and spun her around several times. Aileen giggled and asked, "Brother, did you miss me?" Chris's response was to gently tickle her tiny nose, provoking Eileen's playful complaints. Around him, the elements swirled incessantly, yet no matter how he attempted to absorb them, they eluded his body and gradually receded further away. Chris desperately chased after them. Nad placed a double-handed sword in his palm, stating in a stiff manner, "Young Master Chris, you must awaken your fighting spirit promptly. Otherwise, you won't even be able to lift this sword." A flash of white light erupted as the slaver's wrist fell to the ground, eliciting his anguished screams. Slavery. That female slave. Chris jolted awake from his dream. Yes, Pundy's handmaiden. I've seen her before at the slave market in my father's territory, where she was being auctioned off as a commodity. But how did she come to be Pundy's handmaiden? Or has she always been Pundy's handmaiden? Chris sat up, furrowing his brow as he strained to recall. That day, there had been 5 individuals involved in rescuing that female slave, with a woman leading the group, her face concealed by a hood. Could that have been Pundy's? There was another detail. When the slaver attempted to strike the female slave, an ice spear severed his wrist. Last night, the guard of the Radiant Church who perished in the woods was also pierced through the throat by an ice spear. Was there another involved, or were they all linked to Pundy's? Chapter 37. Flying Claw. Regardless of who it was, Chris understood. A guard of the Radiant Church had been slain, given the Radiant Church's typically domineering modus operandi. This was a significant matter. Although he had destroyed most of the evidence, the limited time available might have led to a few inconspicuous details being overlooked. It only took one discovery by an observant individual to ignite suspicion. The Radiant Church was the foremost power beyond the Empire, staffed by numerous gifted individuals, and Chris could only hope they would not turn their attention to the Academy too soon. However, he understood that the likelihood of this was slim. While the Imperial City was vast, Landis Academy was not far from the body. Regardless of whether any significant clues remained on the discovered corpse, Chris knew it would be difficult to conceal the fact that the deceased had been killed by an ice spear from seasoned investigators. Mages with magical abilities nearby were undoubtedly affiliated with Landis Academy. Thus, an investigation at Landis Academy was inevitable. Chris awaited anxiously. On the morning of the 3rd day, as Chris made his way to class, He sensed a heavy atmosphere permeating the academy, that a contingent of radiant church knights lingered outside, and he observed the fourth-year magic department head, Garkin, accompanying a cardinal in the water magic class, flanked by several temple guards. Since the ice spear was a level 3 spell, every water mage above level 3 was meticulously interrogated, and the guards on duty that night were also thoroughly questioned. After several days of turmoil, the entire academy was engulfed in an atmosphere of unease. During this time, several students who had ventured out at night were scrutinized, yet the ultimate outcome revealed nothing more than a handful of affluent young nobles sneaking out of the academy for leisure. Chris observed discreetly, while Pundis remained unchallenged and unexamined. Thus, at least Pundis had not been discovered to possess an affinity for water magic. Some of the academy's instructors were also subjected to investigation. Adults, evidently, exhibited a greater propensity for aggression. Perhaps due to the lack of leads, under mounting pressure from above, the demeanor and conduct of the cardinal in red and his guards grew increasingly rude. In the end, Dean Bruce had no choice but to intervene and curb the temple's increasingly excessive inquiries that a week later, having found nothing, the temple departed in frustration. Within the academy, countless individuals sighed with relief at their retreat. These harbingers of misfortune. This remark was made by a fourth-year water magic instructor, who subsequently faced reprimand from Dean Bruce, that in any case, life and studies returned to normalcy, that on this day, the blacksmith Chasai sent word for Chris to visit him outside the academy. Unbeknownst to him, it had been 2 months since his last visit to Chasai. Upon entering Chasai's forge, he was greeted by the same assistant as before. Evidently, Chasai had informed him of Chris's impending arrival, for he ushered Chris inside without delay. Passing through the front workshop and courtyard, they arrived at Chasai's smithy, which was stiflingly hot. The dwarf was currently forging a dagger, his upper body bare, beads of sweat glistening on his sinewy muscles, completely unperturbed by the sparks erupting from the forge. Upon noticing Chris's entrance, he revealed a broad grin through his unkempt beard, displaying a set of gleaming white teeth. "Wait for a moment in the courtyard. I'll be done shortly." Chris nodded and took a seat at a stone table in the yard. Not long after, Chasai emerged, wiping his brow. Chris observed his gait. Both his steps and posture had returned to normal, suggesting that Chasai had heeded Chris's advice and had spent a considerable amount of time resting in bed over the past 2 months. Chasai plopped down beside the stone table, retrieving a flask from his waist. Evidently, he had been drinking while working. He flashed his white teeth again. "Thank you, lad. Look at my legs." He proudly lifted his leg high, oblivious to whether the pose was graceful. Dwarves are a practical folk. Chris smiled silently in acknowledgement. Chasai poured a generous amount of liquor into a cup. Come, let us drink." Chris hesitated slightly, not out of distaste, but rather concern over whether he could handle the dwarf's potent brew. He lifted the cup and took a tentative sip. The strong alcohol surged down his throat, prompting a cough. Chasai erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused. "You've got talent, lad, but when it comes to forging and drinking, I reign supreme." Chris hurriedly fetched a cup of tea to soothe his throat before inquiring, "This is some impressive liquor. By the way, Chasai, is the item I requested last time ready?" Chasai rummaged through his pocket and produced a package that clinked with metallic sounds. Placing it on the table, "Here it is. I just returned from the mountains the day before yesterday. That I know you are not in a rush, but I prefer to complete tasks in one go. I finished it yesterday, and couldn't wait to inform you." Chris unwrapped the package, revealing several metallic components for a grappling claws, steel cables, sleeves, arm pads, and several retaining rings. That he laid them out on the table, beginning to assemble them piece by piece. Soon, amidst Chasai's rapid movements, an unfamiliar object materialized before him. When retracted, it appeared merely as an inconspicuous cylindrical iron tube. Chris rolled up his sleeve, affixed it to his arm, and with a click, the 2 arm pads secured tightly. Lowering his sleeve, it was nearly impossible to discern anything within. Chasai stared, bewildered. "What is this for?" Chris grinned and rolled up his sleeve, exposing the iron tube to aim at a tree in the courtyard. With a tap against his ribs, a claw shot forth with a resounding click, firmly embedding itself in the tree trunk. Chasai sprang up, his short legs carrying him swiftly to inspect this novel contraption birthed from his own craftsmanship. Chris retracted the grappling claw and removed it from his arm. which Chasai seized eagerly. Unable to contain his fascination, Chris continued to sip his tea, allowing Chasai to indulge in his admiration. Chasai disassembled the grappling claw, examining each component meticulously before reassembling it. Finally, he remarked, "This device is intended for climbing, isn't it?" Chris smiled and nodded. Chasai, being an earnest individual, had not considered that this device could be used for nefarious purposes. The mind that conceived such a contraption surely bore ill intentions. Instead, he immediately envisioned the arduousness he had faced while mining in the mountains. His short stature made traversing areas that were simple for humans a considerable challenge for the brave dwarf. Chasai's face flushed a deeper shade of brown, but Chris remained oblivious. "Chris, lad, this is remarkable. I wonder. He rubbed his hands together, grinning awkwardly. Although Chris was young, he was also Chasai's benefactor. It was evident that if this invention were to hit the market, it would spark a frenzy. Mercenaries frequently hunting beasts in the forest would undoubtedly require one, not to mention the assassins, thieves, and hunters who would also be eager to acquire it. This device held immense value. Though diminutive, Chasai possessed keen insight that if this invention were sold through his smithy, his reputation would soon spread across the empire, and everyone would come to know of this remarkable dwarf who, despite having departed from his clan, still garnered acclaim throughout the continent. Chris smiled. He had no need for riches and could not bear to see this honest dwarf in distress. "Chasai, I don't intend for this to appear on the market." Chasai's expression fell, and he looked at Chris with dejection. Chris continued, "However, you may craft one for yourself." Chasai blinked, puzzled. Chris clarified, "You can use it yourself. It will be helpful when you go up the mountain." Chasai's countenance gradually brightened. Although he could not sell it, having one for personal use was indeed beneficial, and perhaps he should be content with that. Fame on the continent could come in due time. Chris did not reclaim the blueprints from Chasai's hands, knowing that Chasai had already committed them to memory and trusting that this honest dwarf would never attempt to replicate and sell them after his refusal. The dwarf's sincerity was as renowned as their smithing skills across the continent. Chapter 38. The dwarf's grief and truth. After meeting the dwarf Chasai, Chris had pondered why other races, such as elves, orcs, and goblins, were so infrequently seen on the continent. Upon inquiring with Chasai, he learned that Chasai had also departed from his clan. Dwarves generally live for 3 to 4 centuries, and Chasai, being under 200 years old, could be considered a true youngster. Chasai's clan originally resided in a great mountain near the empire, but with the rise of humanity, the habitats of other races were gradually encroached upon, prompting Chasai's clan to migrate southward over many years until they settled in a mountain far from other races. Dwarves favor mining as their dwelling choice. This mountain had been surveyed by their chieftain and found to contain abundant fire crystal ore, prompting their settlement. After 30 years, the quality of the mined fire crystal ore improved, and several high-grade accompanying minerals were discovered, leading to widespread jubilation among the clan, invigorating their mining efforts. Dwarves thrive in heat and despise the cold. And as they dug deeper, the mines grew increasingly warm. However, over the years, they had grown accustomed to it, failing to notice anything amiss. Their residences were situated in the outer mines, until one morning they awoke to find a dwarf child gruesomely murdered in a deeper mine. The body in tatters, with eyes gouged out, brain matter extracted, and blood entirely absent. Dwarves are straightforward, impetuous, and often lack cunning. However, they are fiercely protective of the young. Even the most irritable adult dwarf would never lay a hand on a dwarf child, thus eliminating any possibility that this heinous act was committed by one of their own. Clearly, it was the work of outsiders. All dwarves mobilized to scour the mines, their home territory, which they knew intimately. If any outsiders were present, they could not possibly evade detection. Yet after 3 full days of searching, they found no sign of intruders. However, during these 3 days, 1 or 2 clan members were murdered each night, including adult dwarves, with the bodies bearing the same horrific signs as the first. Yet how could outsiders traverse the outer mines to reach the depths? Dwarves are fond of drink, and it is customary to imbibe before sleep. Could it be that their deep slumber prevented them from noticing? Enraged, the dwarves burst from the mines to search far and wide, resulting in numerous unfortunate creatures in the mountains suffering dire consequences. The dwarves consoled their kin who had lost family members and sealed the mines at night. Yet each morning, They would discover mutilated corpses of their comrades, that in a climate of fear, the clan gathered everyone together to sleep. For dwarves, the rough and hard ground of the mines posed no barrier to slumber, and they stationed sentinels to guard the perimeter. The following morning, yet another 2 sentinels were found slain. Thus, all dwarves refrained from drinking before bedtime, and the rotation of sentinels was increased from 4 to 8. On that fateful night, as the dwarves succumbed to slumber, around 4 in the morning, one of the 4 sentinels vanished for a brief moment and never returned. The impulsive and irritable nature of the dwarves led them to make a grave error in judgment, instead of raising the alarm upon realizing his absence. The remaining 3 rushed headlong into the very place where their comrade had mysteriously disappeared, had it not been for their heavy and chaotic footsteps awakening a few, who immediately raised the alarm. The loss of these 4 sentinels would have proven utterly pointless. Awakened from their slumber, several robust young dwarves roared with fury and surged forward. Followed closely by the others, they hastened their pace, pursuing the trail to the deepest recesses of the mine. The foremost dwarves, upon reaching the bottom of the tunnel they had excavated, discovered a modest hole concealed beneath a massive rock from which a faint, smoky entity was swiftly burrowing. The previous 4 sentinels lay slain in the vicinity, their demise seemingly fortuitous. They had only suffered the loss of their eyes and the extraction of their brain matter, devoid of the bloodshed that marked the fates of earlier victims. Then, the dwarves shattered the rock, enlarging the small opening, and chaos ensued. A multitude of bizarre creatures emerged from the aperture, and upon closer inspection, 2 primary types could be discerned. One species was diminutive in stature, so much so that even the dwarves, among the smallest known beings on the continent, found these creatures barely reaching their waists. Humanoid in form, they possessed limbs, facial features, and skin that was leathery and olive brown. Their arms dangled almost to the ground, equipped with merely 2 fingers, which were scissor-like, sharp, and menacing. Their eyes emanated a cruel, unthinking malice, while their mouths were diminutive, resembling a mosquito's proboscis. A tapering tail trailed behind them. The second type, by contrast, was strikingly beautiful. Their bodies were translucent, adorned with 1 or more pairs of wings, allowing them to soar gracefully through the air. Their heads appeared blurred, akin to a mass of dark tangles, with only 2 green pupils discernible, rendering it impossible to identify any additional facial features. Without hands or feet, they clustered together in the sky, resembling a swirling black mist. Upon recognizing that these grotesque beings were responsible for the slaughter of their kin, the dwarves, in their fury, charged forward to attack. The diminutive creatures displayed remarkable agility and leapt with great prowess, emitting a high-pitched chirping during their assaults. The dwarves soon realized they were formidable foes. Meanwhile, the winged entities floated above, rendering most of the dwarves' weapons ineffective against them, as if they possessed an immunity to certain physical attacks. As the fierce battle raged on, the dwarves began to feel an overwhelming fatigue. Some, by the end, could scarcely grip their weapons and collapsed into slumber. Yet, the moment they lay down, the 2 types of creatures would swarm mercilessly. Once the other dwarves intervened to drive them away, they discovered that within mere seconds, the fallen dwarves had been deprived of their eyes and brain matter. Infuriatingly, the winged monsters would siphon a nebulous essence from the fallen dwarf skulls, evident to all as the energy of the deceased souls. Fueled by rage, the dwarves fell into a frenzy, yet the tide of battle turned increasingly unfavorable. Despite the creatures numbering only 40 or 50, less than 10% of the dwarven ranks, the dwarves' lack of agility, coupled with the cramped confines of the mine, led to frequent friendly fire, resulting in an ever-growing toll of casualties. The chieftain, recognizing the dire situation, ordered a retreat. After the courageous sacrifice of dozens of dwarves, it took a full 7 days for the dwarves to exit the mine and seal its entrance, but they mournfully counted over 300 of their kin lost in the ordeal. Having endured the torment inflicted by these 2 types of monsters, the dwarves resolved to seek refuge elsewhere. However, within the tribe, a rift emerged. Some impulsive dwarves insisted on continuing the fight against the creatures, while others advocated for the search of a more distant, bountiful mountain to inhabit that a further faction proposed integrating into human society to seek protection. The chieftain dismissed the idea of continuing the conflict with the monsters, deeming them far too powerful and unpredictable, and none could ascertain whether even more terrifying creatures lurked deeper within the mind that is for humans. The chieftain held a similarly dim view. To him, they were treacherous and deceitful, capable of any underhanded act, and having suffered losses, he was resolutely opposed to cohabitation with them. Thus, the dwarves ultimately divided into 3 factions. The chieftain led a group seeking a promised paradise. Another faction remained to guard against potential incursions from the mine, and only a handful, including Chasai, were willing to merge into human society. According to Chasai, while the remaining few chose to enter human society, the deeply ingrained perceptions of cunning and treachery harbored by their forebears made the dwarves hesitant to infiltrate the populous imperial capital, opting instead for less populated border cities. Chasai, with an air of mystery, remarked, "In truth, a portion of the elven race has also ventured into human society." Chris raised an eyebrow at the mention of elves. While they were not typically at odds with humans prior to their retreat, humans had harbored a voracious greed for the elven kind. There were no ugly elves, not a single one. They were favored by nature, blessed by their creator, born with grace and beauty. Yet cohabitation with humans had rendered them prey. Human nobles took pride in possessing an elven concubine, leading to the capture and trade of elves becoming a recurring tragedy. Indeed, until the war with the undead and the expulsion of the orcs, conflicts between elves and humans had never truly abated. The peace-loving, nature-appreciating elves were driven away by humans. They were not adversaries. They were victims. Even now, the majority of people still held such beliefs. It is easy to imagine the kind of turmoil that would ensue should an elf appear within human society, an atmosphere rife with hostility. Chris remarked coolly, "If they have infiltrated human society, they must have ulterior motives." Chasai chuckled, "Surely you jest. It cannot be to spy on human intelligence in preparation for a counteroffensive against the human empire." Chris, too, found humor in the exchange. Upon returning from the woods where he had been practicing magic, it was already 11 at night, that in a world devoid of computers, televisions, and the internet, the only means to pass the time were magic and the art of bone setting that had accompanied him. He entered his room, where Kaku had already retired for the night, and the space was enveloped in tranquility. Today, as he stepped into the dimness, he sensed someone beneath the bed. This was Chris's immediate reaction upon entering the room. With his meditation deepening, Chris had honed his mental acuity to the point where he could detect hidden individuals and discern their gender and distinguishing traits. Under the veil of his mental energy, he perceived that the figure was lying prone, relaxed, weaponless, with the right hand resting against the ribs and the left hand beneath the abdomen, their breath controlled and still. This posture suggested a readiness to spring into action at any moment. A seasoned individual. It appeared they had been waiting for quite some time. Yet Chris pondered, who could it be? Did he have any enemies? After careful consideration, he concluded that he did not. He approached the bedside, deliberately and slowly removing his shirt, draping it over the bed frame. The figure beneath the bed remained patient, unmoving, even their breathing unchanged. Chris then bent down to remove his shoes, tossing one toward the figure's head with a resounding thud. The figure remained still. He discarded the other shoe, aiming for the figure's face, landing perfectly. Chris intentionally exerted a bit of force, the shoe's opening landing squarely on the figure's visage, and the sound of its fall echoed. The impact was considerable. The figure trembled slightly, their breath momentarily disrupted, yet quickly regained composure. Chris stifled a chuckle, methodically shedding his trousers and reclining on the bed, soon producing a steady rhythm of breathing. Almost 10 minutes passed before the figure stirred slightly, then cautiously began to inch outward. Chris observed as they slowly drew a dagger from their waist, seemingly intent on making a few incisions upon his person. The figure carefully rose from the ground, stealthily approaching the side of the bed, positioning themselves near Chris's head, raising the dagger. After a moment's hesitation, they shifted the blade gently to Chris's leg, then lifted it once more. Though clearly agitated, they had yet to resolve to take his life. A benevolent assassin, it seemed. The individual appeared to have made up their mind, the dagger poised to plunge downwards. In an instant, Chris rolled his body, drawing near to the figure, seizing their arm that grasped the dagger, while simultaneously driving his left shoulder into their armpit. His right hand then shot upward, his left elbow crashing against their abdomen. The figure emitted a pained gasp, instinctively bending forward in that moment. Chris swiftly coiled his body, and as he unfurled, he tightened his grip on the figure's right arm, twisting it behind their back while his left elbow collided with their waist. With a loud thud, the figure's bent form straightened involuntarily, releasing a startled cry at a woman. Yet Chris's movements showed no sign of faltering. With a swift strike of his left hand upon her wrist, he exerted pressure with both hands, causing her to relinquish the dagger with a clatter to the floor. With his right thumb, index, and middle fingers, he pinched the sides of her right elbow, with the thumb positioned outward and the index and middle fingers inward, precisely targeting the seam of the bone. With a forceful tug downward, he simultaneously grasped her forearm with his left hand and pulled upward. Crack! Followed by the woman's anguished scream, Chris released his hold, and she collapsed limply to the ground, groaning in pain. Chapter 40. Vela. The sound of footsteps on the stairs echoed as Kakuri, hastily entering the room without even donning his coat, exclaimed in a flustered manner, "Young master, what has happened?" In the darkness, Chris's voice emerged, calm and composed. "Kakuri, I am well. Please light the lamp." Kakuri hurriedly ignited the lamp, and upon seeing the woman on the floor, stood in stunned silence. Chris instructed, "Kakuri, you may retire for the night." Nodding, Kakuri stole another glance at the assassin before turning to close the door behind him. Chris dragged a chair from the window and positioned it before the assassin, surveying her from a lofty vantage. The woman, clad in form-fitting black leather armor, was of modest height, sprawled on the ground in a rather provocative manner, and he recognized her. "Vela, what brings you to ambush me?" A sob broke the silence. She was crying, whether from pain or shame, as she was still but a 15-year-old girl. Chris sighed and crouched down. Vela, frightened, attempted to evade him, but was seized by the shoulder. Her upper body adjusted to sit upright. His right thumb pressed against the inner bend of her right elbow, while the other four fingers held below it. With his left hand, he grasped her right wrist, first pulling outward and then pushing upward. A crack resounded, and Vela let out a pained whimper, continuing to sob. Chris stated, "Enough, stop crying." He helped her into a seated position on the chair and took a seat on the edge of the bed. Observing her quietly, Vela wept sorrowfully, gently caressing her right elbow and tenderly moving her joint. The pain subsided, and she cautiously raised her gaze to Chris, only to immediately avert her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Chris approached the table, poured a cup of tea, and extended it toward her. Vela glanced up at him once more, and Chris smiled. Biting her lower lip, she accepted the tea, this gesture exuding femininity. Noticing her demeanor calming, Chris inquired, "Now, can you tell me why you have come here?" After a moment, Vela softly replied, "I merely wish to test your skills. Who would have thought you would be so forceful?" Chris was rendered speechless. It was indeed not his fault. Anyone discovering an assassin attempting to harm them would first subdue the threat. Dislocating her elbow was undoubtedly direct, and had it not been for Vela's previous choice to target his foot instead of his head, seemingly without malice, her right hand would have surely met a similar fate. However, such thoughts were not fit for verbal expression. Chris could only apologize, saying, "My apologies, but was that truly your sole intention for coming here?" Vela kept her head bowed, murmuring, "Yes." Chris rubbed his nose, patiently waiting for her to finish her tea, then asked, "Would you like another cup?" Vela shook her head. Chris queried, "Does your hand still ache?" She shook her head again. That it was frustrating, for it was not his fault, yet circumstances had turned out this way. Chris finally spoke, "It is time to return. It is quite late, and you have class tomorrow." Vela remained with her head lowered, seemingly in contemplation, and after a while, she nodded that he hadn't noticed this girl would be shy during their last encounter. How peculiar. She rose, handed the teacup back to Chris, walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, and then turned back, bowing slightly. "I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. She has become quite the lady." Chris could only manage a wry smile, remaining silent. In truth, he was at a loss for words. Vela briefly lifted her gaze to him, her face flushed, then opened the door and left. Chris stood at the window, watching as she adeptly scaled the wall outside. The girl's narrative was somewhat misleading. Lawrence would typically arrive in Chris's courtyard shortly after dinner for training. Today, Chris had merely practiced on a single pole for a short while before commencing footwork drills. Leaving around 8 in the evening, by which time Lawrence had yet to begin his stance training. Following that, Chris had meditated in the woods for nearly 3 hours before returning. Lawrence had now been able to maintain his stance training for approximately an hour and a half. Thus, if Vela had infiltrated Chris's bedroom after Lawrence departed, she must have been lurking for close to 2 hours. If she had entered while Lawrence was still present, her time spent concealed would have been even longer. To wait 2 hours simply to test Chris's skills, he found that hard to believe. Perhaps, testing Chris's abilities was merely a secondary objective. A more significant purpose seemed likely, coupled with the fact that the girl's performance tonight starkly contrasted with her previous one. This suspicion appeared justified. Nevertheless, she had shown no malice. Chapter 41. The reverse Bawa step. Chris did not dwell on the unpredictable girl, as opportunities to meet were few and far between. The following evening, Lawrence pushed open the courtyard gate punctually, standing excitedly outside the Bawa stance while Chris was completing his circles, and called out, "Chris, today I defeated Max." Chris, moving swiftly, replied, "Oh, you must have used invisibility." Invisibility indeed added an element of unpredictability to combat. Once an assassin entered stealth mode, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain until the moment they struck .as for Max. Chris knew him well, a level 3 warrior with formidable physical prowess. Had he utilized his fighting spirit, Chris would have found it challenging to breach his physical defenses in close combat. Normally, an assassin facing a similarly ranked warrior, without the use of fighting spirit, would find their chances of victory slim in terms of raw physical strength. Chris's comment caused Lawrence's face to redden, indignantly retorting, "Am I the sort of person to do that?" Chris paused in his circles, appraising Lawrence from head to toe. Indeed you are." He leisurely exited the circle, accepting the towel Kakuri offered to wipe his sweat. "Do not forget, when we first met, that is precisely what you did," Lawrence huffed. "Am I to be accused of holding a grudge? As a noble, one must exhibit grace and composure." Chris replied, "I merely wish to remind you that an assassin should not overly rely on their skills. True strength lies within oneself. Additionally, I seldom regard myself as a noble." Lawrence was momentarily taken aback. "I realize I can never seem to win an argument with you." Chris approached the table, lifting a cup of tea to his lips while casting a sidelong glance at Lawrence. "Is that so? You claim you defeated Max? In pure physical confrontation?" Lawrence's excitement reignited. "Indeed, we agreed not to use fighting spirit." Their clashes were not without precedent. While Max was not the most talented warrior of the second year, he hailed from a humble background and could be considered one of the most diligent students. The assassin branch was, after all, a subdivision of the warrior class. Due to their differing training focuses, warriors emphasizing physical strength and power, while assassins honed agility and technique. Warriors often viewed assassins as those who dared only to lurk in the shadows, shooting arrows from the dark, never engaging in fair combat. Yet, the very essence of an assassin was the mastery of the invisibility skill, and despite their scarcity, their pride rivaled that of any warrior. Thus, skirmishes between the two factions were frequent. The crux of the matter lay in the invisibility skill. Assassin students typically activated it when their physical strength fell short, patiently waiting for their opponents to falter and reveal a weakness. Conversely, warrior students either attacked recklessly out of experience or relied on their physical resilience to withstand an assassin's strike post-invisibility. This pattern led to both sides experiencing victories and defeats over time. Fortunately, the academy did not oppose students engaging in duels in fair circumstances. Thus, an unspoken understanding developed. Disputes would be settled in the dueling arena. Grievances would be addressed there as well. Within this backdrop, Lawrence and Max had engaged in several sporadic encounters since their enrollment, each of equal standing, with each side claiming victories, though Max had triumphed more often. During this time, Lawrence clearly noticed a significant improvement in his physical strength and resilience, which even Max recognized. To affirmed that this was not mere illusion. Lawrence proposed a duel without the use of fighting spirit or skills. After several rounds, their combat devolved into a pure test of strength, with Max's power surpassing Lawrence's, though Lawrence's foundation was more solid. Lawrence animatedly recounted, "You should have seen Max's expression at that moment. It was the first time in years." Chris pondered for a moment. Lawrence's rapid progress exceeded his expectations. Disregarding individual talent, Lawrence could be considered a genius, achieving such feats in under 2 months. Chris set down his teacup and said to Lawrence, "Let us put this to the test." Lawrence, astonished, pointed to himself. "Us? No, no. A true man faces challenges head-on, fearlessly, but one must not charge head-first into a stone wall. That would be foolish." Chris had become quite accustomed to his usual training regimen. Take, for instance, his finger strength exercises. He had progressed from performing pull-ups with 2 fingers to attempting them with just 1, a feat he humbly admitted he had yet to master. Naturally, Chris never imposed such rigorous training upon Lawrence. As their focuses diverged, his bone dislocation technique emphasized finger strength, whereas Lawrence, as an assassin, prioritized overall body strength and coordination. Thus, the training regimen assigned to Lawrence consisted solely of bar exercises and stances. However, Lawrence had privately experimented with performing pull-ups using only his fingers, and, unsurprisingly, he had not reached Chris's level. Chris remarked, "This is not a genuine battle. I merely wish to ascertain which fighting style suits you best." Lawrence's eyes lit up with excitement. "Agreed. But no breaking my hands." Chris rolled his eyes. "I won't attack you. That much is certain." Lawrence chuckled. "All right, he." They positioned themselves in the open yard, where Lawrence took a deep breath, adjusting his state, and slightly twisted his joints before charging at Chris with a punch. Chris deftly sidestepped to his left, causing Lawrence's fist to miss. And as Lawrence turned to attack again, Chris shifted once more to his left, executing a sequence of movements akin to the Bagua circle walking, continually evading Lawrence's strikes. After a while, Chris leaped back and made a stopping gesture, while Lawrence, slightly breathless, gazed at him in confusion. Chris had suddenly realized an important aspect. The Bagua circle walking demanded strict adherence to its footwork directions. Yet it seemed there was a subtle inconsistency. When he first transitioned from the Koan position to the Sun position, he had circumvented Lawrence's left side. Had Lawrence possessed more experience, he could have effectively redirected his punch at that instant, leading to considerations regarding whether the opponent used their left or right hand. After all, left-handed individuals are likely few and far between in this world. Chris pondered that if he were to dodge from the right side, the Bagua circle walking would need to be entirely reversed. The first step would transition from Koan to Dui, followed by Sun, then Kan, and so forth, continuing until the 9th step, all while circling around the opponent's right side. For someone accustomed to using their right hand, this would create considerable difficulty in executing timely and effective attacks. Chris closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing the footwork. Lawrence, growing impatient, called out, "Are you done? Shall we continue?" Chris opened his eyes, contemplating for a moment before replying, "All right, let's go." Lawrence charged at him once more, and Chris effortlessly dodged to his right, preemptively stepping into the Sun position and tapping Lawrence on the right shoulder. As he transitioned to the Kin position, Lawrence, agitated, retaliated with a punch from his left hand, but his body could not keep pace, allowing Chris to stand in the DUI position and tap him again on the shoulder. Dazed, Lawrence kicked backward recklessly, sensing that Chris always managed to position himself behind him during his attacks. Chris laughed. "So it turns out it's still your right leg." He pressed down on Lawrence's right calf, swiftly transitioning to the chin position and seizing Lawrence's right hand, declaring, "Stop, that's enough." Evidently, this method proved effective. While based on the Bagua circle walking, it yielded a different outcome, which Chris decided to dub the reverse Bagua step. Breathing heavily, Lawrence expressed his frustration. "I can't hit you." Chris chuckled. "What about your weapon?" Lawrence retrieved a dagger from his waist, casting a puzzled glance at Chris. "What are you implying?" Chris examined the dagger, weighing it in his hands. "Lawrence, this weapon no longer suits you." Lawrence's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can an assassin do without a weapon?" Chris countered. "With your strength, don't you find this lightweight dagger somewhat unwieldy?" Lawrence took back the dagger, asserting, "I don't feel that way." Chris remarked, "With your combat style, you resemble more of a ranger." A ranger, a familiar class from his previous gaming experiences, akin to a hunter, skilled with bows and traps, yet wielding dual daggers in close combat. The rhythm of dual-wielding weapons is far more aggressive than that of a two-handed weapon or sword and shield combination, characterized by relentless offense. Even against foes of superior strength, one cannot adapt quickly enough to defend effectively. Moreover, dual daggers can both attack and defend, making them particularly suitable for Lawrence's aggressive style, though he still lacked a footwork technique to match his offensive rhythm to an invisible ranger. That was the role Chris resolved to cultivate for Lawrence. He patted Lawrence on the shoulder. "Trust me, Lawrence. Keep the dagger. Tomorrow, I'll take you to acquire a new weapon." Turning towards the Bagua post, he declared, "Starting today, you may begin learning footwork." Chapter 42. Tis in Chris's eyes. The footwork of this world appeared exceedingly rudimentary and overly reactive. Practitioners often fixated intently on their opponent's hands and shoulders, merely sidestepping left, right, or backward in response to attacks, or simply advancing a step forward to block with brute force. Of course, Chris understood that his perspective stemmed from observing novice trainees. Surely, an experienced warrior would not be a reckless individual who only knew how to charge forward without understanding the art of evasion. Take Mentorati, for instance. Chris provided Lawrence with a blueprint depicting dual daggers, detailing their various lengths, weights, and intricate specifics, instructing him to present it to Chasai for crafting .as for the accompanying dagger techniques. Chris was utterly clueless, and persuading Lawrence to switch to dual daggers was merely a small experiment. This world possessed daggers as weapons, though they were not highly regarded, due to the prominence of two-handed greatswords. Other weapons, such as daggers, were often dismissed as unworthy. Perhaps one day, dual daggers could emerge as a mainstream weapon alongside the greatsword. As Chris stepped out of the courtyard, he nearly collided with someone at the entrance. It was Vera. Chris paused in surprise. He hadn't seen her for several days, likely due to her shyness causing her to avoid him. Yet now she appeared, seemingly without a hint of timidity. What was her purpose? Just as he pondered, another girl emerged beside her. Another Vera. Chris's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined one after the other. Identical twin sisters. The one in front wore white, while the one behind donned green. Thankfully, unlike many twins, they weren't dressed in matching outfits to confuse others' perceptions. The front Vera blushed, bowing slightly, almost unable to meet Chris's gaze. "Hello, this is my sister Tis." Tis timidly followed behind her sister, her eyes meeting Chris's, causing her to blush and lower her head immediately. Chris nodded awkwardly. "Hello. Are you here to see me?" A rhetorical question, he thought to himself. Vera pulled her sister forward. "You say it yourself." Tis raised her head to glance at Chris, visibly summoning her courage as she spoke briefly. "Learn I." What does that mean?" Chris turned to Vera. Vera looked a bit embarrassed as she explained. "She wants to learn martial arts from you." Tis added. "Mentor you." Vera translated. "She wishes to recognize you as her mentor." Chris scratched his head, finding this situation troublesome, that he turned back into the courtyard, opening the door wider. "Let's discuss this inside." Lawrence, still practicing his stance in the courtyard, was startled to see two girls enter behind Chris. Upon closer inspection, he nearly spilled his tea as it dripped down his face, quickly regaining his balance. Yet he couldn't help but exclaim, "Vera, Tis." Vera, having clearly seen Lawrence practicing before, greeted him with a nod. "Hello, Lawrence." Tis curiously approached Lawrence, observing his posture, the cup in his hand, and the one atop his head. Lawrence, feeling awkward, said, "Tis, don't stare." Tis ignored him, moving behind Lawrence to inspect him from the back, then returning to face him again, before walking to Vera's side and pointing at Lawrence. "Sister?" Vera turned to Chris. Tis is asking what he is doing. Chris could only provide a simple explanation. He's practicing his stance, which helps train one's center of gravity, making it more stable during combat, thus reducing the likelihood of being knocked down. "'Tis understood. Sister, learn." Feeling fatigued from the conversation, Vera remarked, "'Tis says she wants to learn." Learn this. It was not out of the question, but one had to consider whether such a delicate girl could endure such rigorous training. Moreover, this practice could lead to thicker legs, which might be a concern. Additionally, it felt somewhat incongruous to see a girl assume such a posture. Chris couldn't help but glance at the young girl's legs, that he truly harbored no ulterior motives. The little girl, perceptive as ever, took a slight step back, her face flushing. Perhaps it was the subtle connection between twins, for Vera shot Chris a disapproving glare. Chris cleared his throat awkwardly, averting his gaze. "Please take a seat." He poured tea for the sisters and, after some thought, cautiously addressed Tis. "If you wish to learn this stance, that is perfectly fine, but as for the martial arts you desire to study, glancing at the eager faces of the two sisters. Chris steeled himself. You two cannot learn. Vera merely displayed a look of disappointment, while Tiz immediately reddened around her eyes. What a predicament! Chris scratched his head and explained, this fighting technique cannot be divulged. My mentor specifically instructed me to keep it secret. So I sincerely apologize. Although Vera felt disheartened, she nonetheless exhibited an understanding expression. It is perfectly reasonable for such advanced martial arts to be kept under wraps. Tiz wiped her eyes and pointed at Lawrence, saying, Mentor teach. Chris understood her intent and replied, As you can see, this stance is quite simple. You can practice it on your own, so there's no need to call me mentor. Tiz gazed at Chris, her eyes still red but her expression resolute. Mentor you. Chris was rendered speechless. After escorting the two sisters to the door, Chris quietly asked, Vera, what is your sister's profession? Vera replied, a warrior. A vision of a petite girl wielding a double-handed sword taller than herself, swinging it with all her might, flashed through Chris's mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Vera continued, Tiz has always been quite intelligent, but her communication skills are lacking. I believe it's due to insufficient interaction with others. I hope you'll take care of her in the future. She then bowed respectfully. Chris returned the gesture, that as he watched the sisters walk away. He pondered and returned to the courtyard, addressing Lawrence. Lawrence, you need not come to me for practicing stances anymore. You can do so on your own. Lawrence maintained his posture, but squinted playfully, saying, I understand, I will definitely follow through. He impressive. What on earth is this fellow thinking? Chris mused, realizing that this matter was beyond explanation. It was best to disregard it altogether. Chapter 43. Breakthrough. The freshmen had been enrolled for 4 months. And perhaps after experiencing the realization that there are many geniuses, most had consciously relinquished their initial pride, spending their time shuttling between the library and the dormitory after classes, that if it weren't for the library's prohibition on eating, one might have observed the majority of students dining while reading. Chris sensed that he was on the verge of advancing to a second-tier mage, yet he had been struggling to break through the barrier within his mind for several days. As if an exceptionally resilient membrane was obstructing his efforts. After consulting Professor Cree, who regarded Chris with a meaningful gaze for quite some time, he finally informed him with measured slowness that most students in the class had already become second-tier mages. Before turning away with a parting remark, you are a mage. Do not allow other matters to consume too much of your time. Why does Professor Cree seem to hold such disdain for me? To become a second-tier mage, 2 conditions must be met. First, the magical intensity must reach a certain threshold. Like warriors, mages have their own testing grounds, which include a testing stone capable of measuring values. When a corresponding magical attack is executed, the values are quickly displayed. The upper limit for a first-tier mage is 100 Karen.in truth. Chris had exceeded this value shortly after mastering the lightning spell, thanks to his elemental compression, which allowed for an extraordinarily high density of the elements he cast. However, many students were gradually catching up. The second condition for becoming a second-tier mage is to consecutively cast second-tier magic 3 times in full. This requirement is laden with deeper significance. Mastering and casting second-tier spells first demands that students possess a comprehensive understanding of the corresponding elements. Consecutively casting second-tier spells without pause necessitates that the mage's mental reservoir contains an ample supply of elemental energy. If casting a second-tier spell depletes all stored elements, can one truly be called a second-tier mage? If one finds their magical reservoir too small, they should attempt to arrange their elements more densely, allowing for greater capacity. Hence, Professor Kree's assertion that mastering elemental compression is essential for second-tier mages. The dilemma lies in the fact that Chris has already mastered the casting of second-tier air magic. Yet something inexplicable hinders his ability to unleash it. Could it be a lack of understanding of the air element? Yet that should not be the case. If one were to describe the air element in terms familiar to a past life, it would be akin to the ions found freely floating in the atmosphere. The process of casting should involve gathering them, storing them within one's mind, and then invoking a unique operational method alongside specific incantations to resonate with similar elements in the vicinity, ultimately causing them to reach a peak velocity before being unleashed. This is Chris's understanding that he sat in the back of the library, occasionally manifesting an elemental sphere in his right hand, only for it to dissipate swiftly. Shaking his head, he lifted his hand to turn the pages of the parchment book before him. Second-tier air magic. Lightning sphere, chain lightning. Trust in the power of cumulative knowledge. The long-standing build-up will surely one day erupt. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Chris returned the book to the shelf, and as he approached the door, nodded to old Finley. This old Finley appeared to be around 50 years old, though this was merely superficial, upon attaining the status of an 8th-tier mage. One's lifespan experiences a notable extension that if old Finley were indeed an 8th-tier mage or above, his seemingly unremarkable appearance and the lack of distinctive embellishments on his attire, a commonplace black robe, would not reveal his rank. Nonetheless, students speculated that he was at least a 6th-tier mage. Once, a new warrior student, perhaps naturally loud, became so excited while reading in the library that he inadvertently shouted, only to find a thick vine suddenly constricting his neck, dragging him through the aisles of books and out the door. Then they witnessed old Finley darkly summoning the vine back, 6th-tier wood magic. Man-eating vine. Subsequently, many upperclassmen reveled in his misfortune. Chris felt a sense of empathy for old Finley. It must be quite arduous for a high-level mage to spend his days in such a mundane position. Catering to these young students that IT would be impossible to endure without a mindset of detachment from fame and fortune. According to older students, old Finley had been at the library for many years. Maintaining due respect for an elder was a value ingrained from a previous life, deeply etched into his mind, starkly contrasting the inherent hypocrisy often found among the nobility in this world. After acknowledging old Finley, Chris was about to exit when he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the elemental sphere he had gathered in his hand. It was the precursor to a spell about to be cast. Under normal circumstances, as long as the corresponding incantation was recited, the spell would be completed. For days, his mind had been preoccupied with the incantation for the lightning sphere, and this step felt entirely instinctual. Thus, Chris recited the incantation for the lightning sphere. Oh, Walsay. The elemental sphere coalesced into a complete spherical form at an astonishing speed, fine arcs of electricity flickering within. Chris stared in astonishment. It actually worked. Then he heard old Finley's urging, "Aren't you going to throw it out?" Coming to his senses, Chris aimed at the open ground outside the library and released the lightning sphere from his palm. It detonated with a subdued explosion upon striking the earth, sending a large quantity of soil and grass flying. Chris hurried to the pit, crouching down to examine it. The power of the 2nd-tier lightning sphere was indeed far greater than that of the lightning spell. The soil in the pit had turned a charred black, the result of the lightning's impact rapidly destroying its internal structure and carbonizing it. That he had become a 2nd-tier mage. Elated, Chris stood up, and from the top of the stairs, he heard old Finley's voice. "Congratulations on your advancement." Chris turned to old Finley, respectfully performing the mage's salute. Hands crossed over his chest, palms facing upward, bowing his head slightly. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor." The elemental sphere he had previously gathered in his palm was evidently a result of old Finley's intervention, assisting him as he neared his breakthrough. Old Finley returned the salute with a smile, saying, "It's nothing at all." Chris added, "I apologize for disturbing the lawn." Old Finley raised his hand, and a small cluster of vines emerged from the ground, quickly tidying up the charred pit before vanishing back underground. With a smile, old Finley said, "All right, go now and solidify your progress." Chris bowed once more with great respect before turning and walking into the woods. Chapter 44. Mutation Magic. Chris settled down in a familiar clearing, calming his mind to reflect on the sensation of casting the lightning sphere earlier. With a gentle tremor in his palm, he recited the incantation, and once again, a lightning sphere materialized in his hand. With a slight exhale, he sent the lightning sphere shooting forth. Mastered. He continued to practice the casting several more times until he was certain he had complete control before beginning to study another spell. Chain lightning. The distinction of this spell lies in the density of the elements. For Chris, who had already mastered elemental compression, it posed no difficulty that in fact, while casting the lightning spell, he had discovered that if he condensed more air elements into the spell, not only would the power of the lightning spell increase, but it would also release a trace of air elements to surrounding conductive bodies, inflicting additional damage. This could be considered an advantage of the air element. However, casting chain lightning also necessitated a portion of mental energy to guide and lock onto targets. Once the lightning struck the first target, the mental energy would transfer it to the second designated target. But the distance could not exceed 5 meters. Beyond that, it would be unattainable at the outset. One could only consecutively strike 2 targets. Upon gaining proficiency, this number increased to 3, and upon mastery, one could target 5. It is said that advanced sorcerers can even unleash consecutive attacks on over 10 targets, nearly achieving the effects of a 7th level spell. Lightning Net. Chris selected 2 trees not far off and cautiously extracted some air elements from the magical pool, guiding them to his hands. This was the only spell below level 3 that required the use of both hands. From the palms of both hands, elemental orbs surged forth simultaneously, and with the enhancement of his mental energy, they detached from his palms, gradually converging towards each other and coalescing into a lightning orb, visually reminiscent of a lightning ball. Chris could feel that although they hovered between his hands, they were firmly drawn by his mental energy. Brewing a potent force ready to be unleashed, he chanted the incantation, a spell designed for group attacks consisting of merely 5 syllables. Chris noted that the pronunciation was somewhat peculiar, amusingly. When pronounced in Mandarin phonetics, it resembled, "Oh, damn you," and one could imagine that shouting such a phrase while casting would certainly add to the spectacle. With a sly smile, he was relieved that no one was around. As the incantation reached its crescendo, the floating lightning orb struck the tree with a ferocious crack. Before the sound faded, a bolt of lightning shot from the impact point, trailing a long arc, and struck another tree 3 meters away. Satisfied, Chris approached. While the power of the chain lightning diminished with each subsequent strike, the second strike still bore formidable strength, having charred a significant portion of the struck area, which was now emitting wisps of blue smoke. After ensuring he had mastered the spell through multiple casts, Chris entered into meditation. The elements in the magical pool were still abundant, a testament to the advantages of his extraordinarily strong mental energy. In contrast, a sorcerer of the same level could permit far fewer spells to be cast. Chris was eager to attempt a dual hand casting. Thus, the chain lightning spell was excluded, as it inherently required both hands to execute. This left only the lightning ball. Drawing 2 elemental spheres from the magical pool, he guided them to his arms, then to his wrists, and with a slight tremor, they appeared in the palms of his hands. The process was remarkably smooth. Owalse was a remnant of his training with chain lightning. Chris added a thread of mental energy to the 2 lightning balls, only to discover a curious phenomenon between the 2 orbs. There seemed to exist a faint, almost imperceptible attraction. Perhaps it was a characteristic of the electric ions, the mutual attraction between conductive bodies. Now, Chris faced 2 unknown choices. First, to merge the 2 lightning balls into one, which would likely amplify their power. However, if he sought sheer strength, he could simply augment the elemental values during casting, thus ruling this option out. Secondly, the remaining choice was to intensify the attraction between the 2 without allowing them to merge. Chris significantly amplified the mental energy he had applied, and an intriguing occurrence unfolded. Each lightning ball extended a small arc of electricity, akin to a snail's antenna, gradually lengthening and inching closer together. Sweat began to bead on Chris' forehead. This was a test of his elemental control. The distance between the 2 arcs dwindled to less than a foot, then suddenly surged forward to connect. Almost pulling the 2 lightning balls together, sweat rolled down Chris' brow. But he had no time to spare. His mental energy was firmly locked onto the 2 lightning balls, lest they merge at an alarming speed. Thus, the 2 lightning balls remained approximately 2 feet apart, connected by a crackling arc of electricity, emitting a sharp crackle. They swiftly collided with a tree, and intriguingly, as Chris retracted his mental energy, both lightning balls simultaneously struck the tree in unison. A resounding crash echoed. Perhaps at times, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2, but the tree emitted a vast cloud of white smoke, with flickers of fire visible before it cracked with a crackling sound. Chris, too astonished to linger, hastily evaded. What was this? A mutated spell? Surely, 2 independently cast lightning balls couldn't have felled the tree. With the upcoming semester S assessment competition on his mind, Chris felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps he could achieve commendable results without resorting to bone-breaking techniques. Then, He could return home and reunite with his sister. He found himself missing her already. Remembering Alan, a faint smile graced Chris's lips. Suddenly, he realized he was vandalizing property, that he quickly darted through the trees. Taking a roundabout path back in the ensuing days, Chris swiftly mastered the second-level Earth magic. Earth Wall and Slow. He was relatively familiar with Earth Wall, a spell commonly encountered in his previous life's online games, creating a wall of earth at a designated location to block an opponent's attack. Its height and thickness adjustable by the caster's mental energy. This exemplifies the distinction between second-level and first-level spells, as most require guidance and regulation of mental energy. Hence, a sorcerer's mental energy holds paramount importance. The Earth Wall spell is evidently a derivative skill of the Earth Spike, yet its hardness pales in comparison to that of the latter. Its only commendable feature is its expansive area. However, Chris could not agree with its defensive capabilities. Upon attempting to cast an Earth Wall at maximum speed, the resulting thickness was barely less than a foot, and it was no exaggeration to say that with Chris' current finger strength, he could easily puncture it through. This does not imply that the Earth Wall spell is without merit. As far as he knew, many advanced sorcerers still employed this skill during combat. Primarily due to its proficiency and the speed of casting, in the rapidly changing dynamics of battle, the ability to swiftly cast in the right location demands not only keen perception and extensive combat experience, but also the rapid mobilization of earth elements. Clearly, the earth walls conjured by those seasoned sorcerers would vastly differ in both hardness and area compared to the ones Christ was currently casting. As for the slow spell, it did not operate as Christ had previously envisioned. Similar to the swamp spell affecting the ground beneath an opponent's feet, its principle of generation involved mobilizing the stray earth elements in the air and attaching them to the opponent, dramatically increasing the amount of earth elements within their body, thereby hindering their movement due to the inherent properties of the earth elements. This skill proved immensely practical, just like in his previous life's online games. Skills that inflicted negative statuses on opponents were often far more favored than those solely focused on attack, especially in PvP battles, where ice mages clearly held a superior status compared to fire mages for the same reasons. Since that night, Lawrence indeed kept his word and diligently practiced at his residence. However, shortly after dinner the following day, Tis truly arrived at Chris' abode. Though still somewhat shy, she wholeheartedly displayed her respect for her mentor, greeting him with a deep bow and an enthusiastic "Mentor." Caught off guard, Chris could only adhere to their prior agreement and instructed her to practice standing postures. After demonstrating the stance to Tiz, he began his own finger strength exercises. Perhaps due to their differing talents, Chris glanced back during his training to find Tiz's small face marked with determination and stubbornness, yet beads of sweat had already gathered on her forehead, and her squatting legs trembled slightly. This was barely 10 minutes in. As Tiz appeared on the verge of collapse, Chris said, "Tiz, why not take a break for a moment?" At his words, Tiz obediently attempted to straighten her body, but her legs felt painfully numb, and she lost her balance, collapsing onto the ground. Just as Chris was about to get up to help her, she managed to push herself up with her hands and slowly made her way to the stone table. Chris offered her a cup of tea, gesturing for her to sit. Tiz earnestly bowed once more before gently sitting down at the table. How exceedingly polite. This naturally reminded Chris of a woman from a certain island nation in his previous life. He broke into a cold sweat. Quickly suppressing those errant thoughts, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, carefully choosing his words. "Tiz, I believe it is necessary to emphasize the consequences of practicing standing postures." Tiz lifted her head attentively, her eyes shining with innocence as she looked at him. Chris continued, Standing postures indeed hold some benefits for warriors, but over prolonged practice, certain undesirable consequences may arise." Tiz did not respond, neither shaking her head nor nodding, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on Chris, not blinking. For a girl, these consequences might be hard to accept. Tiz remained silent, her expression still innocent. Chris lowered his gaze to sip his tea. "Feeling somewhat awkward. What I mean is, as you progress in your training, Chris scarcely dared to meet Tiz's eyes. Your legs, primarily your thighs will become thicker, and that might not look very appealing, right?" After a moment of silence, receiving no response, Chris glanced up in mild surprise. Tiz still wore the same expression, her face unflushed, merely blinking once. Chris felt beads of sweat beginning to form. Why was she not saying anything? This was exhausting. He speculated that if this were a QQ chat in his previous life, her response would probably be as simple, followed by nothing else. After some time passed without any reaction, Chris chose to ignore Tiz's gaze and continued. I'll teach you another set of techniques, one that's very suitable for girls to practice. How does that sound? Then, at long last, a response arrived. Understood. Understood what? What does that even mean? What sort of answer is this? Chris was momentarily taken aback, deducing that Tiz must have grasped the drawbacks of standing meditation. Did I ask that right? How he wished Vela were here as well. Speaking of which, Vela's behavior is quite baffling. A sister who struggles to communicate with others, yet she has the audacity to venture here all alone. How remarkable it is that she places such trust in herself. After Tiz took a brief respite, Chris began to instruct her on several yoga poses. The fundamental postures of yoga are actually quite few. During his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to overly complex movements, merely feeling as though he were curled up in a ball, with no clear view of his head or feet. Thus, Chris first taught Tiz the seated posture. This young lady was disinclined to speak in response. Chris had no choice but to demonstrate the pose for her. The simplest position involves sitting with both arms behind the back, palms pressed together, elbows drawn inward while inhaling. Then, turning the head to one side while exhaling. After maintaining this for 2 or 3 breaths, one should then turn the head to the opposite side. The essence of this sequence lies in ensuring that the knees are close together, the spine remains erect, and that the arms are drawn inward. For the second sequence, one sits on a chair, inhales while raising the left leg parallel to the ground, bending the right leg atop the left knee. Then, as one exhales, the inner thigh of the right leg should be tightened, with the sole pressing against the left knee. Maintaining natural breathing, the back must be straight, as if a string were pulling the body upward from the crown of the head. Thereafter, switch to the other leg to complete the position. Each movement should be sustained for no less than 15 seconds. The third sequence involves standing. First, one must lean against a wall, ensuring that the back of the head, shoulders, buttocks, heels, and calves are all in contact with the wall. The soles of the feet should firmly press against the ground, with the lower back positioned about 2 to 3 fingers width from the wall. Stand with feet together, big toes touching to enhance comfort. The feet may be slightly apart but must remain parallel. Lift and spread the toes, then gently bring them back to the floor. The weight should be evenly distributed across the feet, front, back, left, and right, while gently pressing down into the ground, feeling as though the feet are taking root. Extend upward through the legs, ensuring the knees face forward. Engage the abdominal muscles, slightly tilt the tailbone forward, and flatten the lower back, avoiding excessive curvature. Through the elongation of the waist and the lifting of the ribs, lengthen the spine. Shoulders should roll back and down. The arms and hands extend gracefully downward, with the chin slightly lowered to relax the neck. Then, take several deep breaths, standing tall, and feeling the body resting in perfect balance. For poses such as the spinal twist that exercise the lower back, Chris felt that beginners might find them challenging, so he decided to forego those. Chapter 46. The maid of Pundi's Tiz diligently followed the instructions, only pausing when Chris indicated that it was time for a break. Just before leaving, Chris advised her that standing meditation could also be practiced briefly, ideally for no more than 15 minutes each day, as it indeed contributes significantly to stability in the lower body. Tiz bowed deeply once more, her sincerity evident at why now. He had taught both of them the standing meditation stance, but Chris deemed it unnecessary to impart the deeper principles, as the stance itself would sufficiently provide the stability they required. Anything beyond that was unnecessary for them to engage with. In the time that followed, preparations for the semester's assessment competition needed to commence. Speaking of this competition, it was akin to the final examinations of his previous life, with the distinction that one was primarily based on written results while the other focused on combat. Chris had often heard that the end-of-semester assessments were quite grandiose. Needless to say, the Academy prepared a diverse array of rewards. During the competition, the Academy would also invite senior officials from the Royal and Radiant Temple factions to attend. Achieving commendable results in the competition or standing out during assessments could not only yield the rewards due, but also potentially attract their favor. There have been instances where commoner students excelled in the competition and were subsequently granted noble titles by the crown. In this era of peace, even nobles found it challenging to ascend further in rank, let alone commoners without connections. Thus, this opportunity was exceedingly rare for anyone. However, it was said that the weapons used in the competition were uniformly provided by the Academy, and the use of magical scrolls and equipment was prohibited, underscoring Lantis Academy's stance on valuing potential over lineage. If one possessed the talent, one could surpass others. Chris could afford to be indifferent to such matters. His father was a count. Although not hereditary, it meant that upon his father's passing, Chris would automatically become a viscount under the Empire's laws, governing the town of Kib. Unless he achieved some extraordinary feat, he would remain a viscount for life. In truth, Chris's aspirations were quite simple: to avoid the sordid and hypocritical political arena, and instead, to live freely on his own territory, perhaps not as a tyrant lord who oppresses others, but certainly capable of marrying a beautiful woman of his choice, settling in that distinctly seasonal northern town, and raising a large brood of children, thus leading a life of indulgence that would have been unimaginable in his previous existence. That would suffice. Yet now, his focus must be on vanquishing all adversaries, ensuring that he leaves his mark wherever he treads. As the heart of the Tianlan continent, the capital's prosperity is indisputable, with bi-weekly large markets attracting throngs of merchants. A populous city signifies greater tax revenue. In this era, the nobility often found themselves exceedingly bored, with little to occupy their time aside from perusing knowledge inaccessible to commoners, while spending their days meandering through their estates. Their so-called entertainment consisted solely of hunting or banquets, feasting and sleeping, comfortably enjoying the immense wealth inherited from their ancestors. Yet at present, Chris had not contemplated such a life, at least not yet. Days of training had left him feeling somewhat restless, prompting him to take a stroll through the streets with Calculi, once more absorbing the Empire's grandeur. Today marked the opening of the large market, and the throngs of people compelled Chris to alight from the carriage. Opting to walk the remainder of the way, to avoid the crowds, Calculi, who could be considered a reluctant local, guided Chris through the residential areas within the northern city walls. Every city has its areas that the noble lords avoid. Here, the houses were crammed together, perpetually shrouded in darkness, the architecture exceedingly rudimentary, with the ground perpetually filthy, exuding a persistent, unpleasant odor that if the city center radiated the capital's profound heritage and subtle opulence, then this neighborhood exuded only decay, deterioration, and rot. This was the capital's slum. Calculi walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Chris. Would the young master be upset, even though he had previously agreed to come this way? Then, Chris halted, his gaze fixed on a certain corner. What is going on? Calculi followed Chris's line of sight, that a young woman emerged from a house. She appeared rather youthful, dressed in tattered garments, identical to those worn by the local poor, her face mostly obscured by a cloth. Yet even someone like Calculi could discern that this woman's demeanor was not characteristic of the area's residents. That as she stepped outside, she surveyed her surroundings. With few people about, most of the locals engaged in no capital businesses, the large market was indeed an opportune time for trade. Thus, she quickly spotted Chris and Calculi. Calculi noticed her pause momentarily, that he didn't recognize her. Could she possibly know the young master? He looked up. Chris was frowning. There she was again, but evidently, this was not a good omen. It was the same enslaved woman, the maid of Pundis, whom he had encountered at the slave market. Since her rescue, it seemed this was the first time she had seen Chris, and she clearly recognized him now, hesitating as she pondered whether to approach him or retreat indoors. However, Chris provided her no time to react. He averted his gaze from her face, as if he had not recognized her, and continued walking, with Calculi hastily trailing behind. The distance between them was less than 10 meters when it seemed someone inside the house became curious as to why she hadn't moved and opened the door, whispering something to her. The woman responded in hushed tones. Chris walked on, eyes fixed ahead, appearing oblivious to everything around him. That as they drew closer, passing by the woman, she whispered, "This young master." Chris did not stop, and Calculi glanced over at him, continuing to walk. The woman hurried a few steps, saying, "Young master, please slow down. Wait a moment." Chris gradually turned back to regard her. The woman's expression was peculiar, almost fearful of making eye contact. Her head bowed as she softly spoke. "You are the son of the Lord of Kib, correct? Do you remember a few months ago, when you saved me?" Tess has never had the chance to thank you in person. Chris's demeanor remained neutral. No need for thanks. It was nothing of consequence that there's no need to dwell on it. The woman's expression grew serious. "But, to me, it was more than merely a life. My family, please grant me the opportunity to repay you," Chris replied. "There truly is no need. Please send my regards to your mistress." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 47. Counteraction. Tess seemed anxious, hastening a few steps to grasp Chris's sleeve, looking at him earnestly. Chris turned to glance at Tess, then at the sleeve she was gripping. Tess quickly released her hold, her expression flustered. Please grant me an opportunity." She gestured towards the door of the house, saying, "This is my residence here. Please, Master Chris, come in." With that, she stepped ahead that a strange smile crept across Chris's lips as he pulled Kakuri behind him and followed Tess into the house. The woman knocked on the door, which opened from within that a burly man with a broad grin greeted them. Tess introduced him, saying, "This is my uncle." Chris offered a polite smile, his gaze briefly scanning the man's hands before he stepped inside. The door closed behind them. The room was dimly lit, causing Chris to squint as he entered. Suddenly, he kicked Kakuri aside, and in an instant, a flash of light surged before him. Without a moment's thought, Chris ducked as a fierce gust of wind swept overhead, producing a sharp whoosh sound. Kakuri, bewildered by Chris's sudden action, found himself hearing chaotic noises emanating from within the room, suggesting that there were more than just Chris, Tess, and the man present. Realization struck him. Master Chris was a magician, and now, surrounded in such a confined space, they were in grave danger. A wave of despair washed over Kakuri, just as he hesitated on whether to assist. Chris's booming voice echoed, "Oh, damn you!" In the pitch-black room, it was as if a lightning bolt had struck. No, it was indeed a bolt of lightning. And in the fleeting illumination, Kakuri discerned that the flash had erupted from Chris's hand. It shot forth at an astonishing speed, almost instantaneously striking a man 2 meters away with a sizzling sound, who fell to the ground without a sound. Strangely, a bolt of lightning then leapt from the fallen man to another nearby individual, who let out a horrid scream before collapsing as well. The room then erupted in a cacophony of sounds, bang as fist struck flesh, thud as someone fell, gurgle as blood was coughed up. Crack! What was that sound? Kakuri was at a loss. Someone screamed in agony, but it was not Chris. Then came another crack, followed by a series of crack, 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 and oh wow, the wailing was truly unbearable. Clang! That was the sound of weapons clattering to the ground. That was the woman's shrill voice who had deceived them into coming here. How grating, Kakuri thought. After a moment of silence, the heavy thuds and chaotic cries ceased, leaving only low groans echoing. Kakuri dared not breathe too deeply. What had become of Master Chris? What should he do? Kakuri! It was the master's voice. As calm as ever, Kakuri responded eagerly. "Yes, master. What is your condition?" Chris's voice continued from the darkness. "I am well. Stand up, feel your way along the wall inward. There is a small table there with an oil lamp and flint beside it." "Light the lamp." "Yes, master," Kakuri replied, cautiously making his way inward as instructed. He stumbled upon something on the floor that felt like a head, but the person seemed unconscious. Startled, he quickly stepped over and fumbled to light the lamp. The dim oil lamp flickered to life. Then Kakuri gasped in shock. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by heavy swords and daggers. Many stained with blood. Two were motionless, while 3 others writhed and groaned on the floor. Chris held the pulse point of the only standing woman, Tess, in his right hand, her face pale with pain, daring not to move. The pulse point, as described in books, is known as the Naguan point, located 2 inches above the wrist crease, between 2 tendons, level with the protruding bone of the wrist. When pinched forcefully, it causes excruciating pain, rendering the individual weak. Kakuri was left dumbfounded. Though he did not comprehend magic, having spent many years at the continent's foremost magical academy, he was aware that a magician's greatest fear was being approached closely, as it often signified imminent defeat due to their frail physique. As for Master Chris, he was undoubtedly a magician, Yet he was the least magician-like magician Kakuri had encountered during his years at the academy. Lacking a staff, he favored physical training, and Kakuri had rarely seen him engage in the meditative practices typically associated with spellcasting. Although Chris's physique did not possess the bulging muscles of many warriors, one could sense the latent strength within his long, well-proportioned form when he trained with his shirt off. However, when clothed, who would suspect that this pallid nobleman was not only a magician, but more akin to a warrior? By the light of the divine, Chapter 48. Conspiracy. Tessa's breathing was rapid, her countenance a mixture of remorse and shame, as she suddenly began to sob. Master Chris, I am so sorry. Truly sorry. I apologize. Chris's face flickered in the wavering light, and Kakuri could not discern his expression. The atmosphere in the room was stifling, dominated only by Tessa's weeping. After a moment of silence, Chris released his grip, and Tess sank softly to the ground, oblivious to her own wrist's pain, continuing to cry. Kakuri stepped forward, ready to say something, but Chris spoke suddenly. Do you think this behavior is worthy of your lady? He jumped in frustration, his face flushed with anger, the sight of his exasperated expression petrifying both Kakuri and the prostrate Tess. Even the groaning figures on the ground fell silent. Master Chris was truly incensed, Kakuri thought. Chris continued, gesticulating wildly. What kind of person am I? A count of the Empire, a future first Viscount, he shouted, pointing at the stunned Tess. For a lowly servant like you, even conversing with me is a tremendous honor, he exclaimed, biting the hand that feeds you. Do you understand? His finger trembled with rage, clearly incensed. A scandal, a scandal. Do I appear to be someone who expects gratitude for favors? With righteous indignation, he withdrew his finger and began pacing the room, muttering, as a fellow noble, consider this a lesson in discipline for your lady's servants. Quite right. He halted before Tess, looking down at her from his elevated stance. However, I am not satisfied with how you discipline your servants. This is your lady's issue now, he straightened himself. In the spirit of demonstrating the magnanimity of a future first Viscount of the Empire, I shall let it pass this time. Tess lowered her head, too afraid to respond. Chris approached the still groaning individuals, crouched down, and proceeded to reset their dislocated joints. After several audible cracks and pained groans, the moaning subsided. The three men, their joints restored, exchanged glances of shame and fear, with the leader being the man who had opened the door for Chris earlier. He slightly bowed in apology, saying, Master Chris, I sincerely apologize for the previous offense. Chris, looking down his nose at him, disdainfully replied, A true noble does not concern himself with the offenses of commoners. He gestured with his chin towards the two still unconscious individuals. Those two are still alive. Hurry and tend to them. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Kakuri hurried ahead, eagerly opening the door for Chris. The bright light outside forced everyone in the room to squint. Chris paused at the threshold, speaking without looking back. Please tell your lady that I am quite dissatisfied with her methods of managing her servants. And thus, she has lost the valuable friendship of a noble. Therefore, there is no need to attempt to mend this, nor should she come to visit. He then stepped outside, with Kakuri quickly following. The remaining individuals in the room exchanged glances. Chris walked briskly, with Kakuri trailing behind, too apprehensive to speak as they made their way through the slums and onto the bustling streets. Chris halted, and Kakuri timidly inquired, Master. Chris spoke slowly. Kakuri, for the next 3 days, you shall return home. Kakuri was puzzled why. Chris turned back. I grant you a 3-day leave. There is a large market in 3 days. You mentioned wanting to assist your mother and sister, did you not? He produced several gold coins from his pocket and placed them in Kakuri's palm. Go with peace of mind, 3 days. 3 days should suffice. Then return. Go back at once. The last sentence carried an authoritative tone. Kakuri could only respond stiffly, Yes, master. As he watched Kakuri depart, Chris stood in place, pondering for a moment before gradually walking into the market. Since arriving in the imperial capital, Chris had rarely mingled with the nobles of his class. Nobles often represented politics, which he found daunting. Given his temperament, he could only be a noble with a hollow title. Should he become entangled in the true political sphere, he would likely be devoured in no time, dragging his family down with him. As a former shut-in, it was far more prudent to remain a promising wastrel. I still recall the words my father uttered before he departed. At present, my sole wish is for you to keep your distance from the aristocrats of the imperial capital. In due time, you shall comprehend the reason. In truth, I have long understood, Father, more insidious than politics is the treachery of conspiracies. The future noble Pundes, a grand sorcerer with boundless potential in the realm of magic, has engaged in many actions that leave Chris utterly perplexed, personally venturing to the northernmost reaches of the imperial capital to rescue one of his handmaidens. Is this made so extraordinarily significant? Chris has secretly probed Tessa's mindscape. Although she too is a sorceress, her prowess scarcely exceeds the third or fourth tier. Months before her capture, she was at best a second-tier sorceress. Hardly a subordinate worth risking so much for. Perhaps there exists a profound bond between them. Furthermore, the circumstances of her abduction are indeed intriguing. Under what conditions was she seized? Typically, who would dare to capture the magical subordinate of a noble? Surely, even if Tess were alone when taken, she would divulge her noble affiliation as the niece of Earl Tim of Kentel, a fact that should intimidate many. Moreover, why does she conceal her affinity for water magic, a classification above the third tier? And why did she slay that guard from the Temple of Light? Finally, what is it about her blood that stimulates the growth of flora? Today's events have left Chris bewildered. Pundes possesses a clandestine stronghold in the impoverished districts of the imperial capital. Chris does not believe she lacks the means to rent a modest dwelling near the academy. And now, a maid whom he once saved has resolved to eliminate him, albeit perhaps not of her own volition. This Pundes embodies conspiracy and peril. I ought to keep my distance. Whatever schemes you engage in, whatever lives you extinguish, I am blissfully unaware. All prior encounters were mere coincidences. I wish to avoid your presence. I hope to evade you. Chapter 49. The night of murder. Tis visits Chris's courtyard each night, entering with a respectful bow and addressing him as mentor before commencing her yoga practice. Following this, she scarcely utters a word. Yet her fervent dedication to the practice is hard for Chris to overlook. After all, yoga seeks to harmonize body, mind, and spirit, while she seems solely fixated on results. Each time Chris witnesses her gritting her teeth and straining her body, he feels compelled to intervene. Though Tiz is obstinate, she is obedient during her practice. After explaining the essence of the movements, Chris instructs her to depart, but he finds himself at a loss for how to clarify matters. This young girl is exceedingly difficult to communicate with. Responding only with innocent, wide-eyed looks when he speaks, Chris musters the authority of a mentor. Your grave misunderstanding of these movements is disappointing. It is evident you have not heeded my instruction. Tiz purses her lips. Feeling wronged, yet continues to gaze at Chris, he clears his throat and continues. Therefore, I shall grant you 3 days, yes, 3 days. Upon your return, you will demonstrate these movements to me in full. Understood? Now, return immediately. I am quite displeased. Go quickly. Tiz's eyes brim with tears. After a moment, she walks to the door, bows respectfully once more, and then turns to leave. Chris exhales in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, but he then reflects on Pundes. Why is it that every woman he encounters seems so utterly abnormal? Women truly are natural harbingers of trouble. Chris shuts the courtyard gate and strides back inside. As summer approaches, the evening air carries a hint of stifling warmth. The breeze brushing against his face is gentle, yet devoid of moisture. Chris takes a deep breath, approaches the stone table, sips his tea, and scans a cluster of shrubs in the yard. Will she come? It is barely 8 o'clock, and the moon is obscured by a veil of mist. Chris suddenly murmurs to himself, on a dark and windy night of murder. Ha ha! A chilling smile creeps upon his lips, his pale visage appearing eerie in the flickering moonlight that in the early hours. The moon has vanished entirely, and a stifling atmosphere spreads quietly across the sky, gradually descending as the clouds grow heavy. Occasional flashes of lightning signal an impending downpour. The wind intensifies, stirring the trees, causing the leaves to sway in concert, amplifying the wind's ferocity. Thus, the gusts grow stronger, whipping up dust and fallen leaves, casting them far away that a streak of lightning flashes, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that brings with it the patter of rain. It's raining. Chris seems startled by the thunder, rolls over in bed, muttering something before quickly slipping back into a steady rhythm of breathing. Another flash of lightning illuminates the room, revealing a figure at the window. As it jumps silently through the opening, it crouches quietly, allowing its pupils to adjust to the darkness before stealthily moving to the corner, standing completely still. After a considerable time, Chris turns again, facing away from the bed. And in the light of another lightning strike, one can still see the drool at the corner of his mouth, his breathing deep and even. The shadow in the corner slowly raises a hand. Seemingly clutching a small seed, IT brings its palm close to its lips and blows gently. An ephemeral dark green aura flickers, and the seed in its palm begins to swell and grow, sprouting a shoot that rises upward like a serpent. Twisting in the air with tender leaves, that IT grows rapidly, soon branching into 4 limbs, becoming larger, its tender green transforming into a deep hue, robust enough to snap with a mere pinch. The vines silently creep toward the bed, and by the time they reach the edge, the central shoot has developed into a massive bud. The violet bud begins to unfurl, revealing petals of red and yellow within, their colors deepening swiftly. The curled ovules in the center also unfold, while a cluster of thorny spines along the flower stem thickens rapidly, darkening in hue. When the flower's calyx fully opens, the central spines stand upright. A carnivorous flower, a 7th tier wood magic, its heart can unleash paralyzing venom, and its sturdy vines possess the strength to strangle a 7th tier magical beast. However, this is contingent upon its ability to capture. Suddenly, Chris's bed shatters with a loud crash, sending both him and the bedding tumbling to the floor. The figure in the corner remains unmoved, the 4 vines swiftly curling downward to entangle the bedding. Tightening their grasp, realizing something is amiss, the figure retreats a step, and a silver flash darts out, a cold object gripping its ankle before tightening suddenly, and Chris emerges from beneath the bedding. The figure waves its left hand, and a cluster of thorns appears in front of Chris, 4th tier magic, thorn entanglement. Just as Chris is about to collide with it, his body twists abruptly, nearly at a 90-degree angle, and he darts to another corner of the room, flipping upright. Before the figure can react, Chris swiftly leaps through the window, retracting a steel cord with a flick of his hand. Landing deftly on the ground, he tilts his head back. The downpour cannot conceal the glimmering light in his eyes amidst the darkness. The figure does not pursue. In the courtyard, only Chris remains, the sound of rain pattering around him. Not coming out? Is it fear of being recognized? A cold smile creeps across Chris's lips as he shuts his eyes. The assassin within remains silent. Whether out of fear of recognition or having departed, he cannot tell. You do your thing, I shall cross my bridge. If you do not comprehend, I can reiterate, I have no interest in your affairs. Today can be regarded as though you have never set foot here. Agree and leave. Immediately. No response. A streak of light flashes from behind him, and Chris sidesteps to the left, narrowly avoiding it as a sword comes crashing down upon his shoulder. He ducks and rolls, but before he can regain his footing, another cluster of thorns ensnares his feet. 2 Assassins. Chapter 50. Inadequate physics. Chris realizes that there is no way to resolve this amicably. The opposing party is evidently determined to take his life. How ruthless! Chris senses that the assassin in the courtyard is a warrior, while the sorcerer upstairs poses a far greater threat. With a flick of his hand, he sends a flying claw to the eaves, severing the thorn that had wrapped around his ankle. Chris bursts through the main door, leaping into the hall, with the courtyard assassin hot on his heels. No sooner does his vision adjust to the darkness than a sword slashes down at him. The blade glints, shattering the coffee table and sofa into fragments, yet no one is in sight. An explosion erupts from above, and the assassin's eyes flicker with urgency as they rush up the stairs. Chris, upon entering the hall, dashes toward the 2nd floor, kicking open a door and swiftly sidestepping. Sure enough, a wall of towering thorns emerges at the entrance. 5th tier wood magic, wall of thorns. Chris pivots and leaps back downstairs, aiming straight for the ascending warrior, gathering momentum. The warrior reacts with remarkable speed, realizing evasion is futile, and raises his massive sword across his chest, channeling his energy. With a resounding bang, he successfully blocks Chris's kick. Chris had no expectation that his foot would prove effective. Instead, he allowed the momentum to carry him. his toes delicately tapping the great sword, curling his body inward. With a swift motion, he extended his hands to grasp the warrior's shoulders, executing a forward flip to land upright. Straightening his posture, he exerted force through his back and arms, bellowing fiercely, yet he failed to budge his opponent. The warrior's black coat was torn away with a sharp sound. In terms of sheer strength, Chris was hopelessly outmatched. The warrior had already turned to face him, a yellow aura erupting from the sword's blade, aiming a downward strike directly at Chris. Reacting swiftly, Chris retreated, but the warrior followed with a sweeping horizontal slash. Chris retreated further, his back thudding against the wall. At that moment, a shadow flickered at the entrance. The mage from upstairs had appeared, a flash of light emanating from his hand as a white beam shot towards Chris, seemingly frozen in fear. Chris stood immobile, gazing at the descending great sword. It was only when the blade was almost upon him that Chris unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. The great sword struck the wall, and the mage's white light also surged in, accompanied by a deafening crash. Shattered stones and dust erupted into the air, prompting the warrior to take a step back. Unhesitatingly, the mage raised his hand, unleashing a series of ice spikes into the cloud of debris. However, no sound emerged, and the warrior, squinting, turned to shout at the mage. "Yes, outside. Watch your back." The mage hastily spun around, retreating into the hall. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, yet no one appeared. The warrior approached the mage, standing shoulder to shoulder as they waited. After a moment, the warrior whispered, "I'll check outside. You be careful." The mage nodded silently. The warrior dashed out, standing in the courtyard, allowing the rain to drench him. Scanning his surroundings inside, the mage suddenly heard a strange noise and instinctively sidestepped, quickly turning to investigate. What he saw rendered him momentarily stunned. Two spherical bolts of lightning were hurtling towards him, resembling thunderbolts, yet connected by a long chain of electricity, both spheres spinning wildly in the air. What kind of magic is this? Confused, the mage acted without hesitation, waving his hand to summon a wall of water. The fourth-level water magic, Water Screen, a defensive spell that employed the force of water to block attacks, akin to the earth magic of Earth Wall. Just then a long laugh echoed from Chris. "Your physical prowess is lacking, child." Almost as soon as the water screen materialized, the lightning balls collided with it, producing the characteristic crackling sound of electricity. Instantly, countless electric chains erupted from the lightning spheres, wrapping around the water screen. In the darkness, the entire water screen shimmered with dazzling electric light, resembling an electric wall. Chains of electricity surged up from beneath, infiltrating the mage's body, leaving him paralyzed with shock. "This is bad," before he could emit more than a groan. He helplessly watched as the other thunderball collided with the electric wall, creating a blinding flash that made it impossible to open his eyes, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent water and arcs of electricity flying, propelling the mage uncontrollably backward. Outside, the warrior had rushed in just as the mage cast the water screen, barely managing to catch the mage's body as it was blasted into the air. The force of the explosion pushed him back into the courtyard. Ignoring everything else, the warrior took a few steps back, looking down at the mage in his arms, raising his great sword to deflect Chris's incoming claws with a resounding clang. He then hurriedly laid the mage on a stone table. As footsteps echoed, Chris burst from the hall, and the warrior looked up to see Chris raising his hand. Steeling himself, the warrior was unprepared for the blinding light that suddenly erupted from Chris's palm. "This is bad." A flash spell. The warrior quickly shut his eyes, but it was too late. He could no longer open them, the light's intensity forcing his pupils to constrict, causing a painful sensation akin to being pricked by needles. As he staggered back, he suddenly realized his movements had slowed, his limbs feeling as though they were being pulled back by an opposing force, rendering him exceedingly sluggish. That a chill ran down the warrior's spine. The Earthbind spell. His opponent was a dual-element mage. He had always assumed this individual was merely a novice. As an 8th-level warrior, he had deemed victory to be effortless, especially with the support of a 5th-level mage. It should have been impossible to fail. Now, it seemed this assassination was perhaps too hastily planned due to time constraints, but most importantly, they had severely underestimated their opponent. Regret coursed through him as he unleashed his fighting spirit. The protective aura of an 8th level warrior was sufficient to withstand most magical or physical attacks, but if he could endure this round of blindness, there would still be a chance for a comeback. Chapter 51. Mutual Destruction. The warrior laboriously curled his body, using his arms to shield his head and face. Suddenly feeling a slight tremor beneath his feet, he sensed danger and hastily moved away. But the effects of the bind spell slowed him down just enough that a sharp spike of earth erupted, piercing through the bottom of his foot. While it didn't penetrate, the force of the impact sent him stumbling, gasping for breath before he could regain his balance. Countless stones then rained down from above, striking him and producing dull thuds. Damn it. The warrior cursed inwardly to be reduced to such a state by these low-tier spells. Even after becoming an 8th level warrior, was humiliating. Just as he managed to stand upright, a powerful force struck from behind, causing him to stagger again, and he felt that little brat dart to his right. Delivering an elbow strike, the protective aura around him shook, sending the assailant reeling with a yelp that ha. The warrior felt a surge of pride, thinking, with such feeble attacks, do you really think you can harm me? Chris, realizing his attack had failed, momentarily paused before lunging forward again. After all, the bind and flash spells were merely low-level magic. For an 8th level warrior, lasting 3 seconds under their effects was already commendable. Had it not been for Chris's high mental acuity, they likely wouldn't have lasted even 2 seconds. Once the effects wore off, the warrior felt his body grow lighter. With a mighty roar, he swung his double-handed sword in a wide arc to push Chris back, then unleashed a sword aura in his direction that he didn't even check to see if the sword aura hit, propelled by a surge of frustration from being bested by Chris earlier. The warrior charged forward with reckless determination, a thrust. Had Chris not previously humiliated him, the warrior would never have resorted to such a desperate tactic that a loud crash resonated as he broke through a nearby earth wall. Debris scattering everywhere. Before the dust could settle, the torrential rain washed it away, and as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the warrior, startled, quickly shut his eyes, feeling a surge of anger that he was determined to eliminate that brat. Just then, another flash of lightning appeared. The warrior barely had time to close his eyes before he felt a sharp pain. Darn it! The flash spell struck again, and Chris repeated his earlier tactic, following up with another bind spell. However, unlike before, he didn't advance to attack. Instead, he retreated to a distance, conjuring 2 thunderballs once more. Chris understood that an 8th level warrior's protective aura was beyond his current capabilities to breach in a short time. Only this mutated magic could pose a threat. The 2 thunderballs shot forth towards the warrior. 3 seconds had elapsed. As the warrior opened his eyes, he realized the situation he faced. Mutated magic. A low-level mage could create mutated magic. This brat is a genius? Unfortunately, no matter how talented, he would still die. Reacting swiftly, the warrior hurled his sword at one of the thunderballs and rolled backward. The double-handed sword struck one of the thunderballs accurately, while the other immediately aimed for the sword, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent the sword flying, landing on a stone bench with a clang. Before the warrior could rise, a wall of earth surged up before him, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Did that lowly mage truly believe he was helpless against such tricks? With a flurry of punches and kicks, he shattered the earthen wall, dispersing the elemental particles into the surroundings. Yet, as he turned, the previously seen mutated magic spiraled towards him, its speed unimpeded. The warrior, hindered by the bind spell, found himself unable to evade quickly, and with no weapon to deflect the attack, he was left with no choice but to unleash all his fighting spirit for protection, watching helplessly as it descended upon him. Boom! Just like the previous sword, the warrior's body was propelled backward by the immense energy. Bang! He crashed to the ground, water splashing everywhere. Then am I dead? Chris watched anxiously as the warrior's body lay still. To his disappointment, the warrior quickly rose, though his golden aura had dimmed significantly. Chris concentrated, drawing forth 2 elemental spheres, but the warrior, with a mighty shout, thrust his right foot into the ground, sending mud and water flying as he launched himself into the air. A red glow flickering around him, tracing a parabolic arc towards Chris. Warrior skill. Charge. This skill is the cornerstone of a warrior's combat against ranged professions, allowing him to collide with the opponent, inducing a brief state of dizziness. Upon hitting the target, It would typically be followed by a ground slam, knocking the opponent down and finishing with a fatal strike. After this triple combo, the battle would generally conclude. For an 8th level warrior, charge was merely the beginning of a combo. His habitual follow-up was charge into a 7th level skill, Savage Roar, followed by Rising Dragon Slash and Whirlwind Slash. Yet aside from charge, all these skills required a weapon to execute. It didn't matter if he had a weapon or not. He could tear this brat to shreds with his bare hands, the warrior thought with suppressed fury. His form rushed forward with incredible speed, akin to a colossal meteor hurtling towards Chris. The slowdown technique can only diminish the opponent's movements, yet it cannot hinder a warrior's skills that as the warrior charged forward. Chris sensed the impending danger. With a swift misstep, he attempted to evade, but stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a thicket of thorns ensnaring his feet, having already crept up his calves and continuing to encroach upon his thighs. This is dire. Chris glanced around frantically. The mage lay helplessly on the stone table, his hand weakly raised towards Chris before falling limply. It was likely the tremor and sound from the warrior's dual swords clashing on the table that had roused the unconscious mage. Chris had been too absorbed in the moment, failing to pay due attention. This blunder could cost him his life. A steely resolve filled Chris's eyes. The warrior's fighting spirit was nearly depleted, although the chances of defense were slim. Surrender was not an option. Memories of his father and sister flashed through his mind, along with visions of Lawrence, Max, the perpetually disagreeable Professor Chris, Clark, Professor Roddy, Dean Bruce, and unexpectedly, the sisters Vera and Tiz, gritting his teeth. He crouched slightly, steadied himself, and thrust his hands forward. Almost as soon as he assumed his stance, the warrior's shoulder collided violently with him. The tremendous force sent Chris flying, shattering the thorns binding his legs, propelling him into the air before he crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, nearly toppling it, but he fell to the ground, motionless. The warrior steadied himself against the stone table, gasping for breath. Then bent over, drawing his hand from his chest, blood seeping from his mouth. Though Chris's mutated magic had largely been neutralized by the warrior's protective aura, the physical shock from the explosion still injured the warrior's ribs. The warrior coughed a few times, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth, trickling down to his chin, quickly washed away by the pouring rain. Chapter 52, Awakening. It is not merely a few broken ribs. It seems his internal organs are also compromised. Nevertheless, it is fortunate to have slain this wretch. I never anticipated nearly being defeated by him. A faint voice from the stone table broke the silence. Henry, the warrior hurried toward the sound. Yes, Your Highness. He coughed again, urgency lacing his voice. Your Highness, we must leave quickly. The mage responded with a faint. Henry lifted the mage in his arms, but she softly inquired, Is he dead? Henry replied, I believe so, Your Highness. The mage seemed to sigh. What a pity. He was not a bad person. He has aided us. Henry, should we have killed him? Henry remained silent. The mage pondered for a moment, then coughed lightly before murmuring, Let us go. Henry retrieved the dual swords from the ground, slinging them over his back as he turned toward the exit. The torrential rain washed away the blood from their bodies. Suddenly, the mage exclaimed, No, there's a flow of magical energy, quickly. He is not dead yet. The warrior, cradling the mage, quickly turned, only to be blinded by a flash of lightning that he is still alive. He cannot possibly survive this. Time was of the essence. Henry barely managed to throw the mage towards his feet, redirecting her to safety, but chaos erupted behind them as a wild surge of electricity struck, with a deafening boom. Henry was flung away. This force was far greater than the previous one. It was partly due to Henry's protective aura being mostly depleted, compounded by his injuries, but primarily because Chris had ample time to infuse the mutated lightning ball with additional elemental energy. Now it was Henry's turn to collapse against the wall, unable to rise. Chris leaned against the wall, struggling to regain his footing. He appeared disheveled, caked in mud, his face and hair smeared, his sleeves tattered and barely clinging to him. His left hand hung limply at his side, shaking, and any movement sent him into a fit of coughs. Knowing that the previous collision had likely injured his lungs, each breath igniting a fiery pain in his chest, that he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily for a while, then opened his mouth to catch some rainwater. allowing the icy droplets to trickle down his throat, slightly alleviating the burning sensation in his chest. He gazed down at the warrior. Henry's chest heaved as he struggled to prop himself up. The mage lay on the ground, her previous toss having caused her face to plunge into the water, nearly suffocating her. Now, turning her head, she looked at the warrior, letting out a desperate cry. Henry, the warrior exerted himself, trying to rise, but felt the ground tremble beneath him. Knowing he could not escape, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. With a sudden thud, a sharp stone pierced his thigh. Blood spraying forth, prompting a wretched scream from Henry. The mage, disregarding her own pain, shouted, "You bastard! How cruel you are!" Chris staggered toward her. "Cruel? If I am not mistaken, we have met before, Miss Pundies." The mage fell silent. "During our first encounter, I spared you. I allowed you to escape with Tess, and that was my father's territory." A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the mage's face, her profound eyes shimmering with tears, despite the mud and rain. Her beauty could not be concealed. It was indeed Pundies. "Then there was the second encounter, which you might not know of, Miss Pundies." Chris turned to her. "You killed a guard of the Temple of Light." Pundies gasped, staring at him in disbelief. "You escaped from the Temple of Light. Though I do not know why you entered, it is evident you sneaked in and were discovered, then fled, only to be pursued in the woods." Pundies' eyes widened. Even Henry in the corner ceased his moaning. Chris bent over, coughing violently for a long while before finally saying, "You began to fight. You summoned vines that shattered his arm, and ultimately pierced his throat with an ice spear that, of course, you sustained serious injuries yourself, exhausting your magic, rendering you unable to cast a healing spell. Am I mistaken?" Pundies, unaware of her actions, had propped herself up, nearly forgetting her injuries, and exclaimed to Chris, "Were you following me?" Chris glared at her, panting as he sat on a stone bench. "You hastily bandaged your wound. Was it on your abdomen?" Pundies coughed violently, unable to speak. Chris continued, "I do not know whether to call you foolish or immature, returning to Randy's academy covered in blood. Do you understand? Do you comprehend where that blood has gone, fool?" Pundies pointed a trembling finger at Chris. Coughing, her eyes brimming with tears, whether from anger or guilt, he could not tell. Chris remained unmoved, coldly regarding her. "Thus, this is the second time I have aided you, and then I encountered your maid Tess in your secret hideout. Repaying kindness with malice seems to be a tradition in your family. Your maid, without your consent, began to act with the same malice, and I am thoroughly exasperated with you all. Even my words to her failed to quell your murderous intent." He steadied himself against the stone table, rising slowly to approach her, looking down upon her. "And then you both conspired to assassinate me. Fearing failure, now you dare to call me cruel. You dare to accuse me of cruelty?" With a swift motion, he pierced Henry's other leg. Amidst Henry's agonized cries, Pundies dared not intervene, only lowering her head to weep. "You may as well kill me. Indeed, perhaps I should thank you both." Pundies lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. Utterly perplexed, suddenly, a faint white aura erupted from Chris's body. Pundies' eyes widened uncontrollably, and Henry gasped. "That is fighting spirit, yes, the awakening of fighting spirit." Chris cast a cold glance at him. "Thanks to you." Previously, when struck by Henry's charge, Chris's body had explosively released a power he had never felt before, surging rapidly from his chest to every corner of his being. However, the overwhelming force had resulted in his left shoulder being shattered and his right hand sustaining fractures, while his internal organs suffered severe trauma. The emergence of fighting spirit signified that Chris had ascended to the rank of a level 1 warrior. Chapter 53. Choice. Chris's physical training had long reached a critical juncture. Years of cultivation had only now awakened his fighting spirit, when compared to the innate talent of mages. Chris's warrior aptitude was lamentably poor. What fighting spirit was, Chris could not say. He only felt that it seemed to concentrate within the chest, differing from the Danteon of his previous life, but aligning more closely with the Shanzhong position. Given that Chris's warrior level was still low, he could only await surpassing level 3 to unlock the inner vision function. Otherwise, for now, he could only tentatively explore the fighting spirit of a warrior through conjecture and trial. Perhaps the essence of fighting spirit also belongs to the 6 elemental forces. Unlike mages, who absorb elements and compress them for storage within their bodies, warriors incorporate these elements to transform every aspect of their physical forms. If this hypothesis holds true, this process may indeed appear more perilous compared to that of mages. Warriors place their faith in their innate strength, perceiving magical elements merely as tools to enhance their corporeal power. Thus, as a warrior diligently cultivates their physical prowess, they simultaneously draw magical elements into their being. These elements incessantly ravage the warrior's body, yet the tissues ravaged by magic emerge more resilient. Warriors can harness this strength in various manners, the most common being the channeling of energy into their combat limbs, ultimately achieving the external manifestation of fighting spirit. Since these magical elements have essentially become integral components of the warrior's body, they are almost impervious to external psychic control. Unlike mages, who must augment their spells with mental energy, at this juncture, Chris truly embarks on the path of dual mastery of martial and magical arts. Nonetheless, the challenges of mastering both disciplines are well known. One can only allocate a finite amount of time and energy, necessitating sacrifices that hinge upon personal choices. Yet, those matters lie in the future, presently. The pressing concern remains how to address the immediate situation. Undeniably, while rebuking Pundi's for her vengeful intentions, a thought of silencing her fleetingly crossed Chris' mind. Is it not natural to extinguish danger in its nascent state? And now, it has escalated beyond mere beginnings. It has breached his threshold. Were it not for a series of fortuitous coincidences, had the circumstances not aligned in his favor, his lifeless body would have already succumbed to the downpour. Such exceptional instances are undeniably irreplicable. Should a similar scenario arise, Chris mused, he could not foresee a different outcome. Even the bravest fear the multitude. Miss Pundi's, Chris stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon her. First, you would do well to devise a reason for me not to silence you. And then, he glanced at her hand. Second, instruct your subordinates to remain compliant. And your hand, I apologize. Chris stepped closer to Pundi's, who trembled upon witnessing the chill in his eyes. What are you intending to do? She quivered. His expression remained impassive as he leaned down, extending his right hand. Henry shouted, You scoundrel, retract your filthy hand. Ignoring him, Chris grasped Pundi's right hand. She attempted to break free, but found herself utterly unable to escape his grip. Chris' right hand seized her arm at the elbow, his thumb pressing downward while his other 4 fingers pulled outward, producing a faint cracking sound. Subsequently, he dislocated her left hand as well. Surprisingly, Pundi's merely let out a pained gasp. Tears streaming down her face, Henry cursed vehemently. You damned fiend! Do you comprehend what you have done? You, who are fit only to consort with the most despicable of maggots, deserve to have your soul eternally entwined with the devil. Chris stood upright, laboriously approaching Henry, and coldly remarked, It is not your time to speak. His right hand's ring and pinky fingers clenched tightly, while his thumb, index, and middle fingers formed a bow, striking upward against the base of Henry's left ear. Simultaneously dislocating his jaw with a swift flick of his wrist, Henry's face flushed with fury, yet his mouth gaped open, rendered speechless. The pain coursed through Chris' forearm, but he gritted his teeth and gradually returned to sit on the stone bench. Why does the elemental magic of air lack healing abilities? The rain began to subside, and Chris looked up at the sky, murmuring, Miss Pundi's, you had best hurry. Time is of the essence. With her eyes closed, Pundi's remained silent for a considerable time, perhaps in despair, contemplating her words before gently uttering, My family is quite large. Many years ago, we lost something of great importance. Later, through various channels, we learned that it is in the temple. Hence, she opened her eyes to meet Chris' gaze. You are aware of the temple's influence. I have no other recourse. I have visited the temple several times, yet I have been unable to steal it. Regarding you, my actions were misguided, but I cannot afford to take risks. Should word leak out, my family, her voice trailed off into soft sobs. I do not fear death, but now I cannot die. Chris remained silent, lifting his gaze to the heavens before lowering his head once more, enveloped in silence. Pundi's too refrained from speaking. Your family. Is it the Ston family of Earl Tim of Kentel? The sudden inquiry startled Pundi's. No, it is not. Christ furrowed his brow. I have not heard of any other relatives. Miss Pundies, if there are no further justifications, I am under no obligation to allow a person who seeks to kill me to remain in this world. I regret to say, he slowly rose to his feet, while Henry struggled to speak, desperately trying to raise himself, his face flushed with urgency. Pundies implored, I can die, but I beseech you to wait until I retrieve what belongs to my family from the temple. And then I shall naturally seek you out. Alternatively, I can bind myself to you through a servant's contract, vowing never to harbor thoughts of opposition against you. The servant contract is not merely a document. It is an agreement forged on the basis of mutual sincerity, invoked by spiritual energy and witnessed by divine entities, with violators typically facing death as consequence. Naturally, this declaration incited further frantic sounds from Henry. Yet Chris continued to shake his head. I have no interest in killing, unless my boundaries are crossed. Likewise, I have no desire for a servant. You profess to act for your family, yet you remain tight-lipped about them. I can overlook this, as it is not my concern. He paused momentarily. Perhaps I can offer you a choice. His eyes gleamed with an inscrutable light in the darkness, sending shivers down Pundi's spine, yet she found herself unable to resist asking, what choice? Chris stated, I could release one person to continue your family's endeavors. Now then, he raised his finger, gesturing between the two. Will it be your life? Or his? Chapter 54. The chain of Kratov. Henry naturally began to fidget restlessly, yet Chris showed no interest in him, his cold gaze fixated solely upon Pundi's face. Unbeknownst to Chris, after mastering the technique of dislocation, he regarded others merely as specific bones of the human body. When viewing someone as an adversary, his thoughts were solely focused on which joint would be dislocated first. That penetrating gaze, probing into the marrow, could instill trepidation in most, compelling them to instinctively avert their eyes from the area under his scrutiny. Under his gaze, Pundi's quivered, her complexion dimming as she met Chris' gaze for a fleeting moment, then offered a faint smile imbued with a sense of relief. Henry, heed my words, listen carefully, and remember every syllable I utter next. Henry emitted a cough. Chris maintained a placid expression, quietly observing her. Upon returning, execute our alternative plan immediately. If it proves ineffective, attempt to infiltrate from within .s for the sensing aspect. Your lineage may lack the necessary resonance. Thus you must obtain sufficient blood from me. Chris furrowed his brow, retreating to the stone bench. Nevertheless, Pundi's voice remained clear. As much as possible, the incantation to resonate with it within a certain distances, she recited a series of peculiar syllables. Tekel Saya. Have you committed it to memory? Pundi's repeated. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude for your care over the years, as well as to Tess and Uncle Tim. Please convey my farewells to them. The burden upon my shoulders will soon rest upon you. And I thank you for your labor. Lastly, she turned her gaze toward Chris. Never seek vengeance against him. We are at fault, and we can no longer afford to suffer losses. Her eyes softened, glistening with tears, yet accompanied by a serene smile. Well then, Chris, I apologize once more. Forgive me. Please come. She closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet a faint smile lingered. Chris stood, slowly approaching her, as Henry emitted a mournful cry and turned away. Miss Pundi's. Have you heard of? Pundi's opened her eyes in surprise. The chain of Kratov. For centuries ago, on the continent of Tianlan, a holy level air mage, during a campaign against the undead, faced an assault from an undead sorcerer targeting a military supply convoy. This was a fairly ordinary occurrence. The complication arose when the expedition was led by none other than the Emperor's brother, General Bolton. This General Bolton was of average talent, merely a 5th-level warrior, lacking exceptional strategy or wisdom, and certainly not a villain. In contrast to the perils of the frontline battlefield, the logistics of supply transport were considerably safer, rendering it a prime choice for many nobles seeking military accolades while fearing for their lives. It was a gilded position. The necromancer summoned a skeletal dragon, which slaughtered the majority of the warriors and incinerated the supplies. Ultimately, it recognized General Bolton, who was heavily guarded, and decided to capture him as leverage against the Emperor. Although it might not guarantee the withdrawal of human troops, the blow to their morale would be undeniably significant. General Bolton, while dispatching soldiers to seek aid from the nearest allies, attempted to flee. A day later, amidst the demise of his entire escort, he was captured alive by the skeletal dragon At that moment. He was confronted by Kratov, who had rushed to the scene, a master sorcerer of the wind element. Kratov unleashed a storm of tornadoes, shredding the skeletal dragon to pieces. However, General Bolton was unable to escape the same fate. As the dragon's claws gripped him, Kratov's decision was undoubtedly deemed correct. A sentiment shared by nearly everyone, including the Emperor. Yet, it was not the case for General Bolton's family. Following the conclusion of the war, his only son embarked on a series of assassinations, nearly succeeding on one occasion, prompting Kratov to meet the Emperor directly. Caught between a master sorcerer and the family of his fallen brother, the Emperor had no choice but to heed Kratov's counsel. He permitted Kratov to extract a portion of General Bolton's son's soul and tether it to his own mind. From that moment forth, General Bolton's son dared not harbor any ill intentions towards Kratov. This method of soul linking, which bore similarities to a contract yet was far more binding, would later be referred to as the chain of Kratov. Unlike a servant contract, which may allow for malicious interpretations of the master's commands, such as the English phrase cast an eye being twisted to mean throw an eye, the chain of Kratov forcibly detached a fragment of the soul, anchoring it within the host's mind. Any harmful thoughts directed towards the host would be instantly detected. Furthermore, should the host perish, that fragment of soul would dissipate as well, potentially rendering the individual a fool or a madman. Of course, the death of the severed soul bore no consequence for the host. This was a contract of complete and utter inequality. Are you willing to sign? Chris stood before Pundi's, his tone calm yet resigned. You seek to sacrifice your life for the chance of another's survival. Perhaps, given our differing positions, you may be right, and I am clearly not wrong. It ultimately depends on whether you wish to seize the sole opportunity one present. Agree, and you may continue your endeavors. Refuse, and you all shall die. My apologies, but what I said previously no longer holds. Tears streamed down Pundi's face, but they were tears of joy amid despair. I am willing, yes, I am willing. Thank you. Chris bent down, restoring her dislocated wrist. Then let us commence. Pundi's closed her eyes in deep contemplation, then raised her left hand to her temple. The joint, still aching from its restoration, trembled slightly as she paused near her head. Gritting her teeth, her complexion turned pale. This was not a pain of the flesh, but rather a torment of the spirit brought on by the mental severing. Slowly, her fingers withdrew from her head. In a wispy, almost translucent, white mist began to form at her fingertips as she opened her palm. It gradually took on a humanoid shape, its features indistinct. She struggled to breathe, fighting against the urge to faint, and looked up at Chris, saying, "Please take it." Chris, too, closed his eyes, extending his mental energy to envelop the soul, gently drawing it into his mind. Upon entering, his consciousness extended tendrils of white chains that ensnared the soul securely. Subsequently, Chris began to perceive fragments of Pundi's thoughts, as if another voice had joined the chorus within his mind. This sensation was peculiar, yet unsettling, causing him to furrow his brow. Chapter 55. Stay away from me. The primary effect of the chain of Kratov was indeed accurate. Yet it concurrently bore numerous side effects. The whispers of the soul that resonated within Chris's mind were merely a fraction of its entirety, that if he were to command Pundi's to act against her will, she would comply, but the negative emotions rooted deep within her soul would be sufficient to overwhelm him with turmoil. This phenomenon was contingent upon their proximity, resulting in a form of soul resonance. Nevertheless, at present Chris felt satisfied with this arrangement, as it effectively constrained Pundi's without necessitating the actual demise of a significant figure within her family, that is a former recluse in his past life. Chris felt a flicker of sympathy for Pundi's, a girl of merely 16 or 17, who had once been just a high school student, now shouldering the burdens of her family, compelled to face life and death. After severing her soul, Pundi's appeared somewhat disoriented, resting for a while before casting several wood-based healing spells upon Chris, and subsequently tending to Henry and herself. Chris moved his right arm, still feeling a twinge of pain. It was evident that while surface wounds could be healed, internal injuries and fractures remained beyond full repair. Regarding the bone injury on his left shoulder, He permitted Pundis to use a single healing spell, as such magic stimulated and fostered life energy for recovery. Unless absolutely necessary, Chris did not wish to shorten his lifespan through excessive healing. Ignoring Chris's warnings, Henry insisted that Pundis perform additional healing spells on his legs until he could barely stand and walk. Chris noted that Pundis had only cast healing spells on him twice initially, yet by the time they departed, she was already able to support Henry. Perhaps it was due to the bloodline she had mentioned earlier. In the presence of Chris, both Pundis and Henry wore complex expressions that in truth, they harbored no animosity towards one another. Their current predicament stemmed from differing stances, leading each to feel justified in their actions. Pundis felt compelled to forge a soul link with Chris, and although it was impossible to harbor no resentment, he had spared her life. Thus, blaming him felt unjust, while gratitude also seemed unwarranted, with a forced nod to Chris. She assisted Henry as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the door, Chris spoke up. Miss Pundis, their footsteps halted, and they did not turn back. You see, I signed the chain of Kratov to avoid having to constantly guard against inexplicable troubles. I have no intention of issuing any commands to you. Thus, in essence, you are free. What I hope for is that you can maintain a considerable distance from me. Is that agreeable? Pundis remained silent, bowing before turning back to assist Henry as they departed. Chris did not close the door but instead returned inside, hastily washing up before lying down on the tattered bedding, disregarding the absence of a proper bed. Sleepiness soon overwhelmed him, and his mind wandered to plans for the following day. He needed to expedite Kukul's return, procure a new bed, bedding, and address the disrepair of the downstairs walls and the yard's ground, but he shifted slightly, still feeling discomfort in his left shoulder. Indeed, a bed was far more comfortable, and then he lost consciousness. He awoke around midday, cautiously rising to survey the disarray of the dormitory. Chris sighed. It was quite a challenge for a recluse to tidy up such a mess. Fortunately, in this life, he was a nobleman. Never mind that. It was time to eat. He quickly changed clothes and made his way to the dining hall, where, having nearly missed mealtime, there were few patrons. After hastily finishing his meal, he visited the administrative office, hiring a familiar servant of Kukul to summon him back, and recruited several others to tidy the dormitory. How splendid it was to have money! However, given the pace of progress, it appeared he would not be able to sleep there that night, and would need to find another place. Contemplating this, Chris returned to the administrative office to arrange for an overnight stay, a process that proved quite cumbersome, ultimately requiring the signature of his homeroom teacher, as he entered the faculty area. He encountered Professor Cree. Upon seeing Chris, the professor's expression darkened. I was just about to seek you out. Did I heard you missed class this morning? Yes, mentor. Chris had anticipated this interrogation and had prepared his excuse during his journey. Responding nonchalantly, last night, while practicing my physical abilities, I awakened my fighting spirit, which kept me late. Did I sincerely apologize? Cree's eyebrows twitched, maintaining his stern demeanor. You aspire to dual cultivate magic and martial arts. Foolish. He rose, shouting. If you were not harboring this absurd and ludicrous intention, you would likely be nearing the rank of a third-level mage by now. Do you understand? Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is indeed viable. In the early stages, it can almost allow one to defeat all opponents of the same rank. However, as one approaches the mid to late stages, you will realize that your former peers have far surpassed your level. Professor Cree paced angrily before Chris. By the time you comprehend this, you will find it impossible to catch up with them. I know your fighting techniques. Do you think that just because of those, you can master this so-called rhythm of dual cultivation? Indeed. Mentor. What? What did you say? Calmly, Chris replied. Indeed, mentor. I do not intend to invest excessive time in the skills of the warrior department. In truth, awakening my fighting spirit has already been my greatest achievement. Moreover, it is only fitting for a mage to engage in physical training. Is it not? Chris had not forgotten that when he first encountered Professor Cree, the latter was clad in simple attire, evidently also engaged in physical exercise. Additionally, Chris said, retrieving a leave request from his pocket and handing it to Cree. During my practice last night, I inadvertently damaged quite a bit of furniture, and, the walls as well. Therefore, I plan to stay out tonight. I would appreciate it if you could sign this. Professor Cree, maintaining a stern expression, produced a pen from an unknown source and hastily signed. Reiterating, Remember my words, Chris. The dual cultivation of martial and magical skills is merely a jest. Yes, mentor. Chris dared not linger, hastily bidding farewell. Professor Cree observed his retreating figure, pondering, has this lad truly awakened his fighting spirit? This is something that cannot be disclosed to that scoundrel Roddy. After completing all necessary formalities, Chris returned to the dormitory, where he found Caculi, who had hurried back. After a brief exchange, he packed a few changes of clothes and departed from the academy. The nearest inn to the academy was situated a mile away. Chris boarded a carriage and soon arrived at the establishment known as Tyquila. Upon his initial arrival in the imperial capital, prior to enrolling, Chris had stayed at this very inn and had retained a favorable impression. The inn was impressively constructed, its exterior walls comprised of sizable stone blocks, standing in stark contrast to the Gothic style of his past life. It embraced a philosophy of brightness, elegance, and cleanliness, with neither the external walls nor the internal decor adorned with excessive opulence. Its area was substantial, estimated to be no less than 200 square meters. In his previous life, this would have nearly qualified as a 3-star hotel. Chapter 56. Jimmy Chris selected a room near the inner courtyard. Opening the window revealed a landscaped garden within, the air fresh and invigorating. After a brief respite, Chris exited the inn. He meandered to Chasai's blacksmith shop, where the jovial dwarf greeted him with an embrace. To accommodate the dwarf's exuberance, Chris had to crouch down. Chris produced the shattered flying claw from his bag, which had been utterly mangled. Last night, Henry's charge had sent Chris flying, and the resulting shockwave had nearly dismantled the claw, which then collided with a wall. Its internal springs and outer casing were now flattened and deformed. Scattering across the table with a clatter, the dwarf's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, my friend, I fear you have mistaken it for a hammer." By the light of the gods, the dwarf's affection for his craft extended to his creations. His expression was one of genuine sorrow as he gently caressed the damaged parts. As if they were his children, Chris shook his head. It was damaged in battle. The dwarf continued his lament, sighing as he stroked the pieces. Chris entrusted the flying claw to Chasai for repairs. And the earnest dwarf, before Chris departed, earnestly advised him to care for his weapons and tools as one would cherish a child. "Treat him well, and he shall return the favor," were Chasai's exact words. Chris noted with interest that Chasai referred to the items with the pronoun he, as if these creations possessed a life of their own. Nevertheless, Chasai's dedication to his craft was commendable and worthy of emulation. Perhaps it is this very passion that elevates the dwarves' smithing skills to unparalleled heights across the continent. Exiting onto the bustling street, Chris observed the throngs of people. Although it was not a grand market day, this was the imperial capital, the heart of the continent. Even without a market, the area thrived with activity. As one approached the palace, the architecture grew increasingly solemn, and the streets surrounding the palace were bright and immaculate. The patrolling city guards, mounted on fine steeds, traversed the area in their resplendent armor, their horses adorned in splendid trappings. The shops lining the streets were opulently decorated, offering the most luxurious and expensive wares, apothecaries, crystal shops, armories, and clothing stores. Yet, paradoxically, the liveliest scenes were not found here. The imperial capital also housed impoverished districts, alongside areas inhabited by the middle class, where many individuals held respectable jobs, such as attendants to noblemen or gardeners. Nestled between the middle class and impoverished areas was a sizable square, dominated by a fountain, featuring a statue of the current emperor on a prancing steed. The vicinity surrounding the fountain was perpetually occupied by bards, street performers, and vendors peddling various snacks and trinkets. This was truly the most vibrant locale. Chris found himself drawn to this lively square, alternating between watching the performers and sampling the local delicacies. The distinct seasons of the imperial capital ensured a wide variety of street food, and Chris was amazed to discover the locals' profound culinary knowledge. For example, he held in his hand a dingling fruit, which, despite its name, was not a fruit at all, but rather a pupa of a creature known as pusa. The locals prepared this delicacy by mixing it with mupu flour, similar to cassava flour from his past life, along with honey and aromatic herbs, then frying it in oil until golden brown. Once cooked, it was skewered and upon tasting proved to be delightfully crunchy and flavorful. Chris had never encountered such a diverse array of snacks in his father's territory since arriving in the imperial capital and entering the academy. He had not experienced such relaxation. His spirits lifted. He decided to forego physical training and meditation for the day. Considering it a fine opportunity to stroll and unwind, he ambled through the crowd, admiring the shops and wares while savoring the dingling fruit. Jimmy was a destitute child, more accurately described as a wandering beggar. Since he became aware of his surroundings, he had no knowledge of his parents, nor of where his next meal would come from or where he would sleep at night. Within the impoverished districts, many children shared his plight. They once yearned for a better life, yet ultimately placed their hopes in the divine rather than their own hands. However, as despair gradually set in, they were compelled to rely on their own abilities, scavenging for anything usable or edible to improve their circumstances, or stealthily pilfering from the pockets of the inattentive. The latter often afforded them a longer reprieve from hunger. Thus, Jimmy often scorned the notion of rummaging through the discarded possessions of the affluent. This lifestyle had been his reality for several years, transforming him from a novice into a skilled practitioner in this realm. For a deft individual, the crucial factor was not whether the target possessed wealth, but rather their ability to act. Jimmy recalled instances when several less astute individuals had stolen from the wrong people, only to be caught and met with dire consequences that, in Jimmy's estimation, determining whether a target was suitable was straightforward. Those accompanied by several well-dressed attendants were merchants, while those attending leisurely with peers were often students from Lantis. As for the nobility, it was self-evident. No noble would venture out without retainers, and if they did, it was merely unfortunate for them. The boy Jimmy had set his sights on, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, dressed simply, likely not of noble birth, lacking any attendance, and with a pale complexion suggesting a frail constitution, appeared to be a visitor accompanying his parents to the imperial capital. Having forgotten to bring along any retainers, that he posed minimal threat, a prime target. Gradually, Jimmy edged closer, observing Chris as he enjoyed the dingling fruit, his gaze fixed on a performer in the center of the square. What an opportune moment! Jimmy slipped past the boy's right side, raising his hand high due to the fruit he was consuming, inadvertently exposing his waist. Most individuals concealed their coin purses within their garments. Quietly, Jimmy extracted a small knife, barely the length of a finger, nearly invisible when gripped, allowing him to slice through the target's clothing with the exposed tip, swiftly snatching the coin purse before making his escape. This sequence of actions had become second nature to Jimmy. However, this time proved different. Before the knife could graze the boy's attire, it was abruptly halted by a wooden skewer that punctured the sleeve. Alarmed, Jimmy retracted his hand, pivoted, and fled in an instant, his vision blurred as a firm grip seized his cheek. Causing tears to well up from the pain, he clasped his hands around the offending wrist, raising his gaze to see none other than the very boy he had attempted to rob, who appeared to be 5 or 6 years his senior. Chapter 57. Original Sin. Chris discerned clearly that his assailant was merely a young boy, whose grip gradually relaxed. He understood the boy's profession and recognized the existence of such individuals in any world. Jimmy cast a pleading look at Chris. Having failed, he was acutely aware of the implications. If the boy chose to pursue the matter, he would meet the same fate as his former companions, either beaten to death or sold off. That if he displayed sufficient helplessness, perhaps he could elicit sympathy from some fool. Tears began to stream from Jimmy's eyes, not entirely feigned. The boy's grip was indeed strong. Chris simply released his hold. Jimmy collapsed softly, sitting on the ground while rubbing his cheeks, then knelt and knocked his head on the earth, pleading, "Esteemed young master, please forgive me. I am simply too hungry." Chris remained silent for a moment before tossing him a gold coin and walking away. Jimmy hurriedly picked up the coin and tucked it into his pocket. To his astonishment, he was actually let go, and even granted a gold coin. What a wealthy fool! Jimmy rose to his feet and glanced towards the direction Chris had departed, gratefully patting the coin in his pocket as he ran in the opposite direction. Turning a corner, he was suddenly met with a kick that sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. His stomach ached as if a knife were twisting within, and tears and snot streamed down his face as he writhed on the ground, only able to emit meaningless groans from his throat until a hand lifted him off the ground. Before him loomed a disheveled face. Hal. If Jimmy was a thief among beggars, then Hal was a robber among them. He had grown up in the same squalor as Jimmy, but soon discovered that being a robber was far more promising than being a petty thief, provided that all the thieves obediently surrendered half of their plunder. However, these little rascals had become increasingly restless, often keeping their gains to themselves, leaving Hal ever poorer. And Jimmy's aspiration was to grow up to be someone like Hal. What an ambitious dream, indeed. Hal leaned closer to Jimmy, spitting as he spoke. "You little brat, I saw you get a gold coin from that kid. Where is it?" Jimmy pushed against Hal's hand with all his strength. "He gave it to me." It wasn't stolen." Hal dragged Jimmy into a narrow alley, pinning him to the ground and tearing at his clothes. Jimmy desperately pressed his hands against his pockets. "That guy has plenty of money. I heard the sound of coins in his pocket. Many of them, just a child. You could easily handle him." Hal's hand paused, his green eyes gleaming with interest. "Indeed, I saw it too. Just a little fellow, you get up." He kicked Jimmy. "Take me to that kid right now. Or your gold is mine, hurry." The two hurried back in the direction they had come. Chris had stopped in front of a small stall selling toys and trinkets, such as puppets and necklaces. Thinking of his sister Erin, a smile graced his face. After the final assessments, he would finally see that adorable little girl that in his previous life. He had been an only child and had always longed for a mischievous and endearing sister. To his surprise in this world, he truly had such a beloved little sister that he reached for a necklace made of stone beads. But before he could withdraw his arm, someone leaned in close and whispered, "Hey, kid." Chris's expression remained unchanged as he slowly turned his face. Before him was a dirty, brutish face glaring fiercely, a hefty figure subtly wielding a knife aimed at him. Beyond this face, Chris could see the earlier thief watching him from a distance. Chris sighed that he addressed the man before him. "Greed is a fundamental sin." "Indeed, I believe you are quite right. Everyone bears sin." He waved the knife in his hand. "But you should first understand this. I am not playing some childish game with you. I want money, and I need it desperately. Do you understand? Hand over all your money, yes, all of it." A faint smile crept onto Chris's face, his calm demeanor sending a shiver down the man's spine, causing him to thrust the knife forward and growl, "Hurry up, you!" His words were abruptly cut short as Chris vanished in an instant. The man stood bewildered. A sharp sound echoed from his hand. "Ow!" he yelped, quickly stifling his cry. For another hand had produced a similar sound. Hal bent low, then was struck with great force on the leg, and before he could even fall, he heard the same cracking sound. Crack. Next came the other leg. Crack. Hal lay on the ground, his cries resembling that of a pig placed on a butcher's block. Chris turned to look at Jimmy. Jimmy was utterly stunned as an observer. He had a clearer view than Hal. He saw the pale-faced boy smile briefly, seemingly take a step aside, extend a hand, and then the knife fell from Hal's grasp. Appeared as though he reached for Hal's other hand, prompting Hal to bend down. Then it seemed he crouched and extended his hand, and before he comprehended what was happening, Hal lay on the ground. Who was this person? A magician? But doesn't magic illuminate? Yet, I saw nothing. Chris approached Jimmy slowly. Jimmy, nearly paralyzed with fear, suddenly snapped to his senses and turned to flee, completely forgetting that he was in the middle of the street, that a carriage sped towards him. And although he caught a glimpse, it was too late to dodge or hasten to the other side. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank. With a thunderous crash, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the carriage's path. The speeding carriage collided with the wall, sending dust swirling, the wall crumbling, and soon dissipating into the air. Several horses collapsed, seemingly gravely injured, emitting intermittent whinnies. The carriage had been reduced to a rickety wooden box, swaying precariously and occasionally groaning ominously, clearly on the verge of falling apart. Meanwhile, Jimmy had already fallen to the ground just as the carriage was about to strike, his gaze vacantly fixed on the suddenly appearing and then vanishing wall. Followed by the wreckage of the carriage, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound, that a crowd had gathered, and the carriage door rattled, but the side wall collapsed with a loud crash, followed by the sounds of bangs as three individuals emerged from the splintered wood. Chapter 58. Francis Hill. Chris slowly approached Jimmy. Jimmy, dazed, shifted his gaze from the carriage to Chris's feet, then stiffly raised his head to look at Chris. Trembling in fear, Chris's face was calm as he fixed his gaze on Jimmy, his voice devoid of emotion. "You were born into a life of poverty, yet you have lost the spirit of resilience." Jimmy's teeth chattered. "Yes, one may be poor and one may lead a life of mediocrity. After all, everyone's opportunities vary upon birth. However, when receiving kindness from others, one must not lose a sense of gratitude. Jimmy continued to tremble, unable to articulate a response. "I will not kill you, but I will impart a lesson that you will never forget." As the words left his lips, Jimmy felt a series of cracking noises emanating from his fingers, which twisted at unnatural angles. The intense pain made him scream, and he was involuntarily hurled into the crowd, crashing heavily to the ground. Losing consciousness, Chris's gaze shifted to the carriage. Among those emerging was a coachman, and another, dressed as a servant, was frantically attempting to assist another person from the carriage despite his own disheveled state. However, it seemed the wind began to pick up around them. The wind grew stronger, and the servant withdrew his hand, hurriedly pulling the coachman away. The wind swirled around the shattered carriage, lifting debris into the air before it could touch the ground. Initially, only smaller fragments were caught in the whirlwind, but soon larger pieces joined, and ultimately even the largest fragments were swept up, circling into the sky. The wind intensified, forming a large tornado in a fleeting moment, with all the carriage debris swirling above. Onlookers quickly stepped back, and nearby vendors hastily gathered their wares, fearing loss. Just as the tornado was about to expand further, the wind suddenly ceased, and within its center emerged a faint silhouette. The rapidly spinning winds obscured the figure, but it was possible to make out a young man, perhaps in his late 20s, with long golden hair and a strikingly handsome face, though his expression was twisted in rage, and most importantly, he wore the uniform of Lantis Academy. Chris furrowed his brow. That face, it seemed familiar. The Lantis student gazed at Chris and in a low voice inquired, "Did you do this?" It was evident that Chris stood within the circle, while the others had retreated far away. Chris stepped forward and bowed. "I am Chris, a first-year student of Lantis Academy, that I apologize for the earlier offense. This matter," the other man's hand pressed down, perhaps out of habit, "this matter is far from over." Chris frowned. He squinted at Chris and said, "I've heard of your name. You've been getting rather close to that useless Lawrence lately, haven't you?" Chris suddenly realized that the person before him was none other than Lawrence's second brother, Francis Hill. The apprehension Lawrence felt towards him stemmed not only from Francis's formidable and cunning nature, but also from his exceptional talent. Despite being only a fourth-year student, he had already attained the rank of a level 5 wind mage. Such a level was exceedingly rare, with no more than 10 individuals boasting it within the entire fourth year. Moreover, upon recently ascending from a third-tier mage to a fourth-tier mage, he had even created a unique spell, Wind Escape. This spell allowed him to instantaneously transport himself to any visible location within a confined area rich in wind elements, making clever use of the characteristics of these elements. Naturally, the spell demanded a considerable amount of magical energy, yet it significantly enhanced the survival capabilities of wind mages. The spell's notoriety catapulted Francis into the limelight, which was soon followed by a challenge from another level 5 mage of the same affinity. In that duel, Francis emerged victorious, seemingly with ease. That it was rumored that his post-victory arrogance had enraged another level 6 wind mage, leading to a set date for a rematch. However, to everyone's astonishment, Francis triumphed once more 3 days later, initially feigning weakness. He evaded most attacks and only cast minor spells that as the battle progressed. He pretended to exhaust his magical power, effectively lulling his opponent into a false sense of security, the moment his adversary believed victory was assured. He unleashed a level 6 spell, the Storm Tornado, which brutally shattered one of the opponent's arms, because that arm had been pointed at him before the duel began. The outcome left many in shock, not only due to a level 5 mage besting a level 6, but also because of Francis's ruthlessness. Although the level 6 mage's arm was magically restored by the Academy's instructors, the consensus regarding Francis's status as the foremost wind mage of Lantis Academy remained unchallenged. In Chris's perspective, while Francis's combat prowess was formidable, it was his cruelty that truly sent chills down one's spine. There were undoubtedly individuals stronger than Francis, but it was glaringly evident that he was a quintessential scoundrel. Offending a gentleman might be mitigated with a simple apology, yet crossing a road would invariably lead to endless troubles, especially one as vicious as him. A flicker of disdain crossed Chris's face, which Francis, well-versed in reading expressions, swiftly detected. Although Chris's momentary revulsion vanished almost instantaneously, it was keenly perceived by Francis, whose already dark demeanor grew even more oppressive. Squinting his eyes, he menacingly remarked, "What's this? You wrecked my carriage, and you think you have the right to complain?" Chris bowed slightly. "It was my fault. I am more than willing to compensate you double for your losses." Francis disdainfully shook his finger. "I know you hail from a noble family and lack for nothing. And I, too, am not in need of funds." However, he raised an eyebrow. "As we are both students of Landis Academy, it is only fitting that we resolve this matter in the manner befitting mages, while upholding noble etiquette. Whoever loses shall be expelled from Landis Academy. What do you think of this arrangement?" "Ha ha!" Chris raised an eyebrow in response. "Truly, what a scoundrel! A level 5 mage challenging a level 2 mage. If he lost, he would be expelled from the academy, but as a fifth-year student, he was nearing graduation with the impending final assessments in a month. Conversely, Chris had only just entered the academy for less than a year. Winning would benefit no one but Francis, while losing would entail no loss for Chris. That it was a wager from which he stood to gain nothing. The audacity! Enraged, Chris couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically, employing a famous insult from his past life. "How's your mother doing?" This phrase, to be delivered with the right flair, must be spoken in the Minnan dialect from Fujian, a language no one in this world could comprehend, including Francis. However, upon seeing Chris's smiling face, Francis couldn't help but question, "What did you just say? Speak up." Chapter 59. The duel challenge. Chris raised his palm, and Francis felt the ground beneath him tremble. With ample combat experience, he sensed something was amiss and, filled with alarm and fury, swiftly dodged. With a thud, a sharp stone pillar erupted from the spot he had just vacated, its length ominously positioned. Had he not evaded, it would have proven fatal, though one of his more vital parts would undoubtedly have been at risk. Despite his loathsome demeanor, Francis was meticulous and sweated profusely, feeling a chill beneath him. Infuriated, he remained vigilant. Realizing that this young fool acted recklessly without considering the consequences, daring to strike first against a high-tier mage. Was he not a noble? Was this how his family taught him? Where had his noble etiquette gone? This brat was tarnishing the honor of the aristocracy. The ground was too perilous. Francis cast his flight spell and soared into the AI Artio Mini. Flying was a cherished dream, yet prior to attaining the rank of a level 5 mage, only wind mages could soar. However, it should be noted that the flight spell of lower-tier wind mages had significant limitations. First, due to their magical reserves, they could not sustain flight for more than 3 minutes without casting other spells. Secondly, due to their lack of proficiency in understanding and controlling wind elements, their flight could only be directed in a single axis, such as moving forward if a bird were to swoop down. A lower-tier mage would struggle to evade quickly, as a peak intermediate mage. Francis possessed commendable control over the elements that he ascended to a height of 10 meters, glaring down at Chris, seething with rage. With no time for further pleasantries, he began to conjure several wind blades rapidly and directed them towards Chris. Meanwhile, after casting the Earth Spike spell, Chris charged towards his opponent. The disparity in their levels was vast. Chris's magical prowess and elemental control were not on the same plane as Francis's. To achieve victory, he could only use magic as a supporting means. His opportunity would arise only in close combat. Several wind blades struck the ground, sending debris and dust flying, as Chris reached directly beneath Francis. A blind spot. Should Francis cast wind blades now, he would inevitably strike his own feet. Cursing the cunningness of his opponent, Francis evaded to the side, his expression twisted with rage. Did he think that this meant he was out of options? How naive! Chanting an incantation, he gestured with his hands, summoning several small tornadoes densely around him to restrict Chris's movement. Subsequently, 3 more tornadoes appeared beside Chris. Chris swiftly dodged, quite nimble. Then let us see how many places you can evade to. These small tornadoes had a considerable duration. As they neared their end, Francis quickly summoned more. Inwardly, he chuckled, "Evade all you like. Once this area is filled with tornadoes, I shall." He had forgotten that this was the imperial capital, a place governed by its own order. The sound of hooves echoed as city guards arrived on the scene, their gleaming, ornate armor clanging in synchrony. The leading guard quickly assessed the situation and bellowed, esteemed mages. Please cease your spells immediately, or else. He waved his hand, and the guards raised their bows in unison, aiming at the two combatants within the circle. Francis, with no other option, slowly descended to the ground, confronting Chris from a distance. The tension eased as the guards lowered their bows and approached. They observed that the mage's conflict had not caused significant damage to the market nor harmed bystanders, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. The leading guard approached Francis and bowed. "Esteemed mage, may I inquire as to what transpired?" He had not witnessed Chris casting any spells, so he naturally directed his inquiry at Francis. Francis continued to glare at Chris, responding to the guard. "He damaged my carriage." The guard turned to Chris, who displayed his academy badge before retracting it. "I apologize, sir. My dispute with a fellow student has disturbed you all. I am more than willing to compensate for the damages incurred." He produced a handful of gold coins and placed them into the guard's hand. The guard merely accepted, without further scrutiny, his expression softening as he addressed both parties. "Since you are classmates, any dispute should be resolved within the academy rather than disrupt the order of the imperial capital. Consider this a one-time warning." Both nodded in agreement. Nearby, the guards brought forth two individuals, Hal and Jimmy, the ones Chris had previously dealt with, who were still unconscious. Chris remarked, "These two attempted theft and robbery. They were dealt with by me." The guard leader, visibly disgusted, gestured for them to be taken away. Chris stepped forward. "Sir, they have already received my lesson. I suggest we let this matter rest." The leader pondered for a moment. Chris produced another handful of gold coins and placed them in the guard's hand. The leader nodded immediately, instructing his men to escort the two away. He nodded in farewell to Francis and Chris before departing. The remaining two exchanged glances. Francis was the first to speak. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate." A smile graced Chris's face, prompting Francis to immediately glance at his hands. This lad had previously shown a tendency to strike after smiling, quite devious indeed. However, Chris refrained from any aggressive actions and calmly stated, "I accept your wager." Francis was momentarily taken aback, nearly failing to suppress his laughter. "Truly, he was a naive youth," Chris continued. "The method and stakes are yours to decide, but the timing shall be mine to choose. You have no objections, I presume?" Francis, ever forthright, replied, "Very well, you may proceed." Chris declared, "After the final examination match, does that pose any issues?" "That would be a month hence. With a month's time, it would be quite a feat if he managed to level up several ranks." Francis nodded, chuckling. "It appears you are quite confident, young man. Very well, I accept." With a few more chuckles, he turned to leave, while nearby servants and the coachman hurriedly followed in his wake. Chris pondered for a moment before also turning to depart. A month's time seemed rather tight. He slightly twisted his shoulders, which had yet to fully recover. Should he engage Francis now? His chances were uncertain, yet not entirely devoid of hope. Thus, he resolved to prepare diligently over the ensuing month. The following day, Chris returned to the academy, and after classes, he entered his dormitory. The previously damaged furniture had all been replaced with new items, and the walls and floor had been smoothed and repaired. Satisfied, Chris patted Kakuri's shoulder and offered words of praise. Chapter 60. Confidence. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Chris hastily consumed his meal before returning to his dormitory. As he opened the door, he was taken aback to find Lawrence standing in the courtyard. Lawrence hurried forward, a look of anxiousness on his face. "You intend to duel my elder brother?" Chris inquired with curiosity. "How did you come to know?" This incident had only occurred yesterday, and the news spread rather swiftly. Lawrence replied, "It's all the buzz around the academy." "What exactly transpired?" Chris leisurely brewed a cup of tea and recounted the events. Lawrence, not even glancing at the teacup before him, lamented, "You are far too impulsive. My brother is a 6th-level mage. You stand no chance whatsoever." Chris sipped his tea unhurriedly. "What choice do I have? Your brother is simply asking for a beating." Lawrence retorted, "I can agree with that. But what now? There is only a month left." He slumped down despondently. Just then, the courtyard door sounded, and Kakuri opened it to reveal the two sisters, Vera and Tiz. Chris invited them to sit and serve them hot tea. Vera wasted no time. "You plan to duel Francis?" Once again, this matter arose. Chris did not respond directly, instead asking, Where did you hear about this? Vera paused, recalling, I'm not entirely sure, but I overheard many classmates discussing it before class today, claiming you were foolishly challenging him. She regarded Chris, skepticism written all over her face. You don't strike me as the arrogant type. Chris chuckled. In truth, I am quite the arrogant individual. Vera was taken aback, her mouth agape. Tis suddenly chimed in, instructor fight. Chris turned to Vera. Is she encouraging me? Vera nodded. She believes you can win. Lawrence, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, I find that hard to believe. Vera interjected. Francis is utterly shameless. A 6th-level mage challenging a 2nd-level mage to a duel. How disgraceful. And yet, he has the audacity to spread the word. Chris kindly cautioned. Aren't you worried he might come after you? Vera rolled her eyes. Will you be the one to inform him? Chris gestured toward Lawrence. This gentleman happens to be his brother. His actual brother. Vera nearly leapt from her seat, incredulous. Is that true, Lawrence? Lawrence rolled his eyes. Do you think I take pride in having such a brother? Vera scrutinized Lawrence over her tea. Are you also from the Hill family? Lawrence's face flushed with anger. Can we not discuss this? Chris laughed. A son is not to be blamed for his father's faults, regardless. Lawrence is still a good son indeed. He raised his teacup, gesturing to Lawrence. Come, let us toast to you. Vera laughed. No wonder you're so keen on charming the ladies. It must be hereditary. Lawrence's expression darkened. Humph. At that moment, the courtyard door sounded again, and Chris raised an eyebrow, signaling Kakuri to open it, remarking, This is unusual. We seem to have an abundance of guests today, that I must be gaining quite the reputation. In walked Max, who, upon seeing everyone, exclaimed, Quite the gathering, Chris. Do you feel confident? Chris maintained a calm smile. You're here for this matter as well? I see that you all possess such little faith in me. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Chris sighed. What if I manage to close the distance? Still, they shook their heads, Max added. He is an air mage. He can fly, giving you no chance to close in. Chris countered, Actually, I already faced him yesterday. Everyone's attention sharpened. Lawrence inquired, Did you win? Chris replied, No, and amidst their eager gazes added, But I didn't lose either. It was on the street, and before long, the city guards intervened. He looked at the group, speaking slowly. I believe he is not as formidable as he seems. The others exchanged glances. After a while, everyone took their leave. Winning or losing was significant, yet even more crucial was confidence. It was natural for others to doubt him, but if he himself lacked confidence, what was there to discuss regarding the duel? Of course, most importantly, he had considerable experience in combat against high-level mages and warriors, including Mentor Clark, as well as Pundis and Henry, that he had emerged victorious. Although it should be noted that Mentor Clark had intentionally held back, which could be overlooked. Nevertheless, it was an invaluable combat experience. That night, Chris commenced his physical training as usual. While jogging around the courtyard, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he frowned upon seeing Tess standing there. Chris spoke coolly. What do you want? His tone was rather brusque. Tess appeared awkward, stammering for a moment before bowing slightly, unable to meet Chris's gaze. The lady inquired whether it is true that you are to duel Francis. How tiresome. Chris's mood soured, and he replied curtly, Indeed. Tess continued. The lady also wishes to know if you feel confident in defeating Francis. Chris suddenly realized that due to the connection established by the Kratov chain between them, if he were to lose, it would be unfortunate, but if he were to be killed in combat, Pundis would be doomed as well. With such a significant connection, it was no wonder Pundis sent a maid to inquire. It wasn't the insincere concern he initially assumed. Having come to this understanding, Chris softened his tone. Please inform your lady that even in defeat, I will not face any mortal peril. Even she harbored doubts about him. Had she forgotten that she had once been bested by him? However, that night had been rather fortuitous. While Pundis might not possess great combat prowess, she was undeniably an adept controller of the battlefield, and one could not overlook her healing abilities, should she be present in a battle. The odds of victory would significantly increase. Thankfully, that night, he had managed to incapacitate her first. Tess dared not ask further questions, bowing before hastily departing. This state of affairs persisted for several days, during classes. Chris could always sense his classmates whispering behind him. Without exception, their eyes laden with sympathy. Even Professor Chris, on one occasion after class, specifically summoned Chris to inquire about the recent events. How vexing. This had been Chris's mood over the past few days. Fortunately, his daily routine involved attending classes, returning to his dormitory, and then training in the woods at night. His mastery of magic had stabilized, allowing him to freely cast several fundamental spells, and he had significantly improved his control over his self-created double lightning sphere.